Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United front.
Tell it.
What you want, what you want, what you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Doc.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love, rise with a purpose every day, invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick a can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
The man is not allowed to fly a plane in his own country. But you want to convince the world that this man is not only a threat to his neighbors, but he is a threat to the entire human family. You are a liar. Liar, and the people are intellectual cowards who sit down and suck up this filthy lie.
Man, I've been rapping for a minute, I don't see how niggas hate on it. Swab Boss the greatest, motherfuckers should wait on it. Even if my album drop 10 years from now, nigga, it's gonna be the hardest album out 10 years from now, nigga. The Swab Boss, you niggas should see that shit. Whatever I am in the old niggas should be that shit. Whatever they say they gon' throw, I don't agree with it. Just had a couple of my O's and come at me with it, man, it's Swab Boss. The reason why these niggas get hauled off if 100 niggas die for this cause, it's a small cost. I'm trying to get my people on their feet again, nigga, but I'm back smoking weed, drinking Hennessy, nigga. And maybe that's why I'm not back on my shit. It's Swab Boss from 2-6 who moved out to the bricks, hooked up with Bingo from Fifth. Now we know we love shit, now they know they should quit trying to make it hood rich. All that bullshit on your mind, ho, I wish you would spit. Niggas know what I'm about, and they wish I would flip. Niggas ask about a track, they wanna hear that shit. But when I ask to do a track, they don't permit that shit, man. And that's the type of shit that I don't say, man. Niggas know from the go that I don't play, man. Coming straight from the streets, and I can't straight, man. They ain't fucking with him, cause he don't pay, man.
Why are the Europeans so insecure about other people in the world? And why do you, after everywhere you go, you gotta kill and murder the rest of the people of the human family? Your history is written in the blood of the black, the brown, the yellow, and the red. Why are you so insecure? Do you know what brings about insecurity? What brings about insecurity is when you have a false concept of yourself. And the false concept of self is white supremacy. They believe that they are better because they are white. And as a result, see, when a man has that kind of silly mentality, Hitler had the silly mentality that the white man, the Aryan, is superior. So then at the Olympics, Jesse Owens kicks up all the Aryans. Hitler is outraged. He's angry.
That's very simplistic.
Yeah. Well, you need it to be simplistic. You need it to be extra simplistic.
You see, they can't even take the
reality. I know they can't handle. You know, look. When you take a brick, and you hurl the brick among a pack of dogs, only the dog who gets hit yelps. Think about it.
Well, it's no shine in the tail.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah, on your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Rah! This is your boy Swab about snapping off entertainment, man. SVDL Argument League. Shout out to Dingo on the track, Z on the can, that's snapping off fam. Shout out to Solar Man, the commissioner, Solar Vision Debate League, greatest debate league in the world, on the debate league on earth. Shout out to Knowledge Going Online, Do the Knowledge Radio, Knowledge Going Online on YouTube. Shout out to the AOI, Goldmine, Brandon Bay, Wicked, Radical, Opera, Ground Zero, and Hurricane Katrina, the King James 13, Anti-Bully Inc. Shout out to the judges, the peers, and the reason we here, man, the people of SVDL is y'all. Hit that like button. Welcome to the Argument League. I can never get my camera right. Hit that like button, man. Shout out to Maya Aisha Yamaha Alpha, Shabo, Mika in the building, man. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Yeah, supposed to been doing this for a minute. Shit. Woke up early today, so that's what I want to do. We want to go through the Tribalism Ross FBG Duck murder coverage and see what that is. Educational purpose, research purpose, media purpose, whatever we need to say. I can't put that. What's the name? I hope everybody having a good day, man, and woke up with somebody you love, even if you woke up by yourself. Peace to y'all, man. Let me see. Copyright disclaimer. That's what I'm looking for. Monetized now. Don't want to fuck up. We'll do it like that. All right. Yeah, so this one was an interesting one, man. We watched the old block, stuff like that. We saw the Lil Durk, King Von. This has been this is a major thing. This is a big thing, man. It's kind of wild, the reality of it. And I myself was surprised by the reality of it. And I'll think the demon.
My big drove that duck at 25. I turned 25 on the highway with 25 in the trunk of my Impala. El Plaga. Rolling, rolling up the stuff on twice in the Paracrana.
All right, there it is. So, let me go to track floor.
After he was murdered was shockingly for the Clout, the recognition that they received on social media and the
This video is sponsored by Chemical.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Tribalism Ross, man. Y'all want to watch it, man? Uncut. It's on his Patreon. You want to watch it by yourself or with family friends? It's on his regular channel, Tribalism Ross. So,
Chicago rapper FBG Duck was gunned down in broad daylight. Duck was left on the ground dying next to a jammed pistol, with dozens of bullets in his body, bleeding out for over 20 minutes. But this was no ordinary gangland hit, because that spot where Duck would lay fighting for his life was outside of a Dolce & Gabbana store in Chicago's Gold Coast, a luxury shopping district in the north of Chicago, miles away from the blocks on the city's south side, where gang warfare is rampant.
already, man, it's kind of wild because when you come from Old Block, you come from a part of Chicago that looks like this. And what's ironic is that you get murdered outside of a Dolce and Gabbana store. You know what I'm saying? Like, like real talk. For me to survive the hood and get killed outside a Dolce and Gabbana store is like, it's a lot of shit. It's a lot of fucked up shit. Yeah, man, that just gotta feel kind of crazy. Shout out to Goldman in the building, man. You already know, man. The link is out there. Any peers want to jump on review it with me, you definitely can. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's just crazy. That's just crazy.
Gold Coast, a luxury shopping district in the north of Chicago, miles away from the blocks on the city's south side, where gang warfare is rampant and the streets are considered some of the most dangerous in America. The assassination of FBG Duck in this manner conjures up images of Chicago gang warfare in the 20s, when the likes of Al Capone were running in the streets of Chicago, massacring off.
Could you imagine if we had Instagram and Twitter then? If Al Capone had a fucking Twitter? Shout out to Angel. Shout out to Angel. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a definitely am. Nobody is from New York. That's what's up. Yeah, man. If Al Capone and them had fucking Twitter and shit.
And leaving bodies all over the city, decades before drill music had even been invented. Many people thought that such a brazen murder in an upmarket tourist spot would have been an open and shut case. But shockingly, Duck's murder would go unsolved for over a year. Well, unsolved by the police, because over the course of that year, a number of young men linked to the crime and the gang responsible would run free, bragging about the crime and celebrating Duck's death all over social media and in hit songs. Some songs celebrating Duck's murder would land on the Billboard chart and earn RIAA certifications, while other songs that hinted direct involvement would fly under the radar. Members of the gang allegedly responsible for killing Duck would go live on Instagram, telling viewers that they're smoking on Duck, a common insult to the deceased in modern-day drill music. But less common in this case, one member would even go as far as to collect shoes hinting at his involvement in the crime on Instagram. Those who were allegedly responsible.
My real talk, man. Shout out to the people who actually be showing that appreciation. Like real talk, man. I mean, words don't do it. You know what I'm saying? I can only just keep putting in the work, but I really do appreciate y'all. Shout out to y'all. And yeah, let's get it. You feel me? That's a blessing, man. Y'all are blessed.
They boasted about the murder for over a year. But why would anyone do this? Well, the pride and deep-seated need for revenge in a gang war that's seen dozens of bodies drop on both sides is definitely part of it. But in this story, it's much deeper and darker. Because it seems that part of the reason that these men wanted to dance on Duck's grave so badly after he was murdered was shockingly for the clout. The recognition that they received on social media and in the drill music community for being real killers. Real steppers.
Shout out to Sister Zakia. Appreciate Sister Zakia.
This was the reputation that these young men were looking for in the streets that they lived in. However, in the end, when you commit a crime as bold as this, it really is just a matter of time until you get caught. And while it took the FBI over a year to put,
and that's so well, like it gotta get to the point where it's common sense, man. Shout out to Asiana Line. I want to ask you, I'm from Pensacola, Florida. Don't let New Yorker and New Jersey people come to my area. I want to ask you, I'm from Pensacola, Florida. Don't let New Yorker and New Jersey people come to my area. I mean, you're 0 for 2 at this point. I mean, you just came in like nobody is from New York, LOL. I want to ask you, I'm from Pensacola, Florida. Don't let New Yorker and New Jersey people come to my area. I'm from Gary, Indiana. I don't know who in the chat from New York or anywhere. But yeah, that's sad. Why? What happened? Shabo! What happened? What happened to you and people from other places? Yeah, man, and they get away with it supposedly, right? But then they actually hit the Instagram and incriminate themselves instead of freeing themselves. Look at this lady, she got her sign backwards. She's showing it to the people behind her. Shout out to the woman, man. And that's FBG Duck mother right there. Yeah, this was a sad one. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna kind of shut up and let it
Only a
rock.
matter of weeks before the fans, redditors, commenters, and YouTubers would solve the case, putting it out there for the whole world to see with alarming accuracy who was involved in the murder of FBG Duck. So in today's video, we're going to take a closer look at why anyone would want to kill FBG Duck so badly that they would do it in the middle of a busy street in broad daylight in front of dozens of civilians armed with smartphones. Why the men who allegedly did it would want to brag so openly about such an evil act of violence, and how their desperate need for clout on social media would ultimately play a big part in their downfall, with the feds swooping in, likely bringing a racketeering case with so much comprehensive evidence that it's hard to believe that anybody involved in this case is going to see the outside of a prison cell for the rest of their lives. This is the story of FBG Duck, aka Big Clout. But before we get into the details, a quick word from today's sponsor.
With the knives, man.
Nobody in this world is scared of you on the rock because a nigga bleed just like
I hit the floor. I couldn't believe.
You can go on the internet right now. You can see people in music videos, guns all over the place, talking about who they shot as they were going to shoot.
Of course I know motherfuckers want to kill me. I'm a very disrespectful person. But they're going to die. You diss me, I'm going to kill you.
Whoever is responsible for my son demise, who's ever happy that he's gone, laugh now, cry later.
And I'll be knowing he be putting them little beats in there, and they be like, his beats. Shout out to Green 101. But you know, none of them monetized. You know, we'll see how it go. Might get it straight. I don't know. We'll see how it go. I doubt it. It's the way the content is created.
On October 13th, 2021, the FBI descended into Parkway Gardens, a Chicago housing project better known as O Block. They were there as part
The
of
O.
5 men for the murder of FBG Duck. The men arrested were Charles Liggins, aka C Murder, Carlos Offord, aka Los Munna, Marcus Smart, aka Boo Wop, Christopher Thomas, aka C Fang, and Kenneth Robertson, aka Kenny Mack. These guys are all members or affiliates of O Block, a Chicago street gang turned rap collective based out of Parkway Gardens, aka O Block. Originally made famous by rapper Chief Keef, who these days is far away from the dangerous blocks that he came up rapping about. Most recently, we saw rapper King Von hail from O Block and firmly put O Block on the map through his music. By the time Von was killed in 2020, he was probably the most famous person from O Block to ever hold a microphone or a gun. And despite making waves in the music industry,
And that was real, man. King Von getting taken out, man. That was some fucked up shit. Like, even for me. You know what I'm saying? I've been around a minute. You know, I know that people, people get killed, man. And the fact that they rappers don't really separate them from the life that they actually, you know what I'm saying, and experiences. Just because you start rapping don't mean all of a sudden, the neighborhood you're from is not the neighborhood you're from, and the type of people that you're kicking around aren't the type of people you're kicking around. Shout out to West Side Rider, But this was clearly one who was supposed to get away. Like, Von had got out of the hood, came back, broke all his homies off with Stacks Live. You know what I'm saying? You see him dripped out. You can see his whole story live from him being a shorty. You know what I'm saying? With the little nappy fro, then the little shit locks, then, the respectable locks, to this. Like, we watched this dude grow up, case after case. You know what I'm saying? Like, he beat a murder case before. Think he was going through one with Lil Durk right now. Shit just wild, man. Yeah, it fucked me up when Von got taken the fuck out of it, man.
3 successful projects. Right up to his death, King Von was moving like a person still deep in the streets, rolling all over the country with a mob of O-Block affiliated goons, some of which have been made social media famous, in no small part by their association with Von. Other O-Block affiliates who have become famous to fans and fans via music and social media include DJ, Boss Top, Duke, DQ, Glee, and of course there's many fallen members who have passed away, who we'll be talking about shortly. And even more so, beyond the inner circle of King Von and the O-Block natives who are relevant to this story, videos exist apparently documenting all of the members of O-Block with the group's membership apparently exceeding 100 in total. And these are some of the names that you'll be hearing the likes of King Von shouting out and representing in his music. So we're not covering every single O-Block member that's ever lived in this story, but we are focusing on the names that you're likely going to be hearing referenced in King Von's music. Aside from shouting out the names of rappers that he regularly takes on drills, King Von's lyrics are also famously littered with disses aimed at his ops and their block on 63rd. O-Block or Parkway Gardens is considered 64th, hence why King Von has a giant 64 tattooed on both of his shoulders. While 63rd is a nearby street that connects with St. Lawrence Avenue and Everhart Avenue, areas known to be opposing gang sets to O-Block. And when it comes to O-Block's opposition, there really was no bigger op than FBG Duck.
And that shit crazy because we claim these hoods and it's like play living real life. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like play real life. Like I'm 63rd, I'm 64th, I'm this, I'm that. And ain't none of this your property. Like you could actually get some property and tattoo that shit on you. Like you could actually take the bread you got, go and buy some land, build some shit, and rep that, you know? But it's like when you born in these neighborhoods, and we real sentimental, we real spiritual, you know, real tribal. So, shout out to West Side Rider. Yeah, you want to get it in? He won't know the difference. He won't know the difference. But yeah, we do. You know, it's like that's the first thing we get to hold down. Like I'm from 26. It's like when I came outside, other people was like, I'm from. And I wasn't from there. I was from 26 in Lincoln. So I'm repping 26 in Lincoln. And without ever having to want to invest in that block, buy that block, own a house on that block, I just represented 26 in Lincoln. Like you know, we fought over 26 in Lincoln. You know what I'm saying? That's it. But it's kind of that pin, right? So that when that get out, like, where you from? Oh, I'm from Gary. Oh shit, where? You know, 26. Ivanhoe Gardens. That's a reputation. It's already okay. If you from now, I basically know what type of nigga you is. Cause they don't fuck with niggas that do this and they, you know, it's niggas out there that do that. So you know the shiesty hoods, you know the hoods that got the scammers, the hoods that got the swindlers, the hood that got the dealers, the hoods that got the hustlers, the hood that got the gangsters. You know what I'm saying? No.
FBG Duck started rapping around 2011, long before Von had ever picked up a microphone, teaming up with other local rappers on their side of the map, forming the street rap collective FBG or Flyboy Gang, rapping with the likes of Lil J, Billionaire Black, FBG Cash, FBG Duck Sheep, and Wooski. Another name this group would go by is the Clout Boys, with FBG Duck himself being referred to as Big Clout. Now, one of the first things that Duck did in the rap game that
and they be having a team. Having a team is important, man. But look what we a team for. Damn.
Was a music video that he dropped in 2011, only hours after the murder of O.D. Perry, a young man from Parkway Gardens with O-Block literally being named in his memory for O.D. Duck from the rival hood would release a song soon after to frost his enemies.
Straight out the gate. You know what I'm saying? No. I wonder if that one is still up. But yeah, you get to see him as a shorty.
So the guys from O-Block identified as BDs or Black Disciples, and the ones over on 63rd, St. Lawrence, and Everhart identify as GDs or gangs.
Which was crazy to me, because when I was young, it was like the 6-point star and the blue was the same family. GDs, you know, BDs, like, was the same shit. It was the same shit. Then, you know, we heard in Gary, like, damn, you know, the BDs is beefing with the GDs in Gary. Now, I mean, in Chicago. Now, Gary is simple. We don't got no BDs. We got GDs and vice lords. And then early 90s, Folk on the Hustlers came in from Chicago, but that was just it. You know what I'm saying? GD and Vice Lord had Gary locked down, you know. But, you know, I did hear, like, damn, the BDs flipped to a red 6-point star or some shit like that. And they was beefing with the GD. But when I was young, that was unheard of.
Now, I did a breakdown on the stuff. The guys from Oakland identified as BD, or Black Disciples. And the ones over on 63rd, St. Lawrence, and Everhart identify as GD, or Gangster Disciples. Now, I did a breakdown on the history of the BDs and the GDs, going all the way back to the 60s, in another video on my channel if you're interested in learning more about the history. But essentially, BDs identify as GDK, or GD killers, and GDK or BD killers. Now, it didn't take long for Duck to pick up some attention in the streets and through his music.
Yeah, and that was another thing I noticed too. It wasn't even about repping your gang. It was about repping the death of the other side. Like, even me, I grew up, like, I knew, like, if you was from a different hood, if you was in a different organization, you went to a different school, watch out. There's potentially beef there. But it wasn't necessary. I could kick it with people from different schools, people from different hoods. I could go to different hoods, and I always hung with people from other organizations. So it was like, you know, I just didn't look at it like that. So it wasn't about disrespecting the other side. It was just about building up credibility for your side. But then it's like the only way you get credibility for your side is dissing the other side, shooting at the other side, punking the other side, instead of both of y'all growing and being two nations that eventually get recognized for real, have a govern, you know?
Biggest GD affiliated
That's what's up, big dog. It's like
JoJo put the GDs on the map after releasing a song called BDK, becoming a Chicago anthem.
Lil JoJo was another side one too.
Identified as BDK or BD Kid. Now, it didn't take long for Duck to pick up some attention in the streets and through his music, quickly making him one of the biggest GD affiliated rappers in the city. There was a period of time where another young man called Lil JoJo put the GDs on the map after releasing a song called BDK, becoming a Chicago anthem for GDs who wanted to kill BDs. Unfortunately, as a result of his affiliations and actions in the streets, Lil JoJo ended up being murdered in 2012. Being the most famous GD rapper in the city was dangerous, but FBG Duck wasn't put off. After JoJo's death, Duck vowed to keep the BDK movement alive in his music, as seen in numerous tweets. Being the flag bearer for a movement calling to K all of the BDs in the city naturally made Duck a target for his opposition. And as part of the ongoing war between BD rappers from O-Block and the GD rappers from 63rd, rappers from both sides would regularly go back and forth on social media for the whole world to see, with Duck and King Von from O-Block having numerous public spats on Twitter going back as early as 2012. This includes one famous exchange supposedly one day before King Von killed KI, a female GD that Duck.
Let's see some of these. Let me see if I can slow it down right quick. 0.25. I can mute it. Let me see that. That's crazy. What you doing? King Von Addict. FBG Duck said, what you doing? He said shit on 62nd and Rose. Where you at? You trying to slide through? LOL. King Von said, nah. Rest in peace, King Von. Rest in peace, FBG Duck. FBG Duck said, hell yeah, man. Put me in the video. King Von said, shout out to Tanjan. Shout out to Tanjan. Yeah. King Von hit FBG Duck, said, what you doing? FBG Duck say shit on 62nd and Rose. Where you at, trying to slide through? He say, hell yeah, man, put me in the video. I'm getting that die-L's on David. FBG said, bet you can't drop your L's for Lamron then after the video headshot. Boom. King Von says, laughing my ass off. I'm going to get hit by 2 trains before I let a lame ass nigga like you do me. You should be worried about me because y'all is foo-foo. FBG say, all right, little homie, I ain't finna internet beef with you. You better off killing yourself. St. Lawrence, them boys. Bala64 said, Britt Brack just tried her best not to look my way, little scary bitch. And FBG Duck says, your little ass still tough, I see. And then King Von jump up under that. They say, Dooney girl, man, where do he be hiding at? Try to get FBG Duck location. FBG Duck says, Dooney girl, I don't addict King Von and Dooney girl. I don't hide clown on Tuka. I stay out here every day. King Von says, FBG Duck. Shout out to Unique Will Be. Peace to Unique Will Be. Did you see the obituary of the two white women that was killed by the Facebook nurse? No, I did not. FBG Duck. King Ross says the FBG Duck. You would have been stuck to a rock if you was out here. Stop the fucking flexing, little bitch. FBG Duck says, LOL, you want some clout or something, little nigga? Cause I don't do this internet shit. King Von say, pop the fuck out. I see this the only way a motherfucker can get at you, huh? Or just quit acting this shit ain't for everybody. FBG Duck says, Shorty, I went to school with you. If don't nobody know you, if don't nobody know you, know. If don't nobody know you, know. I really with the shit, little folks. King Von said to FBG Duck, man, you ain't never go to Hyde Park, boy, or you would have been not been singing at the time, cause I don't know you, but I'm out here. Your homies know. Yeah, that public exchange, man. That people don't want to come off looking like they compromising themselves at all, huh?
The consequences of being the top GD in his city. He'd been shot numerous times.
Hit the like button, please.
And his head probably had the biggest bounty on it that has ever been seen over the last 10 years of Chicago's gang violence. And Duck,
let's get that back, my bad.
He was female GD that Duck was friends with. But Duck knew the consequences of being the top GD in his city. He'd been shot numerous times in the streets of Chicago, and his head probably had the biggest bounty on it that has ever been seen over the last 10 years of Chicago's gang violence. And Duck knew it. He lived in fear every day, but he didn't let it stop him. In fact, he told DJ Glad in a Vlad TV interview back in 2017 that he thought about being killed every single day.
I know motherfuckers want to hurt me. Motherfuckers want to take my life. Of course I know motherfuckers want to kill me. I'm a very disrespectful person.
Doc would tell his IG Live viewers that he is hood to the core. And whilst most rappers have the goal to make it out of the hood, he doesn't plan to ever leave.
Last time I checked, the goal in the hood is to make it out that motherfucker. Stupid ass people. Not to always stay in there. But I'm a hood nigga. And I ain't running from no motherfucker. So I don't gotta go nowhere. I ain't scared of nothing. Nobody in this world scared of me. You wanna know why? Because the nigga bleed just like me.
It's incredibly sad that even with the foresight that he clearly had, Doc couldn't just put his pride to one side and get out of the city of Chicago before it claimed his life. But in the end, the war in Chicago truly is just one long game of last man standing. And sadly today, Doc is no longer with us, and those accused of doing it are likely going to spend the rest of their lives in prison cells. But I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, what on earth would cause two rival neighborhoods to want to kill each other so bad?
Oh, hold on, because I learned I could do this. Because it probably be better sound quality. You know, I don't like fucking with let me see, Windows. Okay, I think that's it. I probably have to turn my other television on to do that though. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I did learn this the other day. Okay, let me do it like that. Would it have to be a StreamYard tab? I mean, a Brave browser tab? Okay, let me switch over to the Brave browser then. What we at, 1128?
After he was murdered was shockingly for the Clout. The recognition that they received on social media and in the drill music community for being real killers, real steppers, savages, gangsters. This was the reputation that these young men were looking for in the streets that they lived in. However, in the end, when you commit a crime as bold as this, it really is just a matter of time until you get caught.
It took the FBI over a year to put their suspects in custody. It was only a matter of weeks before the fans, Redditors, commenters, and YouTubers would solve the case, putting it out there for the whole world to see with alarming accuracy who was involved in the murder of FBG Duck. Rival neighbours to want to kill each other so bad, to the point where they don't care about getting killed themselves, facing life in prison, or killing an innocent
I see you, Sanjay.
Well, the unfortunate truth is, so much tit-for-tat bloodshed has taken place on both sides of this war that it's important to remember that in this story, we're looking at young men who grew up knowing nothing other than violence, murder, and suffering since they were children. Many of the young men growing up on both sides of this war witnessed many of their teenage friends be murdered in the streets by rivals. And with the Chicago Police Department leaving around 60% of the city's murders unsolved, and the black community particularly underserved when it comes to justice, it's almost hard to blame these young men who grew up knowing nothing but violence and revenge. This is a cycle of violence that started over a decade ago, long before anyone made a drill song about it. So, to truly understand why FBG Duck was sought to his grave by killers that literally lived only a 2-minute drive away from where he grew up, we have to take a closer look and appreciate the dozens of young men and essentially children who have been murdered on both sides of this war over the last 10 years. And I tell you what, as you're going to see as this story develops, the war in Chicago is much closer to an armed conflict in the Middle East than your typical hip-hop beat.
Ask her why they call it Chirac.
Now, if you've already seen the previous video that I did on the war between O-Block and Tuckerville, then feel free to skip this part of the video. That video covered the ongoing back and forth between O-Block and the street crews coming out of 63rd between the years of 2014 and 2014. Tuckerville is another name of the FCL EBT sets on 63rd, with the name Tuckerville itself being derived from another young man from that area who was sadly gunned down as a teenager by the name Tucker. You've likely heard his name being dissed numerous times in songs by rappers from O-Block. In fact, as part of the trend of the block being renamed after a young man who lost their life in the war, O-Block wasn't always called O-Block. It actually used to be called Wick City, which stood for Wild, Insane, and Crazy. But just like Tuckerville, Wick City ended up being renamed O-Block after the murder of young member O.B. Perry. So let's take a quick look back at that video to get up to speed on how the early days of this feud begun, so that we can remember some of the names of those who lost their lives in the early days of this beef, with their memory contributing to the careers of King Von, FBG Duck, and their respective crews. Now, it's hard to find one cataclysmic event that has caused the enormous wave of beef between these two groups. What seems to be the reality is that some of this beef dates all the way back to high school days, when members from these opposing areas would get into pretty basic schoolyard fights. However, these small, local schoolyard beefs would unfortunately escalate into deadly violence when those involved became old enough to get guns. But all the way back in the early 2010s, King Von had been on social media.
Who's that? Yeah, I'll be watching Chicago 88 too. He admits that he gets some of that information from there. You know, he go to Chicago 88, he go to, you know, different sites like that. Of course, I like his layout better, and he's, you know, less stipulation. Chicago 88, if it pops up, Chicago 88, put it in there. It's been proven, like Chicago 88 put false shit out there. You know what I'm saying? Knowing there was a chance that it could be false. You know, they'll put the shit out and just be like, fuck it later. But yeah, his is more thorough and more, you know, he actually shows the sources. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time. But Chicago 88 definitely got them tweets and them Facebook posting all of that shit. That shit is wild. That shit is wild. Where we at?
The bullets holding down the blocks of Parkway and showing love to his gang for the entire world to see.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah.
Other big names in the Wick City BD set include feared supposed shooters like HK and J Money or J Munna. Then, of course, there's King Von's beloved BD bro T Roy, who is apparently a bit of a dynamic duo along with Von, with the close bond between these two becoming very relevant later in the story. And in fact, this is the exact reason why even right up until his death in 2020, King Von used to go by the name The Roy on Twitter. And the fact that he comes from Wick City is why his Twitter handle still is at King Von from the Wick. Basically, King Von and T Roy loved their gang. And they
it was a classic ass debate.
Like
Classic debate. You ain't watch it. Check it out. Domo came away with the cash, man. It went up to like $300, $325, some shit like that. So yeah, once again, congratulations to him. He definitely put it down. Classic debate.
Big A, OD, Trey 5, Platoon, Boss Money, Sharoid, Duke, who's actually been mentioned in the King Von lyrics, Rah Rah, aka Breezy, and Boss Top, who also became a rapper like Keith. Wick City BDs were very well known for throwing up GDK hand signs repeatedly to show the world that they were GD killers, who were very much indeed down to ride and kill.
GDK shit, man. Out here, everybody got the voice in their head, man. GDK. Broke boy.
So, who were the GD boys that these guys wanted to K so badly? Well, over on the STL EDT side, they were up against a few names who you might know if you're well versed in Chicago drill culture. The first comes to mind is Jakira Barnes, also known as Key or KI, a young female hitter who was good friends with fellow member Tuco growing up. Another member was FBG Butter, who along with KI were also known as a bit of a dynamic duo dubbed the Twins. Other members actually went by FBG or Flyboy Gang, and STL EB clip more focused on making music, which included other names like FBG Brick, and of course the legendary FBG Duck. Another musically inclined member who repped FBG was Lil J, who lived in STL and would later become more clipped up with them, but mainly had beef with 600 that kind of ran adjacent to this feud. They had Lil B and Wooski, who had actually been dubbed King of the Ops. There was Boss Trail and Lil Doc. On the 12th of January 2011, 15-year-old Shondale Gregory, known on the streets as Tuka, was waiting at a bus stop at the 600 block on East 63rd Street. At a certain point, a dark-coloured vehicle pops up and somebody hops out wearing a half mask. Some have said that this person had exchanged a few words with Tuka, but ultimately within seconds, they had shot Tuka multiple times and fled the scene. STL member FBG Duck was actually close friends with Tuka, saying that after hearing about his death, he actually ran to the scene of the crime, where in a tragic moment, he even got to see his slain brother before he was taken away.
Me and him clicked, like, that was one of my real close friends. Like, every day, like, spend the night at his house, he spent the night at mine. And my cousin came in there running to me, crying and shit, telling me, your friend just got killed. You feel me? Then I ran all the way from 62nd and walked their ass all the way to 630 St. Lawrence. Saved them right down the floor. You know how that shit goes, broke right down.
In response to this tragic loss, STL EBT would rename their hood Tukaville in his honor and as a commitment for revenge. And members like FBG Brick would rep Tuka's memory to the fullest.
Do you represent Tukaville? Oh, to the fullest. That's what I do it for. That's what it's always been about since day one. Just took, like, my uncle was 15 years old, he got killed. Never heard of nobody, never did nothing, you know what I'm saying?
As you may well know, Tuka's name has been endlessly dragged in hip-hop over the years. Now, I'm not going to get into every instance or drama of this happening, but the story goes initially the GDs from Tukaville, people like FBG Duck, were apparently saying that they were smoking Tuka out of respect for him, and not to the old story that Tupac's crew, the Outlaws, smoked his ashes in a blunt after he died.
So, which is, like, crazy, right? Because we always hear it in the songs now, smoking on this, smoking that, turn so-and-so into a pack, put them in the backwood as disrespect. But it started off as showing honor to your dead homies by saying, I'm smoking on my, you know, like the Outlaws smoked Tupac. They claimed they smoked Tupac ashes as a sign of respect and love, you know? So, you know, I don't know if it is, but that's what they said. So the opposite side say, yeah, we smoking them too, because we smoke them. So that's once again, anytime you title something, categorize, box something, it's always somebody who's anti that, who's going to find a way to attack that because it's sentimental, you know? It's just where.
Wick City immediately decided to flip this and start making fun of Tukaville. The most immediate and iconic diss, of course, was Chief Keef's song 300, where he says fuck Tuka again. And from here, other members continued the disrespect. One of Tuka's closest friends growing up was a young girl named K.I. But you might know her better as a young girl who became a teen.
This will hurt my heart. Like this was one of the first. I found out about her before I found out about. I want to say before I found out about Vine. Definitely before I found out before FBG. Like her story, you know, was the story that really got me into this because the openness to like the tweets and stuff like that, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I was feeling like, sure, people were being murdered, but then these kids would go online and seeing subliminals like they had something to do with it. And this is how they gain reputation. Just by saying, yeah, heard that nigga got dropped on, woo, woo, woo. You know what I'm saying? But then he came to the point, it was like, fucking obvious, they telling the truth. They really doing this shit.
Where he says fuck Tuka gang, and from here other members continued to disrespect. One of Tuka's closest friends growing up was a young girl named K.I., but you might know her better as the young girl who became a teenage assassin, supposedly racking up 17 bodies by 17. Story goes it was the death of Tuka that actually turned K.I. into a cold-blooded killer. Apparently coached and shooting by her cousin, fellow Tukaville GD boss Trell, and maneuvering in the streets by her older brother Seagull, a bloodthirsty teenage K.I. would soon become a bona fide hitter for the Tukaville GDs. Hell-bent on getting revenge for Tuka, K.I. would eventually find it in the form of OD. Around 11:35 p.m. on August 10, 2011, 20-year-old O.D. Perry, respected Wick City member, was shot and killed near Parkway Gardens on 400 block of East 64th Street. O.D. suffered multiple gunshot wounds, including one to the neck, and was pronounced dead at the Schroeder Hospital within an hour of the shooting. Just like Tuka, in his memory, the Wick City BDs renamed Parkway Gardens O Block in his memory, committing to avenge it. Of course, the likes of Chief Keef and King Von immortalised O Block as it is now known today in their music forever. The killing of O.D. Perry was supposedly revenge for the killing of Tuka, with this apparently being exemplified by the fact that it went down on Tuka's very birthday. O.D.'s killers were never apprehended, but from here, rumours begun to swirl that this was actually the first victim of teenage Tukaville assassin K.I. And one of the people pushing these rumours was, of course, Lil J, who had apparently shared the following image along with the caption, saying, "Shout out to them twins that made O Block," referring to FBG Butter and K.I. However, for the record, no one has been convicted of this crime, and there was never any proof tying K.I. or Butter to the killing of O.D. Perry. Well, actually, many years later, Freedom of Information requests did reveal that the cops did officially name K.I. and Boss Trell as subjects on the report. This came after an unnamed informant named them as the shooters in 2016, years after they had passed. At 6:46 p.m. on February the 12th, 2012, Sherroy Liggins of O Block was discovered with a gunshot wound to the head at 6400 block of South King Drive, just outside Parkway Gardens once again. You're starting to see why they call it the most dangerous block in America now, right? Sherroy remained in hospital fighting for his life for around 4 days, until February the 20th, when he was unfortunately pronounced dead at Schroeder Hospital. No one was ever caught for this crime. However, K.I. has suggested pretty heavily on Twitter that Boss Trell from Tukaville was the one responsible. With some of the internet detectives over in Tribalism digging deeper into these tweets and suggesting that when this shooting went down, Boss Trell had actually shot Sherroy from all the way across the street. Impeccable aim, apparently the result of his use of a gun with a red laser beam sight on it to improve his accuracy. That gun itself apparently even featured in the Lil J FBG Duck music video for the song Critical, a Chief Keef diss that actually dropped months after this happened. Combine this with the fact that Boss Trell himself seemed to be bragging about the incident on Twitter later in the year, with K.I. also
I bet O Block remember that.
A frankly brazen attack, which naturally only
shout out to Tor and Rain, man. That's
now I've got some extra info for you.
It was so crazy because, you know, since I had the argument league, this channel, my subscriptions on my other channel, I had to take them over. And when I went back to go to my other channel, Torin was one of them dudes. I was like, damn, I've been missing out. There was a couple people, but yeah, shout out to Torin, man. Shout out to Taz. Shout out for the content. Fuck the haters, man. Fuck the division. Fuck the stagnation. We building and we growing, man, and we, you know, we doing what we got to do. Real talk. Fuck the negativity, man.
You hear? Because Sherroy, who was actually murdered early on in this beef, is actually the brother of Sin Murder, another O Block member who was arrested by the we saw.
I mean, I don't know how experienced y'all is, but motherfuckers definitely got at this nigga for these videos. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers definitely got on him for the videos, and you know he defended himself. I'm not gonna defend him. It's a back and forth. Y'all can go find out if y'all want. But yeah, motherfuckers, you know, had a problem with him highlighting that. But yeah, you got another whole story.
C Murder tribute to his fallen brother on Instagram regularly. So with this in mind, you can understand why he would have held a years-long grudge.
Oh, that was important.
Sharoyd shed between O'Block and Tukaville in the months that followed. Now, I've got some extra info for you here, because Sharoyd, who was actually murdered early on in this beef, is actually the brother of C Murder, another O'Block member who was arrested by the feds for the murder of FBG Duck. We saw C Murder tribute to his fallen brother on Instagram regularly. So with this in mind, you can understand why he would have held a years-long grudge against the opposing gang who took the life of his brother. But it didn't end there, because the bloodshed in the streets would continue, with the likes of King Von apparently playing a major part in taking the lives of enemies from the opposing area. On October the 13th, 2012, a 17-year-old boy named Modell McCambry was walking along the street with his cousin on the way to meet a girl. This went down on the 6300 block of South Rhodes Avenue. At around 9:30 p.m, somebody walked up and opened fire, hitting Modell in the chest. He too later died in Stroger Hospital. But who was responsible, you ask? Well, many have suggested that it was actually O'Block future rap superstar King Von, mainly due to the fact that he himself had made numerous tweets to Tukaville Opwooski, where Von seems to hint at him, or at least his crew, being responsible for Modell's death. In fact, Von was actually rumoured to have been present for numerous shootings carried out by the O-Block during this period of time, which naturally built him up a feared reputation as a member who was always down to do some dirt. He himself even famously bragged in his songs to have a total of 7 bodies under his belt.
Yes. And that's crazy, because the people who live that type, like any criminal activity, you don't want attention. Like when I was coming up, you couldn't be a drug dealer and a gangbanger. You couldn't be a drug dealer and a shooter. You couldn't be a drug dealer and a rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like, no.
It is thought that King Von himself actually carried out this killing, with Von around this time developing not only a talent for murder as part of the deadly ongoing war in his hood, but also a habit of bragging about the bodies that he had caught in the streets publicly, mainly using social media and sites like Twitter to brag about his exploits in the streets. Von would even go back and forth directly with ops online for everyone to see, including this iconic Twitter exchange with rival rapper Wooski about who has more bodies. Von would tweet things around this time that he just wants to kill, and that apparently women don't want to be with him when they find out that he's a murderer. Bragging about dirt to kill rival rapper Wooski.
Let me see, he say, King Von at Wooski. LOL, the right way, but nah, I'm at school, broski. And be safe the boys be hot. I hate to see you get booked, boy. He said, all right, son, stay in school. He said, LOL, you a bitch. And I think I'm older than you. You got more. I think I'm older than you and got more bodies and attempts than you. So you my son, LOL. He said, I don't think so. Ask everybody about my background. Appreciate you, Tanzan. You already know, man. That's a wild exchange live on the internet. And despite all of this, the dude blew up and was a major figure.
About who has more bodies. Von would tweet things around this time that he just wants to kill, and that apparently women don't want to be with him when they find out that he's a murderer. Bragging about dirt in the streets on social media is a precedent that would be set early in this story and would continue throughout the entirety of the 10-year war. It seems that the young men involved in committing these crimes are surprisingly eager to brag and boast about their exploits online, presumably doing this for status or clout or ego, and it would be this habit that would play a huge part in their eventual downfall, but not before a whole lot more killing had taken place. On October 2012, a man named Derek Johnson, also known on the streets as P5 or Crack, was gunned down. Now, he wasn't actually Tukaville, but a member of Jarrow City, a Chicago gangster north of Tukaville with a long history dating to back before this feud even began. But apparently, P5 was out walking on Tukaville turf, specifically the 6200 block of South Eberhart Avenue,
where apparently J Money, King Von, and Big A of O Block were lurking in the area looking for Tuckerville ops to attack. In fact, only a day before this incident went down, King Von himself had tweeted that he was out trying to catch more bodies so that he could catch up with fellow O Block shooter T-Roy. So story goes that when these O Block shooters were out lurking, they spotted P5.
Like, not only is you put yourself out there,
opening fire,
but then you tweeting, I ain't been hanging with T-Roy like that because he been winning. I got to catch up first. Give me the Friday. You putting your homie out there like, he got more bodies than me. I got to get to it.
Catch more bodies so that he could catch up with fellow O Block shooter T-Roy. So story goes that when these O Block shooters were out lurking, they spotted P5 around 9:13 in the morning, opening fire and hitting him multiple times. Some have even gone as far as to suggest that he was actually hit 6 times in the head and in the body. P5 was taken to Stroger Hospital, once again pronounced dead within the hour. And from here, the wanton violence between O Block and Tuckerville was far from over, as the O Block side would continue to seek retribution for the attacks that had been done on them, and so soon after the P5 incident, O Block would appear to claim a high-profile member of Tuckerville. 17-year-old Rodney Stewart, aka Boss Trell, aka the red beam slinging marksman who'd allegedly killed Sharoy from way across the street for Tuckerville, was apparently planning to flee town, tweeting about being excited for a fresh start on the 6th of November, even purchasing a bus ticket with the intention of leaving town on the 10th. But unfortunately, only 2 days before his scheduled departure, on the 8th of November, Boss Trell was found face down in an alley in the 2600 block of West 83rd Street. He'd been shot in the back of the head. Now, in case you couldn't tell, the location of the shooting is a long way from O Block and Tuckerville, and it's actually been suggested by some that J Money and T-Roy were actually responsible for coordinating a setup of Boss Trell via an allegedly disloyal ex-girlfriend, apparently luring him well away from Tuckerville with the promise of meeting a girl, but when he arrived, BT was shot in the head and left for dead. His grandmother said the identity of the shooter is not a secret, but no witnesses were willing to step up. He didn't actually pass away immediately and apparently was left fighting for his life brain dead in the hospital for several days. This was followed by T-Roy of O Block, who was widely believed to have been responsible for this incident, mockingly tweeting on the 8th of November, "No, stay alive." Meanwhile, Tuckerville affiliates like FBG Cash were paying their respects to Boss Trell, but ultimately he passed away later that day. Meanwhile, of course, over on O Block, they were celebrating for having got retribution for their fallen brother Roy, but Boss Trell was, of course, a devastating loss to Tuckerville, and he was doomed in spectacular fashion. As on September the 2nd, 2013, Jerome Wood, also known as J Money, from O Block was allegedly set up. Ironically, in a way not dissimilar to how Trell had been set up, with J Money apparently visiting a location on the 16th block of South Avenue around 2 p.m. Allegedly set up by a girl on the ops turf. Legend has it that J Money was expecting to see a woman he knew, but arrived to the location to be greeted by Lil B and KI from Tuckerville. He apparently attempted to flee down a gangway into an adjacent property, was unfortunately shot in the head, collapsed and not. Tweets from other gang suggested that this incident was direct recognition for P5, as well as KI actually tweeted off about shooting people in the back of the head, tweets which many people thought suggested direct involvement by KI, referring to this exact incident. That's as far as things went in that Tuckerville video. However, things would eventually catch up with that female assassin KI, as she'd be gunned down April the 11th, 2014. And for 7 years, many people, including myself, speculated on whether King Von had been involved with the killing with some assistance from fellow O Block hitter Big A. And only in 2021 did Chicago police release documents appearing to confirm that King Von himself was indeed the killer of KI, with apparently multiple witnesses pinning Von as the shooter, but the cops ultimately didn't have enough evidence to bring an official charge against Von. But that wouldn't matter, because only around a month and a half after the murder of KI, King Von would capture yet another body, but this time end up in jail. A story which, once again, I have already covered in a detailed video on this channel. May 29th, 2014, a birthday party is taking place in Englewood, Chicago, on the 5700 block of South Street.
And in attendance at this party are 4 men. A man named Malcolm Stuckey, who's chilling at this party with 2 unnamed friends of his. And also at the party is Davon Bennett, better known nowadays as King Von, the rapper from Chicago's Block. At a certain point during the party, Malcolm and his homies are steady eyeballing King Von, who decides at this point to briefly leave the party. He goes away and allegedly gets his homie Michael Wade, aka Big Mike. Now, Malcolm later told the police he had gone to this party with King Von with the intention of acting as muscle for Von, who had planned to confront the person who had been mean-mugging him. When Von and Big Mike got back to the party around 45 minutes later, they parked up in an alleyway. Allegedly, at this point, they both got out with loaded guns and proceeded to the front porch of the property, where they opened fire on Malcolm Stuckey and the two other men. Apparently, they ended up firing over 20 shots. Malcolm Stuckey was unfortunately fatally wounded in the head. Meanwhile, the two other men attempted to flee, one into the house and the other down the street. However, unfortunately,
Hold on, I think I hear what you're saying. It's kind of like breaking up or something. I put my Ethernet cord and you switch back over to the Ethernet. Is it still? Mic check, mic check. Look like it's straightening up. It looks like it, yeah. No, I didn't. Hold on. Hold on, let me leave out. I'll be right back. Let me come back in.
Gangsters. This was the reputation that these young men were looking for in the streets that they lived in. However, in the end, when you commit a crime as bold as this, it really is just a matter of time until you get caught. And while it took the FBI over a year to put their suspects in custody, it was only a matter of weeks before the fans, Redditors, commenters, and YouTubers would solve the case, putting it out there the whole world to see with a lying accuracy who was involved in the murder of FBG Duck. So in this video, we're going to take a closer look at why anyone wanted to kill FBG Duck so badly that they would do it in the middle of a busy street in broad daylight, in front of dozens of civilians armed with smartphones. Why the men who allegedly did it would want to brag so openly about such an evil act of violence, and how their desperate went in that Tuckerville video. However, things would eventually catch up with that female assassin in AI, as she began spectacular fashion. As of September 2nd, 2013, Jerome Wood, also known as J Money, from Roblox was allegedly set up. Ironically, in a way not dissimilar to how Boss Trail had been set up, with J Money apparently visiting a location on the 6600 block of South Road Avenue around 2 p.m. Allegedly set up by a girl on the off turf, legend has it that J Money was expecting to see a woman he knew, but arrived to the location to be greeted by
by Lil B and KI from Tokyo. He apparently used to flee down a gangway into an adjacent property, but he was unfortunately shot in the head, collapsing outdoors, making it. Who's from us suggested that this incident was direct retaliation for P5, as well as Boss Trail. KI actually after this incident about shooting people in the back of the head, which many people thought suggested KI referring to this exact incident. As far as things went in that time, however, things would eventually catch female assassin KI. She gunned down on April 11th, 2014. 7 years, many people, myself, speculated whether King Von had been involved in the killing, and assisted fellow O-Block, and only after 2021, Argo documents appearing to confirm King Von himself was indeed the killer, with apparently multiple witnesses seeing Von as the shooter, but ultimately didn't have enough evidence to bring an official charge against him. But that wouldn't matter, because only around a month and a half after the murder of
Shout out Miss Whitty.
the murder of KI, King Von would capture yet another body, but this time end up in jail. A story which, once again, I have already covered in a detailed video on this channel. May 29th, 2014, birthday party is taking place in Englewood on the 5700 block of South Street. And in attendance at this party are four men named Malcolm Stuckey, who's chilling at this party with two unnamed friends of his. Also at the party, nowadays, King Von, the rapper from Chicago's O-Block. At this point during this party, his homies are Deadly Eyeball, who decides at this point to briefly leave the party. He goes away and allegedly gets his homie Michael Wade, aka Big Mike. Now, Big Mike later told the police that he had gone to this party with Von with the intention of acting as muscle for Von, who had planned to confront the person who had been mean. And when Von and Big Mike got back to the party around 45 minutes later, they came up in an alleyway. Allegedly, at this point, they both got out with loaded guns and proceeded to the front porch of the property where they opened fire on Stuckey and the two other men. Apparently, they ended up firing over 20 shots. Malcolm Stuckey was unfortunately fatally wounded in the head. Meanwhile, the two other men attempted to flee, one into the house and the other down the street. However, unfortunately, once again, both were hit by gunshots, but ultimately they both survived. At this point, alleged and Big Mike ran back to their car and fled the scene. But of course, this was a serious charge that neither of them could run from for long. Within a few weeks, they were both in custody. So, King Von would be picked up and end up sitting in jail for around 3.5 years. Eventually, he would miraculously manage to beat those charges on a technicality. But while Von was locked up, the war would continue to play out in the streets. And with one of O-Block's most fierce and hitters, King Von, locked up, the block would be vulnerable to its enemies. This would ultimately lead to the death of a number of people who were very close to Von and his friends, who we introduced at the start of this story. In the face of yet more childhood friends being murdered, allegedly at the hands of their rival 63rd, the young men of O-Block with no guidance, support, and nothing better to do than seek revenge against those who had killed their friends, formed a new gang focused solely on get back, getting retribution and revenge for their friends whose lives had been taken. This is the birth of Get Back Gang. Whilst Von had been sat in jail awaiting progress on the murder charge against him for killing Malcolm Stuckey, rival gangs from the surrounding areas were plotting attacks on the most beloved members from O-Block, and soon lives would be lost. On July 7th, 2016, Chino Block, real name Chirino Gatewood, is murdered in a Sunday morning shooting on the 5700 block of South Union, after a car allegedly pulled up with someone asking Chino where they could buy weed before opening fire, emptying the rest of the clip into his body on the ground, with Chino later dying in St. Bernard Hospital. There's been a great deal of debate online about what set specifically had something to do with this killing, but regardless of who was responsible, what we do know is that Chino from O-Block was the brother of BJ, hence why he goes by the name Chino Latino Mafia on Instagram. So here we have yet another person from O Block who's lost a relative and is likely burning for some kind of revenge. And sadly, the bloodshed for O Block would continue all the way to 2016. As Big A, O Block hitter, who is currently a feared member accompanying King Von to the KI hit, is killed himself allegedly by members associated with 63rd, being shot in the face at Sammy's Grill just across the street from O Block at around 3:10 a.m. Big A was thought to be a big bounty for his opposition because of his currently a feared member accompanying King Von to the KI hit, is killed himself allegedly by members associated. Big A was thought to be a big bounty. The bloodshed for O Block would continue all the way to 2016. Big A, O Block hitter, who is apparently a big member accompanying King Von to the KI hit, is killed himself allegedly by members associated with 63rd, being shot in the face at Sammy's Grill restaurant just across the street from O Block at around 3:10 a.m. Big A was thought to be a big bounty for his opposition because of his alleged involvement with KI's death, with him apparently even sporting the new nickname Ask KI after her death, with it even being rumoured that one of the shooters that took out Big A is indeed a blood relative of KI. At this point, O Block had already suffered a lot of losses in the street. The thing of all come in 2017, when he was best friend and one of the shooters in O Block would lose his life. Team Royal Troy was apparently deep in truth. He had words tattooed on his neck and went like tattooed on social media, just describing his video as a real issue.
No, I will fucking shoot you. Yes, I will. Now, you see me, it ain't no shit.
We're in the
building. Leave me the fuck alone. I ain't gonna get the motherfucker. You know, looking at you, none of that shit. I'm just gonna storm you, dumbass.
Boss Talk from O'Block would later tell Fuchsia's TV in an interview that Troy was a real fearless demon.
Roy is just different, you know what I'm saying? He is a real enforcer. Like Shorty was out, he's out for real, you know? Shorty is a savage on all. He's not a motherfucker that was fearless. He had no fear.
Yeah. So apparently T-Roy was truly putting in work in the war in the streets. Shortly after tweeting an angry face about 2017, T-Roy renamed James traveled to a sport casual active west. So some said he might have been shopping an outfit, while others claimed that he was op shopping, i.e. lurking in a store that he knows his rivals frequent, hoping to catch and murder them. The story goes, the person that T-Roy was looking for spotted him first, quicker on the draw, when they ultimately came face to face. Gunfire erupted inside of the store, and T-Roy unfortunately losing his life. Only a brief moment of surveillance video was captured and released, showing the moment T-Roy was caught off guard in the store by a man and an accomplice. T-Roy would be shot in the chest, later dying at the Northwestern Memorial Hospital at the young age of 23. T-Roy was beloved on his blog, with the most successful Chicago drill rappers at the time honoring.
Appreciate that, Shay. Shout out to you. Good morning. Good morning.
Lil Durk, as well as O-Block members like C Murder and King Von, who tributed him on Twitter with a caption that read, "Rest up T-Roy, real savage." This love was apparently reciprocated by T-Roy whilst he was still alive, because while King Von was locked up, T-Roy's whole Twitter page was dedicated to Von's freedom, with it still looking like this to this day, years after his death. While he was still alive, T-Roy would regularly post pictures of himself and King Von saying free his brother and right-hand man. Of course, King Von was still in jail when T-Roy was killed, with Von apparently being left broken-hearted, breaking down in his cell. Von would later go live and tell the story about what happened the day that T-Roy died and how Von prepared for vengeance.
Hey, what happened? I mean, they just killed T-Roy. Who he what? I'm T-Roy. They just killed T-Roy. I got to break it down on King Day, that shit. I couldn't help it. They helped his husband. These some real niggas. You know what I'm saying? We grown ass men. Oh, hold on, boy. That's my best friend, boy. Every time they just killed my best friend while I'm in jail. I mean, that bitch better go crazy. Oh, I'm in that bitch. Don't know what's going on. I'm in that bitch getting that. I'm in that bitch getting that. If he get got, there's a lot of hope for a lot of niggas. Everybody. Before now, everybody dying. Everybody in jail.
This is when it said that Von demanded revenge, and it was at this point that Get Back Gang was formed. Booker from 600 announced on Twitter that there was a lot to come, and blood relatives of T-Roy, HK, Zelmuna, and Slutty would all be eager to see their brother avenged. Now, obviously, given T-Roy's fearsome reputation in the streets, after he died, the opposition was seen celebrating. FBG Duck went live with somebody talking about how they were happy they had gotten T-Roy out of the way.
No folks know proud. They got him out the way. I'm on live, G. Shut the fuck up. Till a nigga get killed. Till a nigga get spilled. Damn, they on here talking about what you think about T-Roy getting popped. Damn, T-Roy got popped? When that happened? When T-Roy get popped? Damn, somebody popped him. Is he dead? Is he dead? Did he die? Damn, merchant, they popped T-Roy. It must don't be, it must ain't that important shit. It ain't all over the internet. I ain't seen shit.
Now, T-Roy was allegedly killed by a gang member by the name of TB, real name Terry Barry, with it being said that he'd been identified by a witness as the shooter in a photo lineup that circulated online. TB would also go on to tweet after the murder, Happy Valentine's Day, and saying that somebody got hit trying to do a hit. TB had actually been pictured numerous times near the murder location, as apparently this was an area that he was known to frequent. This is why it made sense for T-Roy to go there looking for him, but it would also end up, ironically, very close to where he would lose his life too. 2017 was a bloody year on the streets of Chicago, as we'd see the murder of numerous individuals, which many believe were part of Get Back Gang's coordinated revenge campaign to avenge T-Roy. Members from O-Block would tweet about an entire summer of Get Backs, even suggesting that to them, killing feels like sex. One of the lives lost during this bloody summer was Poppy, real name Sherrod Rhyme. On the 16th of June 2017, he was killed on the 7000 block of South State, outside the L&P Foods candy warehouse, where he was literally working a shift. After being asked to help a customer load some items into their vehicle, Poppy was standing outside when apparently a gunman jumped out of a car with a ski mask on, executing Poppy with a gunshot to the head, then firing 2 more shots into his body. The supposed shooter in this attack was Heck, or HK, from O-Block, with this incident himself apparently earning him the nickname Headshot King. hence the initials HK. But let me make it clear, this is nothing to be glamorized. The fact that people on the streets of America in 2017 are doing broad daylight headshot executions is something I struggle to wrap my head around. I mean, the insanity of this crime is driven home all the more by the shocking amateur video of the aftermath of this killing in scenes that are far too shocking to show you on YouTube, where traumatized members of the public scream in fear and grief in the aftermath of this terrible crime, frantically trying to help this man that's just been murdered at work in front of everybody. Poppy was mourned by people on his side of the war, people like TB, as well as FBG Duck's brother Brick, but it would only be a month and a day later, on the 17th of July 2017, that FBG Brick himself would suffer the same fate, being spotted by 3 individuals while standing on his block at 6300 South St. Lawrence Avenue. A number of men jumped out of a car and opened fire. FBG Brick, real name Jermaine Robinson, tried to run, and the man he was with, Kobe, real name Stanley Jacoby Mack, was shot dead on sight, whilst Brick was chased into a gangway where he was sadly shot to death too. A lot of conflicting reports have circulated suggesting who was responsible for these killings, and since his arrest for the murder of FBG Duck, the C murder from O Block has also been accused of killing Brick, while many internet detectives believe that HK, the headshot king, played a part in this slaying too. But regardless of who was involved, once again, there is nothing glamorous about this. The immediate aftermath of this horrendous act was also caught on video in scenes that are far too shocking to show you on YouTube. Once again, as traumatized members of the public stand by as Brick's mother and FBG Duck arrive to the scene to witness and break down at the tragedy that has just unfolded in their community. After this, FBG Duck was pictured at the scene with his mother, and it was here that apparently something very important happened. Because apparently, this is when FBG Duck's mum told her son not to get revenge in the streets for his brother, but to instead focus on his music career and help his family in a better way.
And I was sitting on the ground, and him and my auntie was hugging me. And I was in my son's ear, and I was like, Duck, I need you. I don't need you doing nothing stupid. I say, Duck, I need you. And me telling that to my son, he went to that motherfucking studio and went crazy. That pain music out here from 17 up until he got signed, that was motivation for me. Because I could have been like, hell no, I want all them motherfuckers dead. I'm finna go kill some motherfuckers myself. Nah. See, what God got planned for you, can't nobody interfere with it. Because God already written it for your life to be like that.
Now, Duck and Brick's mother is a strong woman, but more on her later on in this story. A little while after the killing, FBG Duck goes live on Brick's Instagram account. Initially, Duck just looked at the camera looking somber, as many in the comments would type RIP Brick, telling Duck to get out of the city as soon as possible. But after 2 minutes of silence, Duck did begin to speak, and it was serious.
If you mention Brick or Kobe, you're gonna die.
Duck would later discuss the loss of his brother in a Vlad TV interview, refusing to say if he knew who was responsible.
So nobody knows what happened? Like, even if I did, I wouldn't even speak on it.
A few days after the hit, O Block members were pictured on their block in good spirits. And as time goes by, members of O Block like E-Dog would tweet publicly that more get-backs are on the way. And this time, they were looking for their most coveted revenge, hoping to kill TB for the murder of T. Roy, with HK lurking in his ops IG lives, asking where TB is at in the days leading up to the attack. Then on September the 26th, 2017, it's thought that HK caught TB sitting on a porch, only moments away from that very same store where T. Roy was killed. And according to the incident report, Shoot was pulled up in a stolen black car, hopping out, firing multiple shots, and hitting 2 people. TB, real name Terry Barry, was later pronounced dead at Northwestern Hospital. If HK did this killing as the internet has suggested, then this means that he personally avenged his brother, T. Roy. And it does make me wonder just how much satisfaction he truly would have gotten out of carrying out that murder. Because at the end of the day, all we have is another young man dead, and the cycle continues. Tweets around the time of TB's passing mourned him with the nickname T. Roy Slayer, seemingly confirming that TB was indeed the killer of T. Roy. And following TB's murder, of course, O Block members would tweet about there being new op packs, saying that TB shouldn't have dissed their dead friends and mocking him along with other deceased members. Boss Top from O Block would later even tweet at him directly, saying that he begged for his life. These T. Roy. And following TB's murder, of course, O Block members would tweet about there being new op packs, saying that TB shouldn't have dissed their dead friends and mocking him Von with other deceased members. Boss Top from O Block would later to even tweet at him directly, saying that he begged for his life. These celebrations wouldn't continue for long, however, as the following month, on the 24th of November 2017, the supposed headshot king, Heck, or HK, real name Hakeem Murray, is confronted at O Block and killed. He was shot numerous times in the body and pronounced dead at Northwestern Hospital. This is yet another tragedy. T-Roy's brother, who had just avenged his death, HK, would now be gone too, leaving behind two more grieving relatives in O Block, Slutty and Zell. Of course, O Block's rivals reacted positively to HK's death on social media. Meanwhile, he was being mourned by O Block members like C Murder, E-Dog, and even Lil Durk expressed his sadness at the news. But this war was far from over, and you can best believe that there was more bloodshed on the way after this incident. But what happened next surprised a lot of people, as one of the most feared members from O Block, who had been out of action and off the streets for around 3.5 years at this point, would return to the war and play a massive role in assisting the killers from O Block continue their bloody campaign for getbacks. You know who I'm talking about, King Von.
I could imagine being in jail for that 3 years, saved his life.
Out of jail after beating all of his charges on that murder case. This was apparently the result of his co-defendant Big Mike initially attempting to put the blame on Von, admitting to the cops that he fired shots, but suggesting that King Von was the killer who shot fatally, implicating himself in the crime, but suggesting that he was going to cooperate with the police. Meanwhile, King Von kept his mouth shut entirely, not saying a word for the entire 3.5-year wait for trial. And once his day in court came, because he'd not said a word, Von was acquitted, and Big Mike, who admitted firing shots that night, was sentenced to 28 years, in the end refusing to implicate King Von in court at all, with Von even later dropping lyrics that suggested that a witness had been murdered in the process of him beating his case. So, while Von is celebrating being fresh home from jail, his main opposition are beginning to make waves in the music industry. In January 2018, FBG Wooski drops the very disrespectful track Computers. FBG Duck was dancing in the video, and the track itself was crammed with disses aimed at fallen members of O Block on their side of the wall. He dissed Big A, J Money, OD, Chino, and more names associated with 600, a set affiliated with O Block that we're not going to focus on in this story for simplicity's sake. But it wasn't just Wooski.
Appreciate that, Corey.
In February 2018, the music video for FBG Duck's smash hit drill song Slide releases. The chorus of the song is quite literally Duck inviting his ops to slide on him and fire shots in his direction. And the entire music video is basically just Duck rapping whilst toting a gun with a drum magazine surrounded by shooters, giving the camera an open invitation for anybody in Chicago to come and slide on him. Setting aside the sentiment of these lyrics, Duck was doing what his mother had told him to do when Brick passed away, focusing his energy on music rather than the streets. And sliding on a song rather than sliding on an actual drill really paid off for Duck. He allegedly signed a $2 million record deal off the back of Slide, but on the other hand, it is easy to overlook the real message of that song, which really is an open invitation for any of his enemies in the city to come and find him and kill him. Now, clearly not content with the opposition having some success in the music industry, since beating his murder case and coming home, King Von decided to use his interesting backstory to kickstart a career in drill music too. On May 27, 2018, dropping the song Beat That Body with fellow body beater THF Bezu, a track coming with insane lyrics where Von catching that body, beating it, and saying that he plans to catch even more. Von's insane backstory would be irresistible to fans of Chicago drill music. But while FBG Duck had promised his mother to focus on music rather than sliding in the streets, the same couldn't really be said for King Von, who while beginning his career as a part-time rapper, didn't seem to have any plans on giving up his full-time role as an O Block driller. And in the months following King Von's musical debut, killings would still play out on the street, with King Von directly plugged into the action. The next unfortunate life to be lost in this story is a friend of FBG Duck's by the name of Can't Get Right, aka
Can't Get Right. Like, it's a dude named Duke. He just got released from prison under that Trump shit when Trump let all them people out of jail. He was a boxer, man, and he was in the big ring and finna touch a lot of money. And oh yeah, Corey, we watched the Jacksonville one. Was finna touch a lot of money and got caught up in a drug deal. A drug deal. Like, ain't no way in hell I'm finna let my dude get into no murders or no drug deals and you the bag. Like, you make it out. You got the legal way to make money. We don't have to criminalize ourselves any longer. I'm going to dedicate to making sure you protect it. That's crazy. Shannon in the building. What's good, KS?
What up, bro?
Man, I can't call it.
Yo, where's Chris? Where's Chris at? You listen, Chris? You listening, Chris?
No, Chris ain't been on
He's
today.
talking shit.
Yeah, that's what he do. That's what he do.
Oh my connection is fucked
Yeah.
up.
No, it's cool.
Man. Duck is seen in a vlog hanging out with Man back in the day.
You got 28 man. Yeah. Everything 2 man.
Interestingly, throughout this interview, Can't Get Right is looking over his shoulder and looking out for Duck the entire time. Just goes to show you how unsafe you really are standing on these blocks. And this was in an interview where Duck shockingly says that he will kill anybody.
Bro, let me say something real quick. That echo is fucked up.
Any Chicago rappers really different.
What's good?
Where's Chris at?
I don't know.
I ain't like how you was talking about, you know, that debate with Moonflower and T-Duck. I ain't like that shit.
So?
Talking about, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, you gotta let people have their opinion, man. These debates is gonna start a lot of conversations, man. You gotta learn. But I guess that's your world. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I learned, man. The internet allows you access to a lot of ripples that you make that you wouldn't know existed. Like, don't get caught up in a lot of those ripples. A lot of those ripples, you know, they happen. You're a person, you know. You make moves.
But as a man, you shouldn't be talking about women like that. Especially black women.
Like I said, I ain't hear what he say. I don't know what you're talking about. So I mean,
that's some bitch shit right there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got his number.
Crazy.
You got his number.
I don't fuck with Chris. After that debate I had with
you got his phone number in real life, though. Why you ain't calling?
Yeah, to set up debates. I don't respect that shit.
That's what the panel for too, setting up debates. If you could get on here and say he a bitch and you don't appreciate him, you know, say that that's some bitch shit, and you don't appreciate him talking like that, you could definitely call him or text him and tell him that too. Text him, tell him jump on the panel. Text him, tell him jump on the panel so you.
I'm on my phone, bro.
Get off.
Text him right now.
Get off your phone and text him. Get on the panel so you can talk to him.
It's just whack, bro.
It's whack.
Cause she's a divested. Don't mean you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up.
We gotta set up debates, bro.
All right, let's set some debates up.
Right now you gossiping. Someone's already dead. You gossiping about them, bro.
Unfortunately, on July the 16th, 2018, Can't Get Right, aka Man, real name DeAndre Wallace, is waiting for food outside of a store on the 400 block of East 63rd Street. At some point, 2 people pulled up and waited outside. And when Can't Get Right was spotted coming out of the store, 2 men ran up, opening fire, killing both their target and an innocent bystander who was just there sweeping up outside of the restaurant. Once again, CCTV footage captured the shooting, and witnesses on the scene with their smartphones captured the aftermath in scenes that are far too shocking to show you on YouTube. Both men were pronounced dead at the Chicago hospital.
They are looking for the gunman who killed 2 men overnight. They were standing outside of a store in the city's Woodlawn neighborhood when someone started shooting. A 42-year-old man was shot in the chest. He died at the hospital. The other victim, a 22-year-old, also died. Police say the 22-year-old is a known gang member and was the intended target.
And to make matters worse, it's said that FBG Duck was shot the same day in an incident said to have taken place some hours later at a different location. Though for the record, some have suggested that Duck might have been shot in the same incident as Can't Get Right, but may have only been found with injuries later on away from the scene, refusing to give an accurate report of his involvement. But regardless of what actually went down, it just goes to show you just how unsafe FBG Duck was staying in his city even after becoming such a success.
successful rapper with a big deal. But in some ways, even more crazy than the crime itself was what went down on social media immediately afterwards. As King Von would go live on Instagram the same day as the double murder, alongside Mimo600, apparently from Atlanta, with the sole purpose of mocking his deceased ops. And I've got to tell you, this live is wild. It's truly a masterclass in self-snitching. They start off lighting a blunt, saying can't get right, and asking the viewers what just happened.
There you go. Can't get right. There you go. Can't get right because I can't get right.
I know. Everybody know that one time. What just happened? What just happened?
A lot of places happen.
You right there with your hand. I'll tell you think about who got killed. That's what I'm asking y'all. Who got killed, gang?
Yeah.
Can't get right, got killed.
Word. Can't get right.
Can somebody show me a picture? I don't think I know y'all talking about. Is this can't get...
Is that can't get right? Is this him? Is this can't get right?
This ain't called snitching. I'm just trying to get verified.
From here, people start commenting in the chat, can't get up. And it seems like the O-Block hitters are so amused by this wordplay that they basically just confess to being involved in the murder on the spot.
Can't get up. Oh no.
They always make some shit before we do it. They beat us to it every time.
Y'all should start killing people. Cause y'all be doing this. You doing it, man.
Oh, Steve, this nigga crazy.
After this, we see the crew say that it was 2 people down, and that they're
Black Power,
on whoever it is,
yes,
seemingly
sir.
unaware that the second person who was killed at that scene was just an innocent cleaner.
They said 2 down. Damn.
2 men that I can't
take
David,
they said it on both our lives. On 2 piece? 2 piece? I can take somebody roll up.
I'm gonna hit up Chris.
Whoever else got hit.
Real talk, these guys are so twisted, they even started to react mockingly to their ops posting long tributes to their fallen friends on Instagram.
You see that paragraph under that picture, you know it's over. Damn, best friend, you just told me to pop out. I remember back in the days when you just told me to pop out, best friend. Why the fuck you do me like this? You bogus as hell. They ain't trying to, bitch.
They gonna be different sound too. You know, you try not get caught like that.
From here, they
That's fucked up.
FN gave them a fade like Boosie.
That is fucked up. That is fucked up. That nigga said they're gonna be dissing the shit out of you. You better not get caught. That's crazy. That is crazy.
I remember back in the days when you just told me to pop out, best friend. Why the fuck you do me like this? You bogus as hell. They ain't trying to, bitch.
They gonna be different sound too. You know, you try not get caught like that.
From here, they keep
That's
ops by specific
crazy.
block and saying that the FN
That
gave
is
them a fade
crazy.
like Boosie.
Steady taking loss. ST fucking L. Steady taking loss. Motherfucking fresh fade. Boosie boo. Why did they even put him on first like he was even like that though?
Then Von comes back and says straight up that he must have known he was going to die and that no one will care anyway.
He probably knew he was gonna die.
That's a fact.
Don't nobody even kill like that. I don't think they gonna slide like that. I don't think nothing's gonna happen because of that. So
They for the way to rap for their money on that.
we ain't even gonna act like we nothing.
Shout out to Malik Ray.
Whoever ain't get shot, you lucky today. Going out, it's over.
Then they even started reliving the hit, saying that their ops aren't even used to somebody jumping out of a car and firing a gun at them non-stop.
Somebody just popping on the cuff for real, really
at your ass.
Really on your ass. You just shit the fly past your way, you just want to boot up on the knees, just acting like you stay tough. But them bitches get hit you, you damn, this shot can't move.
Crook getting that deal before they got you too.
So while Von is on live bragging about this hit from another city, back in O-Block, Moonwalk posted a picture with Duke telling the world that they are shooters. E-Dog from O-Block jumped on Twitter to say that the get back is not over. Von would later tweet about there being a new op pack suggesting that his brothers are the one that made it. Meanwhile, FBG Duck was reacting to the loss of his close friend and his own shooting on his story, saying that he was sick with grief. At this point, in my opinion, it is truly unbelievable that King Von really thought that he could manage and multitask his ties in both the streets and the music industry. By August, his song Problems is dropping on Lil Durk's Only the Family compilation album, with the whole song being about Von saying that he basically has hitters that are out catching bodies for him.
Why are you giving this white clown clout, bro?
Ironically, one where no one would even lose their
Huh?
life.
Why you doing this, bro?
Hey, Chanel, I ain't gonna play with you. And what's so crazy is that I feel it's messed up that they able to use. You gotta hold on. I feel like it's crazy they can use their music against them in court cases. But when you can actually line up the music to real cases, you making a legitimacy to that shit. So you really fucking up the rap game because now you can't even really talk about the hood and what goes on in the hood because y'all cases are allowing federal laws to be made to use or state laws to use your music. Like it's the most insane.
Rap is voodoo music, bro.
You said what? Said what?
Hip hop rap is voodoo music. It can be used for good or bad.
That's cool. Like I said, man, y'all can have hip hop. Y'all can have rap. Like I'm making some other shit. Man. My music, some other shit, man. I can't even claim like real talk. Fuck all that shit. Like, if you vibe with it, you vibe with it, cool. But you know, just like I fuck with some country western music, some rock and roll. I'm not a country western singer or rock and roll. You know what I'm saying? And if that's what hip hop is, if that's not what I grew up knowing hip hop as, and if y'all calling this hip hop, you know, to me, I'll respect it and say, fuck, you know, my genre of music is something different. You know, I don't know what to call it, but you know, it's back to the movement. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't do it just to incriminate ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like you're supposed to rap and spread knowledge. Yeah, you're gonna have some controversial shit in your music. That's the life that you've been exposed to. But you also gonna step outside of that boundary and talk about things that are on the other side of the track. You know? And when people fail to do that, then to me there's a clear agenda. I could listen to 45 minutes of you and learn nothing. The whole 45-minute album and I learned nothing. Yeah. That's not it. That's not it. What you want to say, bro?
Some people, some rappers, they know how to spit real shit. Like I'm talking, I mean, the foundation of hip hop is not. You know, like I said, it's voodoo music. It should be. It can be used for good or bad. It depends on the listener. And some hip hop songs that can inspire you. There's some that can make you want to do some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Make you when you're feeling do some crazy shit. There's some that can make you turn 100 into 10K.
That's what's up. Do a panel or something. But yeah, it's like they unstable people and put them on and give them a bag. Like when I look at a lot of these people, man, like to me, like real talk, you wouldn't fuck with these niggas in real life. Like Kodak Black, NBA Youngboy, what's the motherfucking name down there in Memphis? With the big head dude. Damn, what's that nigga name, man? That like these niggas, man, they act funny, bro. These niggas act retarded. They act like they don't know how to act around motherfuckers. Like they don't know how to act in front of a camera. They don't know how to be themselves. Like, you know, they clown.
People that seek like that type of clout or to like want to be famous and you know what I'm saying, that want to become celebrities, they're already suspect from the get-go. You know what I mean? It doesn't. I mean, someone has to become a celebrity. Someone has to become famous, but the real man don't even care about that shit.
A real man don't care. Gaining influence.
You don't need to gain. No one needs to gain. No one needs to idolize himself.
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by what do you mean by idolize?
People want to become famous and for the wrong reason. They want that clout. They want they want people to idolize them.
Yeah, that's true. But I think some people, I think it's natural. We're social beings. It's natural to, the bigger the crowd, the bigger the more love you feel. Like there's a difference. If you could get, two people that love you, that's yeah, like yeah, you won. But if you got millions of people that love you, come on, bro. Like
Cares about
what's
that.
up? Well, obviously you don't. But I mean, a lot of people like where would you be if it wasn't for people being influenced? Probably in the same place now. It don't really look too goddamn. Yeah. Yang in the building, Black Power. What's good with you, bro? The link pinned to the top of
Black
the
Power. Black Power, man. What's good?
Man, you already know hanging in there.
No doubt. Now, I think on the whole hip hop thing, I like what you said about imparting information about us learning, and it just ties to who we are as a people. Part of our culture is griots. We've always been a verbal people. We've always learned verbal.
You got an echo, Shanard.
I got echo.
No, Shanard did.
Okay. Yeah. So we've always been a verbal people. We've always learned like that. That's just a part of our makeup. So hip hop was just the modernization, the urbanization of something that is ancient amongst our people. Drum beat, passing messages. I agree with you completely. And this is, there again, could go into other things. The problem of capitalism is commercialization and holding nothing sacred. Hip hop is a sacred art form. It's created by us, the Black African here from America, baby. That's our thing. And our problem with it being indoctrinated and saturated with capitalism is we hold nothing sacred, so we sell everything. And it just became another commercial medium. It was how me being a Midwesterner knew everything that was going on in New York. I knew about Delancey Street, Crooklyn, Boogie Down Bronx, Queensbridge before even having gone to these places based on the Black CNN, which was called hip hop, rap, or, whatever language we're trying to put on this very sacred art form that we had. So I think once we start recognizing who we are as a people, we will start being more appreciative of our creations. And then once we do that, they'll become sacred and we won't allow them to be infected. We won't sell them out for mere pennies so that they'll be used to influence and persuade our people to a life that isn't advantageous for us as Black Africans here in America.
Now, do you think that coming aware of who he is comes internally or from other people who retain the information and spread it?
Say it one more time. Do I think what?
Do you think us coming to be aware of who we are comes internally or from people who actually hold the information and keep it revolving?
I think a little bit of both. Being a revolutionary, I believe in materialism or material dialectics. I believe that internal stimuli based on outside factors should help mold who we need to be. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is the reality of our existence should be based on our success, should be based on forward mobility. I can appreciate the ancient scriptures we run to as Black people, the comedics and all that shit. That's some feel good shit. Finding yourself in history is feel good. But when we go to that and try to make contemporary problems fit some ancient comedic shit or some biblical shit, then what we're practicing is escapism and not really assessing the problem realistically and making those scriptures, those inspirations, whatever they may be, fit today's times that would push us and propel us forward. So I believe that us finding out who we are will come from internal stimulation, internal stimuli, analyzation of what's best for us. And if we want to be successful, we must know, we don't have to believe what motherfuckers say about us, but we must know how the Black man and woman is looked at, from the Black African from America, the melanated person from here is looked at not just nationally, but also internationally. And then because once you know how a sucker sees you, you know how to play a sucker. You know, so us creating these little fictional worlds and shit and thinking that we can mold international policy and international perspective into our little bitty historical documents is going to kill us.
Yeah, I say you got to play the game to change the rules. Tell y'all in the building, shout out to you, sis. The floor is on you. What's on your mind?
Hey, brother. Well, I just want to say this because it kind of bothers me that I hear the same old talk. See what it is a lot of our brothers gotten so comfortable with this. I get it. I like some gangster rap, but there's some things where where we draw the line here. Like sometimes we got to cut that umbilical cord on certain things. Uh, being revolutionary has nothing to do with just glorifying what's going on in your hood. Everybody know what the hell's going on in the hood. Why are we gonna repeat that shit and think that's something that's supposed to inspire anybody? That's depressing as shit. Like like back in the days, hip hop was based on, the 42 laws of my aunt and all that good stuff and love the black woman and they was doing just that. And somewhere down the line, we're echoing here. Thank you, Shenard. Somewhere down the line, it's been this thing where in the beginning, uh, you had people like EPMD was talking about they're not selling out. You had a couple of rap artists that says I'm not selling out, or
Yes.
called the crossover, remember? And but you had a lot of folks who did. They signed a contract with some Jewish people. I mean, ton of these people saw money. People saw money in black folks. That's why I told a lot of us. Told a lot of black people we're money. We're money. And it's not that they got the money or the money, and they need us to make them rich. And dumbasses went over there, signed up contracts, and they were controlled like puppets. Where they got to the point where now you don't even need to sign or convince a black brother. And they only target the men. Like they think y'all the dumbest ones. Okay, I don't care how good your lyrics are. You already fell for the propaganda, and it don't even matter anymore because now
Real
you
shit.
don't have to sign on contract. You can just get on there and and see your homie you didn't like across the street or that you never liked across the street and talk about killing him, his sister, his mama, and all the stuff. And then
You got
he
white
goes
people
back
controlling voodoo music.
and
That's
I'm
crazy.
not
Go ahead.
done. Why you gonna jump? Come on, man. You can't hold water for shit, dude.
I'm listening,
Let me,
mama. I'm listening.
because I'm not gonna
Great.
interrupt you for nothing. Cause see, I don't care nothing about your life right now. Can you please mute that mic? Thank you. I'm so my thing is, this is the biggest glorification we have here, and no one's talking about well, we do have one song that I heard by a group, but nobody want to support that. They scared to listen to it. And I'm talking about our own people. But I did. I blasted that song. I didn't care where I was going. And the song was called Kill Whitey. That song was slapping. Not only was it slapping, I was cracking up the way they started talking about white people. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, why people ain't talking about that shit? If you want to talk about white supremacy, how come you can't put off some songs talking about, okay, remember how them brothers was how them white guys was talking about how they gonna start purging black people? Okay, well how come y'all didn't respond back to that with some rap songs talking about I wish you would come to our hood, white boy. I mean
Because a
something,
sellout.
what I'm saying?
Because
Some lyrics that's talking about, protecting your own people, your own hood, including the sisters and the brothers and what I'm saying, because maybe that's gonna teach you to protect your own unconsciously. You're gonna protect your own no matter what. Because because a lot of these rap songs is anti-black women. A lot of these songs is anti-black other
exactly.
brothers. A lot of these songs is I'll dish your family, I'll kill your family. And all that same shit is about getting high, syrup, do is fuck, and all this other stuff. And see what it did, it killed the vibe of black men wanting to be with wanting to pick their wives, you know what I'm saying, whether she's dark or light. You know what I'm saying? It killed all of that. And they target black
Stop
men
the cap.
for the most. and then black men fell for that shit now. And see, that's why y'all gotta hold that L down. That being said, black men gotta stop putting black women in the middle of that shit. We ain't coming out here talking about killing each other. I'm not talking about killing Riri across the street. I'm not promoting any hatred towards my sisters. I'm not promoting hatred towards my baby daddy. I'm not promoting hatred at all.
But
Black women are not
that's
promoting hatred on their spirit. Uh,
that
eh,
started. That
but we are
started.
promoting some sex.
The white music executives they promote
Everything
that
you
shit.
just said was
You
hate.
know what I'm
The
Everything
saying?
you
white
just
the
said was
white
hate
music
towards
Self
black
executives
people.
they
self
promote
hatred.
that shit.
Some of these sisters promote self hatred.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's starting now with the generation of female rappers
I'm
that I see
saying,
now. Yeah, they talking about clapping each other and all type of shit. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. That shit is
Well,
crazy.
only L black
okay,
men gonna say
but
only
What's
L
up,
black men
Madon?
gonna say
Peace,
listen,
the truth.
they
Madon. Peace. Black power.
but
Peace,
they
black power,
follow
squad boss.
behind.
What's happening? What's
What?
up, Judge
They
Hayru,
follow
King Bernard?
behind. They follow behind
What's
who
up? What's
started this?
up?
Peace, peace.
Follow behind black.
Judge
They follow
Daniel
behind the
Heru,
black
peace
men.
too.
Everything. I even when I went to when I was in Santa Clara and I was on my way to Great America. I was me and my daughters going to Great America, and for the first time in my life, that was like 7, 8 years ago. For the first time in my life, when I was with my daughter, we was at Great America. We stood in the line, right? It was the sister. She was standing next to her dude, and both their asses was sagging. What kind of shit is that? Women were not sagging until they start seeing niggas sag. So then you got baby mamas who got their little babies, sons sagging. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's just horrible, horrible. And we can't even talk
Sagging
about
ain't never
how
got
we
nobody
do.
killed.
Listen. I don't give a hell. You over here showing that you're a faggot. I don't care. That's what sagging is, faggot.
See,
So I
this
don't, I
this
don't
is the
care. You want to show your
propaganda.
damn drawers to the world?
You've been on here
You
spreading
got
that
weirdos
rhetoric.
already looking at your ass when you wear skinny jeans, and
You've
you
been on
mean to
here.
tell me that y'all couldn't even support a sister like me, clothing line for our sons so they can look decent and have things done for our sons. You guys failed our sons. We and I'm over here like a mom. I'm over here getting my ass handed to me, but I don't give a hell. I'm still gonna get up and start making clothing lines for our sons. Our sons gotta look decent. They ain't gotta look like no fucking hood Negro, and then no damn skinny jeans cutting off your balls. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Why would you sit there and put yourself in a situation where you just gonna be a goddamn follower? You're never a leader. You're not showing that you're a
Mama,
leader.
cause the
And then a lot of these
punks,
songs
those are
that's
punks you
a lot of
talking
these
about. Those
songs
are
that are
bitches you
popping up,
talking about.
a lot of
See, this
these
is the
songs that
bull.
are
Hey,
popping
No
this
up
is
real
the
man, no real
bullshit.
man
and the
sags the
This is the
pants.
president failed.
bullshit
I
that
never,
got
I
to stop.
never
This is
sag
the
my pants.
bullshit. This is the spreading that's
See,
got to
Mr.
stop.
Brother, I didn't even I didn't even interrupt any of that smoking. I have
Every
not
generation
interrupted
of
you,
black
brother.
people have had
I don't care
some
about
type of
every
cultural
generation. We supposed to stop.
fashion.
We supposed to
Hold on,
Sister,
Tajon. Let
are
me
you
get this
going? Are
point
you
out
spread
right
going to
quick.
be
Hold on,
quiet?
Tajon. Let me get this point out right quick.
Right. So some decorum. Every generation has had a cultural dress code. Even in the 80s, they dressed a certain way. People complained about it. When they dressed a certain way in the 70s, they had something to say about it. When we dressed a certain way in the 90s, they had something to say about it. We dressed a certain way in the 2000s.
So you
We
don't
all
think that
had
this
different.
is so you don't think it's a problem with dudes sagging their pants and showing their drawers?
Nah, not at all, man.
bullshit.
Because
Oh damn, you cooked yourself,
That's
bro.
I
You
don't hear
cooked
crazy.
nah,
nothing but
because
yourself.
the dashikis.
That's crazy.
no, I don't see a
I
problem
don't
with
want to
it
hear nothing but the
because
dashikis and all that
because just
stuff.
because you
You had your
hold on,
black
just because you
pride when
sag
you
your
wore your
pants,
dashiki.
just because you sag your pants doesn't mean you're
Ain't nobody,
counterproductive.
didn't nobody say that. Nobody said that. I
You
asked
said it.
you, you
You
don't have
don't?
a problem with men sagging their pants and showing their drawers, despite
No,
what
because it's
people
not.
may misaccurately say that means.
Hey, Suave. Let me
Nah,
ask you a
nah,
question.
because Michael Jordan got draws commercials on TV.
Okay, that's what's
Man,
up.
I don't care
Judge
about
Hey,
that
Hayru,
Oh
hey,
shout
shit,
look,
out
look,
Chris
to
look.
just
you.
called me back.
What's
Chris
up,
called me
Suave?
back. Hold on.
What's up, Suave?
What's
Hey,
good?
man.
Go ahead. The
I want to
floor
add.
on you.
I want to add to that. To what you just said. But first, I want to give you big props for last night's debate. You and Domo, just like in Bad Boys, when Mike Lai was talking to mine, he said, "That's how you drive. That's
Yeah,
how you drive."
that's hard. That's hard.
Mike
That's
That
Laird.
hard.
shit.
It's Mike Laird.
That
Michael
shit
Slay.
was the standard, the pinnacle of how you fucking debate at SVDL. And I don't even get hype like that.
Man, I
That
appreciate
shit
you for making it
was the
happen, man. Don't get it
and
twisted.
I'm gonna tell you like this. It wasn't the money.
This was just two brothers who had mutual respect. But during the debate, you saw Domo turn up, and you turned up, and it was like, damn, are they finna get into it? But it was just in the heat of the argument and the debate, and y'all went in, and then y'all shook hands at the end. It was no problems. It was no ad hominems. It was none of that. It was strictly on the information and on the rhetoric, and y'all attacked each other and y'all prodded each other, and y'all did a fantastic fucking job. I mean, that was the debate, and you know what I'm saying.
So I felt like you should have won that one.
If I would have thought of it more, man, I'm gonna tell you, it should have been more money.
Hey,
should have
I
been
felt
more
like you should
fucking
have
money.
won that one.
Because it was
I
the
felt like you
debate.
should have won that one, Suave.
It was the
Right.
rhetoric. It was the points. It was the topic, because it meant so much, and it was something that wasn't just trivial as far as in just something to talk about. It was something that actually was a topic in our community, things that have been talked about and discussed. So people have different views on it, and so I will say, you did an excellent job. You always do a great job in the rapid fire round. You did a great job with asking the questions in the premise, and I think it maybe add a little bit more, or it kind of made the judges think, okay, well, what is Domo talking about? It's a great question. He did the exact same thing. I'm gonna say something about Domo. Domo strongest area was not the rapid fire. For the last two seasons, it was not. Everybody in season 2, they said, if you want to get Domo, you have to get him in the rapid fire, so his weakest area. He came with it. And it was like he was studying you. Because I was like, wait a minute, this ain't the same Domo. This isn't the Domo from, I'm thinking I said, if Suave go pull away, it's going to be in the rapid fire. Domo must have been practicing. And then the night before, I said, hey, you know the format, right? Domo immediately got off the panel and said, hey, man, I got to go. I practiced for the whole wrong platform. I got to get ready for Suave. So that's big ups. That's respect.
Yeah, shout out to Domo, man.
I agree
most
with
people would have stayed on
that
the
money
panel
is a motivator.
and talking shit. He said, no, I got to end this. I got to go. And he took it serious, and it showed. So I thought, I was like, man, you know what? I hope that the rest of the league can take heed to this, see it, kind of implement it, study your opponent, respect him, look at his argument, because you guys both understood each other's argument while still trying to find flaws in it. But y'all understood each other's argument the whole time, which made it easier for the judges, which made it easier for the audience and the chat to follow, which made for a really, really good debate. And I'm looking forward to, another debate with you and maybe Chris, or you and maybe Blue, or you and maybe Anon in a money debate. And I'm just trying to be,
How much money was on the
innovative.
table?
It was like 350, 342.
Yeah, 3 something.
Yeah.
Turn that into
Oh shit!
Yeah, and so with the money,
I would have had some outside judges on that one. Me personally.
must on the other debate.
Yeah, nigga, I need my $100
coming up, because of the
Daniel,
way that this was.
Daniel, let me ask you this question, Daniel.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question. So you think? Okay, now I came up with the idea that money should be put in the pot because we may get some real good folks to go for the debate. Now, what do you think if we have universal debate league? What do you think the money's in the pot and we start debating folks we automatically have an opposition against? What do you think?
Say that again. You said
Like
the
say
money in the pot.
say like we already know what we time. But say like now we ready to debate
You cutting out, mama.
someone from Africa.
Yeah, you breaking up.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, the white man taking out your
Okay,
signal.
like 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 someone from like Africa or from Britain, and say like they have something that they got that they would like to debate us on that they don't believe, or they don't like about Black Americans, right? And you say, well,
Right.
I think ABC, for example, you could say, you had a couple of folks coming from the continent coming in on this channel, and putting their 2 cents in certain things, in front of the debate league. What do you think? You know,
Yeah. Um,
ready to challenge.
well, yeah. So I think that's as long as they join the league and they follow the format and the rules and can adhere by the code of ethics. I think it's a great idea. We've already been looked at like other debaters as far as the ones, especially in Britain, and that on it's called a debaters corner, and certain other bringing other elements in. Um, my thing is as this debate league grows, and it is growing, as it always has been. We'll end up getting other debaters from other leagues that will challenge. I believe, because I think some debaters had a problem with it because we're talking about information, and if we're having certain topics, then the debaters at SVDL has to be that champion that will take all comers, no matter what their race or ethnicity is. If it is a topic in which we discuss here, and say somebody that's Arab or Muslim or white or Chinese or whoever, if they want to bring the smoke, we have to be able to take that challenge. That's what
And
makes
here's
the
who I want to
league
ask you a
grow,
question.
right? Yes.
Let me ask you a question real quick. All right. Hasn't America shown us that whether you're a black man sagging, wearing a suit, khakis, police uniform, you're still not respected. You're still
Why you care? Why
disrespected, and
you
you
care? Why
still
you
looked
care
at
about
as
what?
a criminal.
Why you
Yeah,
care about white people
that's a
respecting
different
you, bro?
conversation.
Why do you care?
Even if we wasn't under white supremacy, I still wouldn't
Well,
want men to walk around with their
Why?
well,
clothes.
let me ask. Let me
Why you
answer it
care?
like
If
this.
white people respect you, bro?
Let me answer it like this.
Shanard, your
You
name is
gotta
not
go ahead, bro.
Jesus.
Let me answer it like this.
My bad. Go ahead.
To answer your question is, throughout history, black men and women have always been, and I think when we start talking, I know we're talking about just black men sagging, but anytime that we have a conversation about blackness, we always have to include, at least mention, black woman, because it's not about necessarily man and woman to a large degree. It's being black, and it's a racial thing. But you are right to a sense that yes, throughout history, no matter how we have dressed, we have been attacked and oppressed by the system and white supremacy. However, the way that you dress makes you more of a target for those racial attacks by this white supremacy system. So, for case in point, right? A racist police officer may look for a black person, right? They want to attack them. They want to fuck with them or whatever.
But if he's
But
driving, he can't see his pants.
hold on. But if you have a person who is dressed a certain way, it may make him more of a target based on his perception and ideology of how black people are. So a person that may be dressed in just some pants, not sagging, with a hat on, right, may not be much of a target of someone who is sagging their pants, wearing a bigger shirt, with the hat to the side, because this is, you understand, a lot of times this is what they see as far as in the media. This is what they're like. This is the guy that you watch out for. This is the
Wording,
black man
bro.
who's most dangerous. They're both dangerous, but this is the one that's most dangerous. So if
Who
I
cares
want
about
to
what white
stop
people
somebody,
think,
if I want to
bro?
harass somebody,
I don't care what white people think,
look,
bro.
listen what I'm saying. Wait, listen what I'm saying.
Hey,
This
they're
is who
not
they
God,
attack.
bro.
Wait, hold on. You may say who cares about what white people think. But the person who has that badge, right, has a certain influence of authority over
They don't
you,
got no
or at
authority,
least
bro.
to you. So
Hold
all
on
I'm
me.
saying is,
No, they don't have no
okay,
authority. I'm
okay.
sorry.
So
I
wait,
got
wait,
I'm
Maxillard,
sorry.
wait,
At
time
this
You
out.
ain't got
Wait,
table,
no
wait,
it's
wait, wait,
authority,
wait,
fantasy,
man.
nigga.
it
wait.
don't
Hold
even
on.
matter
Hey,
what's
sister,
there.
sister,
Sometimes
let me ask this
it's
question.
sometimes you get
Sister,
targeted because your height. It got
sister,
nothing
Yeah,
to do
but
with the
hold on.
clothes that you're wearing. I've never been attacked by white
Let me
supremacists.
get this back to where it was though, because this it wasn't about white supremacy. This was not
Facts.
it's
about
about
black
dressing.
men being. This is about what's acceptable to us,
Exactly.
despite anything else.
Right.
And it's
Hey,
not acceptable to grown ass men to be around other grown ass men
Thank you.
with nice
Thank
pants,
you.
right? That fit, but they're
hey,
purposely pulled below their ass. When I
Cause
grew up,
bro,
when
they're
I
not, they're not.
when I
I
grew
don't
up,
find that sexy at all. I
when
don't.
I grew up, sagging did not come from prison. Sagging came from us wearing our bigger brother's pants. And when grandma stopped hemming our pants, it looked Man, stylish. you better That was teach. the most
hey,
comfortable way that you could wear your pants. It was the same with the baggy shirts. You see what I'm saying? But now Swallow. it's to the point where they've capitalized off that fashion and made sagging. You know what I'm saying? And that's conflicting with what it represented. Like every fucking thing else wasn't getting the It's mainstream. And now here my we are man. dividing ourselves
And
on
it be a
that.
turn off. They forget the
I
fact
have
that
to jump
women
in
gotta
here with
deal with
brother
that. I don't want
Suave.
to be with no man that can't pull his pants up.
Yeah,
A
that
real
hey,
Right
that
man
on.
was
need to
fact.
stand
Hey,
up
that
for
was
But
some
himself.
but
facts,
brother
Swab.
I
That's a
Suave
don't
fact.
hit
need
on
no
the
dress man.
point,
I
man,
feel
that
less
was
about
dead
white
on.
supremacy because white
what,
supremacy has
My
never attacked me for the way I dress my clothes. Never.
brother,
And
brother,
neither did black men, but I was a decent dresser. So, you know what I'm saying? I've seen black men with suits and ties on and people gave them high ass respect. But when you talking around here like I ain't got shit going for myself. Let me show my drawers, red, blue, green, and yellow. And you think you gonna get you a woman with that? Only a dumb sister would get with a dude like that. You can't pull your pants
let
up
me
decent that man. I
let me
don't want
let
to
me
talk
say
to
this
you.
though. Let me jump in here. My bad, pardon self, sister. I just wanted to touch on what Suave said, which was, I think, very instrumental because I watch how the definitions and people say fads were introduced as each generation comes in. I watch how it changes. Prison, homosexuality, the pants sagging. What Suave said was a fact of when I was coming up. Our shit was sagging because it was big. We were the have-nots. We wore the hand-me-downs. And this is what made Tupac so prevalent in his time because to be a thug back then, to have sagging shit, to be called a thug was disparaging. Oh, thug ass. It was the lowest of the low. And Pac came up and said, yo, it was almost equivalent of nigga. And Pac came up and said, yeah, you the have-nots, you don't have this, but they want to be you. He started to instill like some type of pride in, and I don't know, for those in politics, understand, for the lumpen proletarian or for the lumpen class, the lower class, those of us that were state babies by virtue of welfare or whatever we came up in that was shit on. In my time, it wasn't cool. Like everybody now like to holler, I'm from the hood. I'm from the projects. I'm from the ghetto. When I was coming up, that wasn't a badge of fucking honor. You know what I'm saying? That meant we were constantly in survival mode. Wherever we went, we were the underdog. We were looked at differently. So just I wanted to say that about the sagging, man. Also, I wanted to say then too, I don't know who said, but every generation does have their fuck you to the status quo, to the system.
Right.
In my generation, it was the double earrings. When I got both of my ears pierced, my grandmother told me only little girls pierce both of their earrings. I remember my uncle went through
That's
the thing of
right.
one earring. So we came up with
Grandma
two.
was right.
And right. Okay. So she had her, but that was our way of saying, yeah, grandmama, you had your way, but where the fuck has it gotten you? Status quo, following the rules, running behind this white man to appease him. You wear a suit, you straighten your hair, you skin bleach. It ain't got you nowhere. This is our way of saying, fuck the system, and we're going to go. In my conclusion, like what George Jackson said, this is why the police murder those with two earrings, with pants sagging. It isn't just because they see some nigga. Because, like George Jackson said, every revolutionary must come to grips with being an outlaw. Why? Because at some point in time, your ideology, philosophy, and practices will come in contradiction with the state. The state are scared of those brothers and sisters and those what they call thugs. They are people who said, "Fuck your conventional thinking." We step outside of what you say is normalcy. The problem is we haven't politicized them. taking that, revolutionized it, and made it for their people. We get on the other side, ostracize, denigrate, and then eventually criminalize and dehumanize so that the enemy can come through and murder them. And then we say nigga should pull his pants up.
Yeah, that's real. Because I
Okay, let
remember
me
it was
tell
in
you this.
'92. It was
Okay,
in
so let me say
'92
this though.
when
Can
I
we
saw
take
Dion.
white
I'm just gonna
supremacy
speak
out
real
of
Let me
quick,
do one at a
sister.
time. Hold on. Let
Can
let
we
me
take
down.
white
Let me
supremacy
down.
I was just gonna
out
say
of
this to
it
the brother. What
and
the brother
just
said.
say that
Hold
All
everybody
right, go
on.
ahead,
for the
sis. You
right
go ahead.
to want to be different? Like white supremacy should have nothing to do with the fact that you want to wear earrings. Like to me, that's not manly to me. You know what I'm saying? If you have a little bit of feminine ways, you just got feminine ways. But that got
What
shit to
is
do
your
with white
definition of
supremacy.
manly
My
though?
son would not
Where did
wear
you get your
earrings in my
definition of
house.
manly?
He will
Your
not get no
definition of
ear
manly
piercing.
is
My son will not get
Eurocentric.
pierced.
In Africa, we did
My
this.
brothers don't
Your
have their ear
definition of
pierced.
Right.
manly
I
is
got three
Eurocentric.
brothers. Not
Because
one
it
of
was
them have their ears
92 when
pierced.
Deion Sanders. It was in 1992 when Deion Sanders, when he had 2 earrings in his ear. That's when me and a lot of my homies did it. Deion Sanders paved that way for us to wear 2
You gotta
earrings in
stop being a
ear.
follower. Cause I thought Deion
Well, I'm
Sanders was
saying
pretty
that's how
weird,
those were
even
our
though
role
he took
models.
his
In
ass
the
to the
90s,
winter
those were
team.
our role models.
The
The
thing
NFL
is,
basketball players, some rappers, those were our role models. That's just a fact,
Yeah, that's
sis.
too
You
much
can't get
TV
around
the
it.
watching for
thing
me.
is, when you look at stuff like fashion, it's art. It doesn't determine your
Word,
sexuality.
word.
We know that every generation, especially when it comes to masculinity, of women's sexuality, every generation it shifts, and it's like, okay, in my generation, that would have meant this. You know what I'm saying? And either you evolve or you die. Like, it doesn't matter what you believe. Either you catch up with the times, or I can't use the cell phone, and you die. That's just how it is. The real gangsters wear suits. Always have. Always will.
Yep.
And when it comes to the dress code, uniformity is something that we don't value. So when we look around and you see the dudes sagging, they're agreeing to a certain culture. When you see the dudes that dress like them but don't sag, probably got a little bit more tidiness to their clothes. When you see the dudes that wear the sweaters and the slacks, these are different uniforms. When you're in America, it's intelligent to wear the uniform of America to do business. Like if you go to another country, you go to a Muslim country, you'll wear the Muslim wardrobe, and you won't have a problem with it. When you go to Miami, you buy a Miami shirt, you know. But it's like we just find too many ways to be mad at each other, and it's different levels. Some of it's racism, some of it's sexism, some of it's and we got to be able to stop piling all of this in there because every problem don't stem from exactly the same thing. And I believe all the problems are multifaceted. There is more than one thing contributing to it. But at the end of the day, we should be able to get through that as grown-ups, man. Like the division over 2 earrings, you know what I'm saying? The division over, oh, y'all want me to pull my pants up, but you admit you don't want to be looking at niggas' drawers, but you think you got to defend niggas showing their drawers because of white supremacy. That's how the
Right.
conversations get sick and they don't really go nowhere. Akmalak in the building and the Christopher Harris is joined. Go ahead, that Harold that I'm going to.
Okay.
Go on.
Well, one to the system, man. Hey, you know what? We can look at that. We actually are working on some other things and trying to be more innovative with the league, make some other type of fun debates that will be interesting. Shout out to Chris, MVP Harris. And like I said, man, good debate. And Akmalak, man, I don't know if Akmalak is on, but I want to say this. I'm gonna jump off. Akmalak, man, this is just some critiquing you from before. I think, man, you will jump up like 4 or 5. I would say at least 5 spots, if you can separate your religious beliefs from some of your debates and focus more on attitude and understanding the person's argument. You got all the elements, man, to be a good debater. You got the passion. You study more outside the Bible and really start trying to work on understanding your opponent's argument instead of trying to debate to argue. and I'm telling you, man, you would jump up. So that's why
So
I'm
what
at
did I
peace
do?
to.
What did I do in
Yeah,
my last debate that was religious?
I didn't say it was. See, this is what I'm saying. Remember, I said to argue. I said just a critique, and I'm saying these are points that if you look at, you will
My
jump
religion
up.
had nothing to do with how I argue. So you throwing that
Haru,
Not,
you talking
not a,
to a brick
hey,
not,
bro,
not,
listen,
not,
Chris.
not a problem,
Haru,
Aqualock. You got it.
you talking
I mean,
to
out
a
of
brick
respect, like real talk,
wall.
I told him that before.
Not a problem.
And in one debate, he almost did, but then Battle Axe told him, "You don't got to drop." You know what I'm saying? And DJ Black Drum encouraged him also, but it wasn't dropping. It was just putting on the suit you need to win this debate. And it was like, you know, in respect to his mentality, it's bigger to represent the Most High than to win the debate. So that's the conflict that we're gonna always see. But I appreciate your sentiments about the debate. Like I say, you jumped it off. You made it the money debate, and I'm glad to know that you're satisfied with what you got, man. And that encourages people to actually come through, man.
Yes, sir.
So that's hard. I appreciate it. I appreciate
Peace
it.
to the chat. Peace to
That's
SBDL.
y'all. That's
Hey,
y'all
Chris, you
crutch that
from the
y'all got
Bay?
on me. I feel like that's a crutch that y'all try to use on me. Is you know what I mean, throwing my religion in there.
I can understand why you feel like that.
Christopher, you from the Bay Area?
No. All right, then, y'all, man. I'm out. So.
Oh, that's all you jumped on? Oh, okay.
No,
Shout
not
out.
at
I'm
all.
on the building. Go ahead, Chris. What's good, bro?
The return of Madon.
Kitchen debate.
Madon, oh my fault.
I
Go ahead,
don't
Chris. I was
know.
gonna talk to you, Madon. Go ahead, bro.
No. Hey, Domo, once again, man. I was getting ready to call you. That was an electric rebuttal, man. I enjoyed that one.
I appreciate it, bro. You still,
Yeah, I really
you still
enjoyed
took
that
that
one.
number one spot from me, though.
Oh no, I'm gonna stay there too. I'm gonna stay there.
Shit, hey, you really have to get there last season, right?
Hey, no, I'm not gonna get on my light skin shit no more. I'm not gonna get on that shit.
Yeah, that's hard.
I ain't get on that shit. So no,
Oh, what
electric
you mean by
rebuttal
that,
though.
Domo?
I enjoyed the rebuttal. You know what I'm saying? I felt like in that debate last night, Suave, it became an uphill battle, but I felt like the point he was trying to make about them accepting homosexuals and transgenders into the Black Lives Movement, I felt like if he was able to synthesize that the LGBTQ movement will always begin to overshadow the Black movement itself. I think he
I did. I
yeah,
did. I said because you're
with the
gonna have.
pushback. It wasn't
Yeah.
that's how I used the word synthesize. I didn't say you
Oh,
didn't
I
get it.
don't. No, I don't know.
I
But
think
yeah, I had just stated once you leave away from the race, then you're diluting the fight for the race.
diluting it. Yeah.
If it's LGBTQ versus fighting for blacks, if there's more white people willing to fight for LGBTQ rights than Black Lives Matter in America, the LGBTQ rights will get the attention. One of them has to take priority.
Yeah, but the pushback came from Domo when he read their mission. And once he read their mission, it almost became somewhat of a okay, it was about sexuality at some point, and the debate got convoluted, if you ask me, in that when y'all was pushing back on one another. And I was just all like, that's why I said it was an uphill battle for you at that point.
Yeah, but that shouldn't have worked because he didn't read their mission. He didn't read their mission.
Wow.
He read the mission.
I went to the site and read their mission. What you say, Tejan?
That's what I say because the mission tells you straight up. Listen, it wasn't about did it accept the LGBT. It was part of the LGBT. I just never understood why people wasn't following that. Like for the past 7.5 years, when I learned that our brother was killed in the car and burnt up, Darren Seal. He already was
But
exposing
you
it.
have to prove
Listen,
that it's anti-black male, and none
no,
of that
but that's
proved
not.
that it was
Listen,
anti-black.
you're not. You gotta let me finish. It's not
No, I never got a chance
because
to
he
finish
also
this.
quoted the sister that was part of the LGBT, the part of the Black Lives Matter movement. There was a
I don't think
couple of
you
sisters
want
that
that
was
battle,
found
Chris.
hung who was exposing the shit. So it wasn't
Okay, well,
anti-black male. It was anti-heterosexual black people. And people who are being killed. Black Lives Matter was nowhere to be found. Them babies who was shot in the window, there was no Black Lives Matter was nowhere to be found. But when Jason Black at the Black Authority was exposing some things, they were showing how a transgender female born male was getting up singing Amazing Grace, and he couldn't even finish the song before he starts talking about, oh, we know the woman that was hung. You guys talking about Sandra Bland. You guys talking about the other woman who spoke on, who was a part of our organization. That was a straight woman who was supposed to be pregnant, hung over the bridge. So it's just, and no one want to say nothing about that because y'all so anti damn woman that y'all keep thinking
Now
it's all
stop,
about the
man. Come
anti
on,
black
man.
male.
Stop the
When
lying.
you
If
are
black people
somebody
was
who
around,
somebody
that's
who
the bullshit, bro. That's the bullshit. Come up off the
Whoa, dog,
bullshit.
no, no,
Yeah.
we
Right?
talking.
How come y'all
Calm down,
didn't mention
get
them
that shit out of
sisters?
here. Ain't nobody talking that
How
bullshit you
come y'all
talking.
didn't
Hold
mention
on.
those
Get
sisters?
that shit out of here.
How come y'all didn't mention those sisters?
I just want to
That
say this
Ain't
though.
nobody even talking
The
that
three
shit.
Black
that
man,
took
he's
like
a
the
woman,
Black Lives
said
Domo, don't
Matter was
answer that.
started.
Domo, don't
the
answer that.
dude
No,
that
no,
There's no
he's a
point.
woman
As long as
said
black
Hold
he
people
on,
was
hold on,
around,
man.
mad
It's
that the women
all right,
was
conversation,
you
on
right,
man.
you right.
Calm
live.
down. What you say, Domo?
I'm
He
saying
said the
like
guy
y'all like
said, I
this is the thing,
understand
bro.
that the
Like,
Hold
and,
on,
women
and
Tess.
was
I'm gonna
on
give.
Hold on,
live.
Tess, y'all. 1
And
second.
then they
I,
said,
yeah,
I
I ain't gonna be
understand
long with it.
that
I
the
ain't gonna be
group
long
people
with it.
that
I ain't gonna
lost
be
their
long with it.
lives. But
That's what I'm
what
saying. I ain't
about
gonna be
the
long with it. But I'm gonna say this
transgender?
though. I'm
Tess,
gonna
You know
say
y'all.
this
1
why?
though.
second.
Like this
Because
ain't got shit
nobody
to
was
do.
paying attention.
Hold on. Let's be clear
Listen,
though.
nobody was
This
paying
ain't got shit to do with
attention
Black
to
Lives
the
Matter.
alphabet
This got to do
community.
with how people feel
And they
like
Yo,
was
Tess,
when
y'all,
starting
what's
all
up,
the
man? Calm
attention.
You're
down,
not gonna
sis.
win that
Calm
battle,
down,
Tomo.
sis. Let Domo get his
Can't,
point out right quick.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
'cause that's what I'm saying. It's like, and like I've heard these talking points. I listen. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate the way that Suave engaged the debate yesterday, and the way. But when we have these conversations, though, it really ain't got shit to do with Black Lives Matter. It got to do with how people feel about gay people and trans people. Like
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, they're Black women, regardless. And but the fact that somebody say, well, because they're queer, that automatically makes her trans. It's like. That's the
No,
fucking problem.
he
There's
said
still
that
you
he was
can't
a
say Black
woman.
Lives Matter. Hold on. You can't say
He
Black
said
Lives
that he
Matter
was,
don't
but
care.
you the
You
source
can't say
though,
Black Lives
because
Matter
it was
don't care
more
about Black
so that
women
they were being
when Black women
anti-straight.
literally started
They were being
Black Lives Matter.
anti-straight,
You
and
came
nobody
on
said
here.
nothing about
You
their
came on here and
homosexuality.
said that
And then
Alicia
y'all putting
Garza
a black
is
face on
trans.
white
You called
people
her a
who don't
transvestite.
like them,
She's
who
not.
they themselves.
She's literally biologically a woman. But you came on here and called her trans simply because she's queer. That's the
No,
problem.
this
That's why
dude is
I
not
can't. That's why
biologically a
I can't take your
woman.
criticism. Like
No,
I
he's
can't take your
not.
criticism serious because you are
Well, I mean,
willing
if he
to
wants
make
to
up
consider
like
himself a woman, that's
untrue.
fine. But
You willing
let
to
him
say things
first.
that's categorically incorrect in order to push your point. So it's like I
No,
get
Right.
it. I
Domo,
hear
he
what
was
you're
What,
saying.
live
what,
on.
who is she talking?
Domo,
Hold
Hey,
on, hold on, hold
Suave,
on.
he
real
was
quick.
live.
Suave. Hey,
Who is
Suave,
the?
real
Hold on,
quick.
hold on, hold on. I got it. Who is the
I'm not trying to argue.
transgender? Who is the transgender she's speaking about?
She said Alicia Garza was
Yeah, Alicia
transgender.
Garza is not a. Alicia Garza is
No,
not
it
a
was the
transgender.
other one.
No, not none of them are trans. All of them are biological women.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
that,
are. They already let it be known.
No, they
You can hear it in the
didn't. That's why
voice.
you that, like
He's a
okay,
man in
pull it up what
transition.
they said they were trans. Pull it up.
All you
So
gotta do is go to the BLM. Listen, all you gotta do is go to the BLM Expo under Black Authority. I know y'all don't
don't
like James
tell me to
Black.
go to some propaganda
He already
website.
exposed it.
Where did
He
they come
already
out and
exposed
say
it. He let
themselves? Where
source
did they
speak
come
for
out
itself.
themselves
He
and
don't have
say
to. You don't
that
have
they
to
were
nobody
trans women?
on him
If
saying
you
nothing.
can't, if you can't
come
He
on,
just
say
want to
y'all
bring
can't
out.
hear each other, man. We losing the
It's up to
conversation,
you
man.
if
We
you want to
losing the
bring out what you're
conversation.
lies,
hearing or
bro.
not.
Like this is like
Hold on, time out.
Yeah, it sounds like a bad
Because
family reunion.
Let's get
was
back
oh
to
hella
yeah,
the
I'm cool
dismissive
with it.
over
I'm
those
cool with it. I'm cool with it.
back
heterosexual
to the
babies
point
and
we was
moms that
on,
had
man.
too long lives and start about what about the LGBT.
You breaking up?
This is the
It
last thing
was
I'm gonna
more
say.
so
You
F
lying.
the straight people. It's all
You
about
lying.
us.
You lying.
No, I'm not.
You
Nope.
lying.
Nope. All
And
you
I'm
gotta
gonna
do is
leave
look
it
it
at
up.
that because
I'm
I can't
telling you right
argue.
now.
I can't
All you
argue
gotta
with
do is
somebody
go
that's
to the
just
Black
willing to lie.
Authority.
I can't argue
It's
with somebody
always
that's willing
been
to lie. You
and
got it.
But
Democrats. It's
but
always
pull
been
it up. Can you
anti-straight.
pull it up
It's
or
always. It's
post
never
a
been
link?
opposite.
Suave, real real quick. I came on here because
That's
Shanard
good,
told me to come on the channel.
Shanard
He's
hit
been
the
begging
link.
me to come on the Argument League all morning, so I'm just trying to figure out what did he want to talk about. I don't even care nothing about that fake gender war shit. I don't care
Shanard
nothing
hit
about
the
that.
link. Yeah. I don't know how I went down that damn alley for her so fast.
Yeah,
but
man, we talking about
yeah,
the debate between
and it's
y'all
not,
two, and that
it's
shit
not,
come up, man. Get that
it's
on
not
stage.
talk, it's not about, like I say, the way that it was being framed about you can't fight for Black Lives Matter, or if you're fighting for Black Lives Matter, you have to fight for Black transgender people. Like, but not for the right to be transgender. That's just as simple as walking
Suave.
into that.
Everything ain't a segue. Everything ain't a segue to talk about that.
I know, and you segueing
black
back into
feminist
it.
nonsense.
Segueing back
Everything
into
ain't a
it.
segue for
You're
that.
segueing back into it. I got off of it.
Yeah.
What up? Yo, Chris.
Yeah, what is it, Shinar? What do you want?
Why you tell Swan Chops I said I
The
hate him?
issue was when it came to the alphabet
Hold
community,
on, mama. Hold on,
the
mama.
death
Hold
toll
on.
between the alphabet community was within each was in house. So it wasn't nobody straight looking for them to kill them. If you look at, it's a lot of the same sex couple marriages, like the black woman who married her Mexican wife, and they said they was inseparable, but then 6 weeks later the Mexican killed her wife several times, shot her like 38 times. So it's just a lot of things that they were trying to bring up. They were trying to bring up the way that the LGBT was being targeted and being killed, but guess what? It was in house. It was nobody straight killing them. It was their own killing each other. It was their own. So
That's a
that's what we was trying to
motherfucking
say, and
lie.
that's what's
It is a
causing
lie.
all of
That's
that.
don't know. I'm
One
not
more,
even
shut
paying
up.
her no
Motherfucking
attention. Let it go.
lie.
She's lying. I know.
Wow.
Move
Hold on,
on.
boy.
Don't
All
say
right,
My
nothing.
fault, my
No,
fault,
I'm
my
not.
fault.
You're
Tanzon,
not.
Tanzon,
You're
Let her
Tanzon.
not.
lie.
You just quick see what your problem is,
Tanzon, let me
Bob.
ask you something real
You
quick.
don't want to hear the fact that
No, we
nobody
don't
has
want to hear
Better
said.
you.
honey.
You can just we
Better
don't want to
honey.
hear you,
Tanzon,
honestly.
I ain't even
Once they
better
get
That's
us
honey.
up
all
in
I
that
the
can
cell,
matters.
show
let me
you.
ask
then
you
I
we
can
something.
show
know
Shut up,
that
you
Domo.
all
it's
the
not they
Domo,
are.
shut
transgenders
up,
that
bro.
were
It's
killed by
who they
black men.
are. It's
I can show
Come
you.
on, she making that shit up. I'm not even paying her no
Tanzon,
attention.
Tanzon.
What
All
is it,
right,
my
all
Shinar?
thing
right,
is,
all
Go.
right,
Hold
all right.
on, hold on, hold on,
Hold
hold
on,
on. That's why I
hold
made
on,
the
Yeah.
panel. Hold
I
Chanel,
know
on.
better
I'm
than
finna
that.
give you
Mm.
I'm not. I've
Chanel,
been
I'm finna
following
give
this
you
for
the floor.
7 years. There's no way I'm gonna make this up because if I'm making it up, I'm going to hell. And there's
You've
no
been
way I'm gonna
talking
make
for
this shit
7 years.
up. I promise you
Tanzon, let
damn
me ask
late.
you something
And
real
don't put
quick.
a
But
cloud
I
on
don't
it.
think he's
Tanzon, let
coming
me
I'm
ask
talking
you
with her
saying
something
about
real
talking. I
quick.
don't
Can I
think
talk?
he's gonna talk with her
Can I
talking.
talk real quick?
Yeah,
Tanzon, let me
what
ask you
is it,
something real quick.
Shinar? Go ahead.
You said someone was I was attacking Moonflower in Taz's chat. Where did you get that from? Who's that? I don't know if that was a fake account.
Are you talking about me?
Or is that true? I'm talking
No.
to Tanzon real quick.
I ain't said
Bro, what the
nothing
fuck,
about
man?
you
What you
Yeah.
attacking
want me
no
to come on
damn
the channel
Moonflower, you
for, man?
dumbass. Who the
I
hell's
don't
your
do that. I
problem?
don't do that. It's a little
All
girl.
right,
Why
And
All
would
right,
you
then I
attack
don't
her?
either. So get out of my face with that. You just want to pick an argument. I don't like arguing with female males.
No, that's
Leave me
what you
alone.
said. That's what you said in the
all
chat.
right, man. Hey, Shanard, Chris, I like Chris.
All
Yeah,
right,
what is it
Chris.
that you want?
Why you tell Swine Chops that I hate him?
Who is Swine Chops?
Eat that swine chop.
Who is Swine Chops?
That's Suave.
Yes, you
Suave,
did
bro.
say it over the phone. You said you don't like
I
fucking
said,
with Suave. You hate that nigga. That's what you said.
I
What's the
said I
big
see why
deal?
people. No. I didn't say that verbatim. I said I see why people hate Suave. They keep
Dude, you
making up
said the
shit.
word I can't. I hate.
Bro,
What's
even
the
if I
point of you
did
bringing this
say
up
that,
over here,
even
live
if I
on
did
air?
say that, why are you gossiping like a bitch, bro?
So you wanted to come on the argument league to talk to me about
Why
this
you
live on air?
you funny, bro.
Okay. I think you still butthurt over that garbage debate you made, put
I'm
together.
not heard about
Okay,
that.
so our conversation is over. I'm a bitch. I'm gossiping. Whoa.
So why you talking about a little girl on your stream this morning? Why you
A
do
little
that?
girl? What little girl are you talking about?
Run your mouth this morning. Why you do that? It's
What
not
are
a
you
good look.
talking about? Because I critiqued the debate?
Yeah.
I
But
can
you talking
critique a
about
debate. I'm
why you talking
attacking the
about
information.
why you talking about her
That's why
eyelashes,
you're
bro?
so fucking stupid.
Why you talking about her eyelashes? Why you care about that?
What eyelashes did I talk? Oh my God. Oh
See what
God,
I mean,
dude.
Chris?
The
That's why I don't fuck
entire
with you, Chris.
topic was about etiquette.
You said I hate
And
Suave.
the
I never said
fact
I
that
hate
she
Suave.
spoke about
I said I
somebody
see
saying they
why
have
people
great.
hate Suave
Hey,
because
you
you
know
keep
what?
making
You know
up
what?
shit.
Hold on. You know what? I don't do this no more. I really don't. But let me say this real quick, Shanard. You're a fucking idiot. Have a nice day.
Got cooked.
And last but not least, the one that said before I get off the one that says, I guess what he talking about, black power solver or something like that, or race problem solving the race problem, nigga, you ain't gonna never be able to solve race problem. All you doing is want to make sure you another one, anti. Instead of you listening, you just want to just yeah, that's that man code shit. Instead of just saying, okay, let me see what this sister talking about, because she kind of bring up a point. Now I've been following the Black Lives Matter movement for 7 years, and then I follow my sister Michi X, and she was going there because someone that she was very close to was doxed out. And you see what I'm saying? And when she
That
came there to
application to fill
start,
out for Black
when she
Lives
came to
Matter.
the meeting, when she came to the meetings, now because people started talking and she wouldn't take their word for it like you didn't. And when she came to the meetings and she started speaking out, she got cut off by a lesbian. She got cut off. Like, we're not trying to hear what you talking about. We know y'all got problems in y'all hood, but we got something going on that's much bigger. And
Sister,
she
is there
and her
application
and me
to fill
kind
out
of
to join the Black Lives Matter? Is there
her and me,
application you got to fill out to join Black Lives Matter, sister?
I don't know nothing about it. I just know I followed the whole
I'm just
shit. Like,
asking,
I didn't even
is
know
there
it was going on.
application you
I
got to
was
fill
I
out to
was
join the
I was
Black Lives
pro
Matter?
Black Lives Matter. Listen, I was pro Black
Is
Lives
there
Matter because I
application
felt
that
like
you
there
have
was
to
a.
fill out to
Can I
join
finish?
Black Lives Matter?
Excuse me. I'm not in a debate league, so you go shut the fuck up while I speak.
It ain't
Okay?
about a debate.
I'm
I'm
saying
just
for
showing your
7 years,
ignorance. But go ahead.
my whole focus was on the Black Lives Matter movement because a lot of our people kept on popping up dead by police and everything. Like, it was this racist shit that was happening to our people. And when the Black Lives Matter started coming up, like, yeah, fuck that. We gotta stand up and do something. And later on, I started hearing some undercover shit that was happening. Darren Seal started talking. John Jones started talking. He found out dead. The brother was dead inside his grandmama's backyard. The sister that was hung, the other sister that was being hung over the bridge. You know what I'm saying? And she was pregnant, like, for real. Like, all this stuff that was happening. And yet nobody said nothing about what was going on. I didn't see that shit coming until later on we found out that we found out later on. I was watching the Torian Reigns channel. I watched a couple of channels. I watched a lot of the channels where they had the news and they were talking about, like, the LGBT movement, how people were turning up dead, and then we turned out the killers were actually in the community, the LGBT community, right? And so later on, we started learning that, okay, the mission statement. Everybody read that damn mission statement. Oh, it already clearly tells you they're not for fucking straight people. It ain't about y'all straight ass people. It's about the LGBT. It's about the cripple, the whites, the blacks. It's about, it ain't even mentioned children. That's dog, inhumane. So the mission statement was already read. It already let us be known. It already told us that it was not about us. So when you say the Black Lives Matter is anti-straight men, yeah, but it's also anti-straight women and children too. That's all I was trying to say. That because it's been shown many a times by many channels. They already got the memo. Michi X was almost the last one that got the memo, where she was live there and she said, "Fuck y'all, y'all." You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't protest no more. Yeah, well, I never protested because I always thought that there was something fishy about protesting. I thought that was something fishy about protesting. How's it that these motherfuckers getting paid to watch black folks go out there and make a goddamn fool of themselves when that's all we're gonna do? The next you know, we're dancing. We dance in the streets with the police officer. They give us a pat on the head and say it's gonna be all right. We know you lost your loved ones. Next nigger. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, they're dancing on the street with the officers. We gotta get along. We gotta get along. And next thing you know, the next black person is dead. Little boys getting killed. Little girls getting killed left and right. You know what I'm saying? And Black Lives Matter was nowhere to be fucking found.
Yeah,
Now
that's
you
what
say
Darren Seals and them was complaining about. It's like they only came to the high profile areas
yeah,
when when other things happen, because there's a lot of organizations that's riding for black people. You understand what I'm saying? And
yeah,
what
but
happened
I hate
was
that
they
we're
was
being
complaining.
used as students though. There's nothing
Yeah,
happening though.
they was what they was complaining about is that something would happen and no one would care, so they would start an organization and start bringing attention. And once it start getting attention, then Black Lives Matter coming to town, get all of the attention, all of the funding, and then leave. And these
Right.
organizations never get heard of. You know, that was what Darren Seals was complaining about also. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's like when if we're fighting for Black lives, you don't specify anything within that. We're fighting for all black people. Once you start specifying, you're omitting people. Once I say we're fighting for tall black people, then somebody's going to say, what about short black people?
Short black people, exactly. And
So
that's
when
why
they said we're fighting for gay black people, there was no reason to ask, well, what about straight black people?
But see, this is where people are missing the whole thing. Our problem wasn't about straight or gay. That was their problem. That was not ours. Ours
Yeah,
like
we didn't care about that.
We didn't care. Listen, straight black people were basically we didn't care what your preference were. Okay, you are black first. You're black first. They're gonna kill you.
Yeah, that's not our mentality. When black people hear that a black person got killed, if they found out they was gay, it don't lessen their heart about the sorrow. We don't give a fuck.
But I think we being dishonest about the way people respond, like especially black people respond to homosexual and queer and trans communities. Like
that's not the conversation.
Hold on. It's two conversations. It's two conversations, right? You got the intra-racial conversation and you got the interracial conversation. When you saying that we focus on black people as black people, that's in response to how we deal with people outside of black people. But the issue is that's only one side of the conversation, because the way that within the black community there are power dynamics that need to be addressed. For example, there is sexism and patriarchy in the black community.
We know that. We're not complaining.
Let me finish.
But I want you to address the point. You're wasting our time.
I'm addressing the point.
Supporting something that we already agree with you on.
But when you say, well, it's only about blackness, it ain't about nothing else. But that means what that's doing is that's ignoring the fact that when it comes to gay shit, people exclude gay shit from blackness. They exclude trans shit from blackness. So gay, trans, queer black people are put on the outskirts, while heteronormative, and I'm glad you introduced that term, heteronormative black people are then seen as the acceptable black. Like that's the thing that we have to wrap our heads around. I know we like to say, well, yeah, all black people.
Before we start talking about what we like to say, I agree with you. That's not the conversation we're having. And when we're talking about defending black people from the police abuse, we don't say, and we got to stop abusing each other. That's the black on black crime argument.
No. It's not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying that's the whataboutism. Whataboutism is the worst thing that black people can do, right? The question is, specifically with, like, for example, like say her name and all Black Lives Matter. It's a question of, when we show that outrage, do all black people get that same outrage, right? Because people, like, for example, the rise in hate crimes against transgender black people, you feel me? That doesn't get the same attention as the death of a black man, because how people feel about trans communities. So it's like, like a part of my debate was talking about how women are also victims of police brutality at a slightly lesser rate. So so black men have to deal with it at like 55%. Black women have to deal with it at 53%, right? So it's not the same, but it's comparable. But when we look at the attention that's being displayed, like, you don't like when it comes to, like, when it came to like Eric Gardner, or even recently when it came to George Floyd is the name that dictated the conversations. Even while what happened with George Floyd was taking place, even though what happened
right up the road, a woman.
Yeah,
that's not our point, bro. Like,
hold on. I understand your point, bro. Like these conversations.
Okay, you speak to my point then instead of teaching us something.
Well, no, what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is, I'm addressing your point. But what I'm saying about your point is that, to a degree, it's disingenuous, because when we look at who do we rally behind, when we look at who do we make sure is heard when they die, right? When something happened to them, there are groups of black people that are excluded.
Bro, if something happens to you because you're black, that's what we're fighting for. If something happened to you because you're trans, a group that started fighting. Hold on. If something happened to you because you're black, a group started to protect black people should stand up. If something happened to you because you're transgender, a group that started to protect transgender people should step up. If you're black, no matter what else you are, you should get stepped up for, but not because of the whatever else you are, but because of the black aspect.
Right.
That's just simple.
Like what you're saying is true. But the point that I'm making is that people allow the other shit to interfere. They allow, just like you said, like if you black and you gay, you still black. So if we fighting for black people, we fighting for you, right?
But we're not fighting for you to be gay, though.
No, but that's it. Like, listen, that's my point. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's what you're saying.
Okay, but Black Lives Matter. But Black Lives Matter is fighting for them to be gay.
No, bro, no. That's what I'm saying. That's what makes it disingenuous. Because
they say
it. Money, bro.
Because what I'm pointing out is that
listen,
like
brother, the bottom line is
I'm still talking. Don't cut me off just so you can add your bottom line. You've been spewing bullshit for a minute. You've been spewing bullshit for a minute. And you was allowed to spew your bullshit. I'm finished what I'm saying. And you can speak when I get done. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Please let me point out that I'll let you go. So I'm gonna let you
wow, bro.
Go ahead, Domo.
This is what I'm saying. What you saying? Fighting for black people.
That's the cat that makes me money, bro. That's the cat right there. See that cat?
Anything else, right? So when you say when you're fighting for black people, there's a lot of things within that black. You can't separate none of that. You can't.
We're fighting for black people to be black, though. We're fighting for black people to be black. Not gay, not rich,
we're not
not
fighting for
poor.
black people to be black. We fighting for black people to live how they want to live. We fighting for
to live as black people. No, to live as black people. Not to live. We're not fighting for black people to live as rich people. To live as black people. Your monetary wealth is your own individual choice. You could join an organization that's built to help black people get rich. When we're talking about protecting black people because they're being discriminated against being black,
yes,
you don't then. It's simple, bro.
I'm saying yes, nigga.
Okay, so if you so with that yes, with that yes, Domo. If Black Lives Matter is fighting for LGBTQ rights, that's specifically fighting for gay people to be gay because they're black.
That's a ridiculous thing.
No, Suave, I got to disagree with you on that. I got to push back on you on that, Suave. And here's the reason why. They're fighting for people to, they're fighting for black people who are gay, who are discriminated against because they are gay. That's the conflict. No, it's not a conflict. They're fighting against discrimination. It's no difference than you being black and can't eat in a certain restaurant.
But
I agree, Chris. But does them fighting for trans women not to be discriminated against, does that conflict with heterosexual people?
No, but they're fighting for
no, because hold on, Domo. Let me answer this, Domo. Let me answer this. I'm gonna tell you why. No, you're creating a slippery slope within their mission. What they are highlighting is that all Black lives matter, and sexual preference has nothing to do with the fact that all Black lives matter.
So why is it highlighted in their mission?
You are in fact becoming discriminatory against their mission because you're saying they're gay. They
no. Listen, the conversation is this. The conversation is this. Does the fact that Black Lives Matter is fighting for gay rights conflict with straight black men? And if you're fighting for the right for trans women to be non-discriminated against, once I don't sleep with this woman because I found out that she's not a cisgender, I'm discriminating.
But how do you take the black out of the
let me answer this. No, you just don't want to. You just don't want to kiss on a transgender. That's not discriminatory.
That's discriminating. Hold on. That's all. The definition of discriminate is to show difference. If I point out that you're different from a cisgender woman, at that point, I'm discriminating because they're saying
a definition. Hold on, a definition defines the functionality of a word. That's the first thing you got to understand about definition, Suave. That's where it becomes a slippery slope at. You're saying because somebody is gay that it's automatically against somebody who is heterosexual. Man, sex is a spectrum, dog.
There is. There is. It's always been like that. It's
I
always
Sister,
just
been
want
like
the
that.
all due
point to
And
be.
respect,
I
but
just
let us
want.
get
Hold on,
Suave.
hold on,
He a
hold
member
on.
of the league.
I just want the point to be spoken to because we keep adding a lot to this conversation.
Okay.
Discriminate. Recognize a distinction. If I recognize the distinction between the cisgender and the transgender woman, I'm discriminating.
No, bro.
Not,
That
come on, man.
context, my nigga. Do not just
That's context. If
that's
I
not
walk up to
I
her, if
ain't
I
using
see,
that word
if I'm
cis.
attracted to
y'all
a,
got
if
it.
I'm attracted to
Listen,
a
y'all could
woman,
be on the bullshit.
if I'm attracted to a woman, and then I say I want to date you, and then I find out that woman is a transgender woman, and I say I no longer want to date you. Why? Because you're not cisgender. That's discrimination.
It's
That's
not
what
even a
they're
woman,
fighting
bro.
for
That's a
to
no,
not
man.
no,
live.
you're
They're
protecting their
fighting for
ass.
the. They're fighting for them not to be discriminated against, meaning not to be distinguished from a cisgender woman, to be treated as a cisgender woman. Y'all running into a wall, bro. Y'all crazy. This shit is weird, bro.
Well, I tell you what, you're protecting your ass
Straight
because
people are always
I'll
gonna
tell you something.
distinguish. Straight people are always gonna distinguish transgenders from cisgenders, and that's discrimination, bro.
So it's discrimination
But
if I
listen,
don't
I'm
want to
you
kiss on a gay person?
Because they're
you
gay.
got a lot of them that want to get black men. They don't
Why wouldn't
care
it
if
just be
they're
a sexual
straight, and they
preference?
say, "Hey, I can turn them out." You know, I don't have to disclose my true
Discriminate is
sexuality.
not, it's
So
suave.
if I want to
Discriminate
get
is
with
not
a black man,
necessarily
I
a
want to
bad
mess with
word
him.
either. It's not necessarily bad. It's just like the word
I say
exploitation.
Bro, you
discriminate.
bringing up stuff ain't got nothing. They're fighting for us not to discriminate against them. Them using discriminate as a bad word.
So
I'm
you
not
mean to
saying
tell me they're
discriminate is a
fighting
bad word.
against you for not to not be gay? You think that's what their mission is?
Bro, they're fighting for them to be. Come on, Chris. There's
I'm
no way
being
out of
honest
this.
with you here. Your
They're fighting.
argument doesn't make
Yes,
any sense.
yes, sir. They're
No,
fighting
man.
for the. They're fighting for the
No.
right. They're
I
fighting
love you,
for
bro,
the.
but you're wrong.
They're
It's
fighting
all good,
for.
though. It's all
They're.
good.
I mean, y'all don't say nothing. Y'all say a lot of. Y'all make a lot of claims that don't show no fucking evidence.
Well,
If a
I'm gonna tell you something.
transgender woman wants to be not discriminated against, that means you cannot distinguish her from a cisgender. What the fuck is y'all missing?
The first thing is that they're talking about is if they're black first. That's the thing.
No. The debate is if Black Lives Matter fighting for that transgender woman conflicts with
Watch
straight
that
black
debate.
men, and straight black men want to join Black Lives Matter to protect black people. But when they get there, they have to protect transgender women, which they say I can't do because in order for me to do that, I have to look at them as a cisgender, meaning I cannot distinguish the difference when it's time to treat them sexually. Dead, bro.
I mean, why you got? I mean, I don't understand. I know I've heard a lot of folks talked about that transgenders don't have to disclose their true sexuality, what they were, how they where they was
You gonna
born,
say
if they want to
hallelujah.
sleep with a straight black man. And I think that's rude and evil within itself for you to sit there and hide the fact that you want to sleep with a straight black man because just what you want. You and you want to turn them out. I've heard them say that shit in San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? That's not cool.
Hey,
And
Suave, I'll rap with you a little bit later, big
I'm
bro. I'm
not
out. I
against
gotta
what
get
you
busy here.
choose to be,
That's
but
what
don't start
white
doing
people
that shit
push,
then turn
bro.
around and say that
You
you're
say,
being
well, hold on,
Suave.
discriminated
sis.
against because
What you
you don't
saying?
That's what
want to
white
accept
people
that.
push.
Your
Shinar?
fight is your
Hold on,
fight.
hold on, hold on, y'all.
My
Cut her
fight is
off.
my fight.
Let her make the point.
Okay, good. What are you saying, Shinar?
I'm saying
Your
that's
fight
what
is
white
your
people
fight. My fight is my fight.
push
And I'm
that
saying, I
transgender
was
shit,
so
bro.
disappointed in the Black Lives Matter and what George Soros was at a part of that, and the police paid that money that I decided to go with the NFAC, and then I got duped by the NFAC because again, nobody care about black people, and we got to care about our own. We can't sit there and focus on who they are, what their background is. If they black, they fucking black. I'm just saying,
All
protect
right,
it.
Suave,
We
I'm
need to
out,
protect
man.
ourselves
All
Are
right, big
trans
dog.
black
economically.
people black?
Yes.
Yeah.
See,
So when we say you fight, hold on. So when we say we fighting for black people, we're also fighting for black people that are trans, correct?
What are we fighting for black people to do?
here.
We're
Bro,
fighting
Hey,
for
so
black
what?
people. It's this simple. We're fighting for black people to not be discriminated as black.
right. That's
Not as
all
not.
black people.
Hold on,
You're
hold on, hold
saying
on, hold on,
all
hold
black
on,
people, correct?
hold on, sir. Don't hijack my sentence and just say right. Because my
He's
sentence has
mad
a
because
point
you didn't get
and
the
it's conflicting with
CCP,
yours.
bro.
We're fighting for black people to not be discriminated against as blacks, not as black transgenders, as
Bro,
black.
you can't, my nigga.
He's mad because you didn't get
What I'm
that
trying to
CCP,
explain
bro.
to you.
That's it.
I hope
That's
you get
all.
Right
that
here, like
CCP
you
in
may
Explain it
today,
to me, bro.
Domo.
listen. Hold on. You may disagree with the trans part, but they're black. So it, so yeah, so you
and I'm going to fight for them. And when trans people are discriminated against because they're black, I'm going to say that's not right. Treat black people right.
Right. That's what I'm trying to explain.
When they get discriminated against because they're trans, when they get discriminated against because they're trans, that's not my fight.
Oh, but listen, but there's still, but listen, there's still black people though. So when you say that's not your fight, when you say that's not your fight,
what we're saying.
Like, because that's the thing.
Kobe,
okay, so hold on. So should we fight for the black NAMBLA members? Should we fight for the black NAMBLA members with children?
You said what?
Should we fight for the rights of the black NAMBLA members, the North American?
Hey, bro, don't talk to me like I'm stupid, bro.
Thank you.
Don't talk to me like I'm
stupid. Acting stupid then. Because that just what you guys say.
Stop bringing up NAMBLA, nigga. The fuck are you talking about?
Give me that 350, bro.
Fuck, nigga, don't do that. I said don't talk to me like I'm stupid. You called me stupid. If that's what we
Hold on, Swab. I got this. Swab.
If that's what we do,
let me ask this brother this.
Bro.
I said let me ask you like I'm stupid. I ain't call you stupid. If you call me stupid, we can do that.
Don't you think transgender is anti-women, period? I mean, you're discriminating against
let's keep it on the level where we talking to each other like we got shit. You bring up
transgenders are anti-women, period?
Give me that money.
Don't they hate women? Don't they wish they were women, so they hate us? They find ways to sabotage us as women? Like, I'm offended.
Real adult conversation. Bring it up, NAMBLA, nigga. Like, it don't care. Nigga, pedophilia is pedophilia, nigga. That's not the same thing as queerness or homosexuality. What the fuck is you talking about?
They like children too.
You're ignoring the whole point.
Bro, I'm really it's certain people, bro. It's certain people that like listen. The stupidity of the statements being fucking made, bro.
Yes, on both sides. I had to make a stupid point. I had to make a stupid statement because to me, once you can't distinguish fight for black people because they're black, once you can't distinguish fight for black people because they black and fight for black people because they trans, that's crazy to me.
Bro, but what I'm trying to explain, bro, is that
we don't
blackness is not like blackness don't exist in a vacuum, right?
Because don't more, real quick. What was your position on the debate? I gotta rewatch.
My position was that it's not anti-black, anti-straight black male. Black Lives Matter is not anti-straight black male. And like I said, I don't give a fuck about what you guess. I am an advocate for the LGBTQ community. Fuck what you niggas is talking about.
So you don't advocate for black people all together, no matter who they are?
Man, give me that 350, bro. I'll turn that 350
black woman, if you trans black, if you a black man, if you a black person
in a day.
Regardless of your identity, I stand for all black.
Then I'll give Suave his 350.
That's what Suave was saying.
Or not. Give a fuck. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
That's what Suave was saying, though. Why are you trying to tell Suave that's not what he said?
Give a fuck.
That's what Suave said, though. We don't care what your preference is, honey. Because I'm just gonna see you color your skin before he see you twitching.
You ain't adding nothing about it to this
I'll turn it into 3.5 straight. I'll give Suave his 350.
For real, dog. I be trying to have an electric conversation back.
That's what Suave was saying, though, Domo. I don't understand why you didn't.
Niggas want to say niggas just saying stupid shit, bro. I said, don't talk to me like I'm stupid. I ain't said nobody said anything was stupid. That's what the fuck I said.
I'm not calling you stupid, bro. But listen to my point and then listen to your point. Like that shit is crazy to me, bro. I'm saying, yes, if you start an organization, say black people are being discriminated against because they're black, that's your mission.
But there's never any you lost by like a couple of points.
It happens only because you're black, right? It happens because you're a black male. It happens because you're a black woman. It happens because you're a gay.
It happens because you're black. It happens because you're black, bro.
All right, bro.
Right. The organization kicked out the heterosexual part, and you didn't see that.
Stop.
That's just the organization part.
Liar, dog.
We at home. We don't care what your background is.
So lying ass.
We want some justice. We don't care if you're gay, straight, as long as you black. But the organization itself did not care. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They didn't care about no little girl, little boy being
You
shot,
lying.
the two women that was being hung, or the black men like
You're
Aaron Still
fucking
that was being
lying.
found dead. They
This shit
didn't
crazy.
care. Police
This
was in
shit
the middle of
crazy.
all that damn organization. You can
This
worship
shit
that damn
crazy.
organization if you want to, but that organization is fraudulent.
You
And
don't
that
know what the fuck you're
organization
talking about. You
never
don't
had
know
a
what the
best
fuck you're
interest
talking
in us.
about.
Just as
You
much as
really
the
just running your
NFSC
mouth.
never had a best interest of us. So, you know what I'm saying? Come up with your own organization or something. Maybe we know something that they don't know or they don't care for. But that's supposed to be protecting us. And we're not being protected. I don't care what goddamn organization it is. And now I mute my mic. Matter of fact, I'm out. Shit. All that shit is fraudulent.
Taz the goat in the building. Attention, gone.
Why ain't you in
Yeah,
the
man.
league,
Nah,
bro?
yeah, bro.
You ain't even in the league, bro. Why you in the
finna leave
league?
too?
I'm with y'all, man.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
I
What's
wanted
good, big dog?
Shit, I seen y'all had a debate last night. I didn't get to I didn't get to watch it, so shit. I seen both of y'all up here. I came to see what happened.
No, it was a good one. It was a good one. It was
Yeah,
a
I
good.
said
Don't
Voodoo
like
brought him back.
today's
Voodoo,
conversation.
Voodoo
Niggas
brought
gotta
Taz
argue
back,
today
bro.
after, but it was a good one though, bro. It was close. It was close. Suave did his thing.
It's Black Lives Matter, anti-straight black man. And
Well, y'all, was it scored?
Yeah, it was scored. 139, 145. Domo.
Y'all niggas trying to run up the score, nigga.
On my life.
Try to.
45. God damn. Okay.
I'd have loved to got into them 140s, man. Yeah, that's
Good
all.
shit.
Yes,
Good
sir.
shit. Yeah, I ain't watched it yet. I seen y'all had that motherfucker. I'm like, damn, they done had this motherfucker. I didn't even realize it was December already. Like, that shit done came quick. I remember niggas talking about this shit. So, yeah, that shit came quick as hell. But that's what's up.
Yeah, me too. I'm too deep now. I'm too deep. I got this third one on the 27th. My next one in 9 days? You know what I'm saying? And listen, I'm keeping the theme. My next debate is, does black feminism fracture the relationship between black men and black women?
And who you got that again?
That's a good one. Niggas need to hear that one.
Madon Komet, nigga.
Yeah, niggas need to hear that one, bro. That feminism shit horrible, bro.
Yeah,
But yeah, I ain't on shit, man. I just stopped through, man. Seeing y'all was up here, man. I'm finna get ready to do my own joint, so man, I just wanted to stop through and holler right quick.
Yeah, I'm saying. Hold on. How long did that stream go though, bro?
Last night I was on 14 hours yesterday, bro.
I know, nigga. I kept looking up. You niggas was still live, bro.
Yeah, I was on all day yesterday.
So you lost that episode. It stayed on?
Huh? No, it's on my Patreon.
Oh, okay.
It was on there
I'm
doing
gonna say this though, bro. I'm gonna say this. That nigga says, if you don't sit your goofy ass, this nigga was talking about now. I'm a swirl, I'm a
nigga died yesterday. That nigga died on that panel, bro. That nigga, he was like, fuck this, bro. I feel the support. I don't know what the fuck that internet nigga.
That shit I'm talking about. This nigga like proud swirling. Saying he got the best. I think he said he got the chin.
That nigga said, because anything with a big booty, nigga. He said, we don't care what that. I said, that's crazy.
Hey, that's how them southern niggas is though, bro. That like they view like the way that they view white women, it's a whole different. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
It's everywhere.
I'm like, bro.
Yeah, that shit was perfect for me though, bro. Because I just needed to illustrate how niggas don't really care when it's a man that's swirling and proud of it and saying what he say. Motherfuckers don't care about that shit like that.
Bro, niggas did not go off on him, bro.
Yeah, niggas don't care about that shit.
Nigga, all it was no nigga hit the camera to be like, man, we gotta. I think Rozzy had said something to him. But
Rozzy ain't going. Yeah, Rozzy ain't going.
Rozzy gonna lose his mind on that panel.
Yeah, Rozzy to say like, why though, bro? Like, why? And then he got to a point like, I ain't even ask you questions. Let me finish what I'm saying. Niggas just get it in. I'm like, yeah, talk to that nigga, because this thing, because for so many people to like jump out the window, I didn't even have niggas see Moonflower over here after her debate type shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sanchez didn't get none of that animosity.
Right. Yeah,
none of that animosity. And it was like a thousand motherfuckers watching.
I just sat back and watched, bro. Like, damn, this shit fucked up.
I niggas felt the relief. They was like, "Thank you."
Yeah, that shit is uneven, but that's how that shit been, man. I just keep it moving, bro. It is what it is.
Man, that's hard, man. Thanks for coming through, man. You already know, big guy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ain't nothing but love, man. They be over here wilding, man, when you ain't around. So I said I'm only come on this motherfucker when you here, bro. Like being around, niggas get to snatching wrenches and timing niggas out and all type of shit, bro. Like
that's crazy.
So I want to come when you here, nigga. I ain't fuck with these niggas.
Oh yeah, that last post-debate show, nigga.
For real?
Yeah, bro.
Niggas wilding, bro. I ain't know that shit, bro. It's all love, but I'm gonna let y'all, man.
Nah, but this is the Taz did. Hey, hold on, Suave. Before that nigga leave, he did call us. Well, Suave ain't gonna get this. Never mind. Go ahead. I was gonna say he called us the Detroit Lions, but Suave don't know what that is. Suave don't know what that is.
He like, oh well, shit.
Hey, the Detroit Lions don't win or some shit.
That's the worst team in the league, nigga.
Yeah, they the worst. They the worst.
All right, y'all.
All right, man.
Shout out to you, big dog, man. Shout out to Taz, man. Make sure y'all subscribe. If you not, get subscribed. Yeah. Detroit. Man, happy birthday to Trip C, man. I don't know what Cash at, but y'all know the channel, man. Show us some love. Y'all already know what time it is. Yeah, man. That's crazy. Does black feminism what?
Does black feminism fracture the relationship between black men and black women?
Does black feminism, does black people sticking up for women cause a division between black people? Not like an emotional, but a tangible
division.
Yeah. Because of course some people gonna react. What? But and I mean I guess that's division, but that's like emotional, but that it doesn't actually affect your life. You know what I'm saying? In a manner that should cause division. And I mean, being a feminist is just saying that women should have the same rights as men.
Exactly.
I don't know who the fuck will be against that. Who would be against that? And if we're talking about black feminism, I believe there's some caveats to that. That's even more, ridiculous to go against. So. But of course, Madon just wants the opportunity to, get off some of his rhetoric.
No, yeah, that's all. I mean, shout out to the army. Glad to see you back. Kind of, depending on what he's saying. But yeah, with that one, I'm trying to get the 150 on that nigga head.
Yo, Domo, what you gonna do with that 350, bro?
What the fuck, man?
No, serious question. Don't kick me, bro. Don't kick me, bro. Don't do that.
I'm gonna buy my son some more Christmas gifts.
You're a consumer. Why you a consumer, bro?
I'm a trained Marxist. So
speaking of consuming, didn't you consume an earthquake beer and 7 Newport Reds? Yo, don't talk to us about consuming.
Hold on, but you fuck with the stock market, right, Shannon?
Let me help you turn that 350 into 3K.
Man, sue this nigga,
you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Time out.
Ain't that illegal? Ain't he soliciting?
And then when you turn that
it's not necessarily illegal. It's not necessarily illegal.
I'm saying if he say that to you and you give him that 350, if he don't give you 3,000, can't you sue him?
It depends on the contract.
No, I don't want your money. I don't want your money, bro. I don't want your money. I'm gonna give you a play. Invest that money. Don't be a consumer.
Nah, I'm gonna spend it.
I'll help you turn that into 3K before Christmas. You can get whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm investing.
You gotta give Suave 350 out of that.
So what
you
play?
just freestyle that?
What play you talking about? What play you talking about? What stock you telling me to invest in?
Spot. I can tell you the play on Monday.
Holla at me on Monday.
The weekend right now. So what?
Holla at me on Monday. When you talking about when the
hit up Solar.
Hit up Solar on Monday.
Yeah, hit up Solar. Get my number.
All right, bet. We gonna rap. I ain't gonna play you. I'm gonna see if you really know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, when the niggas say, man, let me help you turn that 200 into 2 million, get the fuck out my face.
Like,
Get the fuck out my face. But I'm gonna hit him up. I'm gonna see what he's talking about. But yeah, man. Let me make this clear though. I have criticisms of Black Lives Matter. Matter of fact, let me take this opportunity. We better go take family pictures and shit. So I gotta get off this
that's
motherfucking
all
road
right.
in a minute anyway. But I think that this is Damo's criticism of Black Lives Matter outside of the organization, right? Because like when it became an organization, you know what I'm saying, and then when liberal dollars started flowing, and then that's when you start to see certain issues. But y'all got to remember that Black Lives Matter is not a hierarchical organization. It's rhizomatic, which means that it's like every Black Lives Matter organization operates on on its own independent platform, right? The Black Lives Matter, it was like a global, like something global fund or whatever. That was something that was formulated outside of the movement itself. You feel me? So it's like the way that I think about Black Lives Matter is distinguished between the hashtag, the movement, and then the organizations. It's a lot of criticism that could be said about the organizations, primarily because they still operate within what's called the nonprofit industrial complex. And that's essentially the ways in which nonprofit organizations still operate as corporations, not operate as corporations, but focus on profit the way that corporations focus on profit. So as soon as they became like organizations, nonprofit organizations, that's when literally they was introduced into the nonprofit industrial complex and became essentially like liberal or really neoliberal organizations, right? Which we don't need. Neoliberalism is bad for Black people. However, when we talk about the movement, right? So please make it be clear. Any criticism anybody has of the organizations outside of any queer identity associated with it is viable, right? I give niggas that. When it comes to the movement and the hashtag, though, my criticism of Black Lives Matter is literally the same criticism that Kwame Ture had of the Civil Rights Act, right? It's for white people. The message is for white people. It's not, because when she said our lives matter, that means she's talking to us. But when she says Black Lives Matter, she's talking outwardly. She's telling other people, hey, Black Lives Matter, just in case y'all didn't know. Right. That's why it's such an easy thing to co-opt in terms of the media, is because it's not inflammatory, it's not subversive, right? It's literally a plea, and that's weak. Like that type of messaging, like this is the argument I was having with my roommates back in 2016, 2015. It is a message to white people. It's appeal to people outside of the Black community. Because if it was talking to us, it would be hashtag our lives matter. That's not what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So from that standpoint, I think that quote unquote like hashtag Black Lives Matter is a ineffective message, and it represents the bare minimum. In 2021, we still reminded people that our lives have value. That means that message has been ineffective up until this point. Something that we should have already assumed has clearly been undermined. So any message that isn't inflammatory is unproductive.
So would it been better Black Lives Matters to Blacks?
No, that's stupid. That sounds stupid. That don't even.
But that sound like that would be, because it's like the movement picked up speed, right? And it was influential. And it's like, y'all stop treating us like this. But Black Lives Matter to Blacks is like saying, we need to stop treating us like this.
But it,
and
but see that would be our lives matter. You know what I'm saying?
But when you have to be specific though on who us is,
no. But if you're looking at a Black person and you see a Black person say "our," you know they talk about you. That type of specificity don't matter. If
Yeah,
we,
but that sound like all lives matter. Our lives matter is like,
yeah, but see what I'm saying? Like it is. That's what I'm trying to explain. When she first made the initial post that Alicia Garza made that turned into Black Lives Matter, that's what she said. She said, like at the end of the post, it said "Our lives matter" because her tweet was talking to Black people because she was getting frustrated with Black people saying when George Zimmerman was acquitted, like Black people were saying, "Yep, we should have known. I knew that was gonna happen. We should have known," and she was saying that's fucked up because if we knew that wasn't gonna happen and we getting numb to it, that means we getting numb to the way that our bodies are being sacrificed. And so what she was saying is, nah, we can't get numb to how our bodies are sacrificed. Our lives matter. We got to understand. Like, so that R is situated around Black people. It was her homegirl, Patrice Cullors, in that commented and said, hashtag Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me, like, to be honest, I think it's too, it was a, like, you got to be skeptical of any movement that starts as a hashtag because it's a trend. Like when you go to Twitter and you look at like where it says trending, when you look under that trending section, it's hashtags. That's all of that. That hashtag movement is neoliberalism because what does it require? It requires technology, technological advances, and technological innovation in order for hashtags to be productive, right? So in order for it to be valuable, it has to trend. That's why, for example, when we look at Say Her Name, we couldn't just talk about the fact that Black women needed to be discussed more. We had to turn it to a hashtag. It had to trend in order to be valuable. So for those that, and I know I'm getting long-winded, but I'm saying like niggas think that I worship Black Lives Matter, and it's like y'all got it fucked up. I just think that y'all criticism sucks. But the criticism that I have is it is a product of neoliberalism. And the last thing I say, just to explain what neoliberalism is, it's the idea that commerce, capitalism, shit like that, spending money can lead to social progress, right? So when we look at social media movements are an example of neoliberalism because it requires like social media platforms to be funded and ran in order for that movement to spread its message and to take place. So if our movements are dependent upon neoliberal institutions like social media, then that means the people who run those institutions dictate the validity of the movement, right? If Mark Zuckerberg bans like Black Lives Matter, you know what I'm saying, it says that it's too racially divisive, then the movement is undermined because you can't spread the message. You know what I mean? So any movement that has its basis in a trend, like a hashtag, is ineffective and can always be undermined by the institutions that control capitalism.
any moment. Yeah, that's crazy. Motherfuckers don't be thinking like that, man. I mean, they just be trying to help motherfuckers. Like niggas just be trying to help motherfuckers. You know, so it being formed off of fucking Twitter. I wish I would have knew that shit last night. How you felt about that shit, but yeah, that ain't why I question. Yeah, it's too easy to criticize it for being connected to gay shit, this, that, and the other. That because once people say it, they never could get to the specifics of what's contrasting. And that's my only thing right there is the trans rights that they fighting for. I just feel like, you know, that's out of line. But I have no opinion on them, you know, because I don't even delve in that world. It's like a political world where they're trying to influence votes and get shit like that. So yeah, man. I mean, I appreciate them. Keep doing your thing.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that's why if you would have hit me with like it's anti-black, anti-straight black man because it's neoliberal, that I don't like that I feel like I would have finessed you on that too. I think like I feel like the Marxist point was a good point though. I do feel like the Marxist point was a good point. If you had more of an understanding of those talking points though, I think you would have been able to use it a little bit better.
Of course.
Yeah. But yeah, man. Yeah, I'm in the chat, man. I'm listening. So please get it understood, bro. I do not worship Black Lives Matter. I just don't think it's anti-straight black man. Period. But I'm out.
So, man, shout out to Dope Man. Congratulations again, man. Big bro put it down. And yo. Yo. Tasha, look. I don't know her cash app. Go get it from her channel. Is she live? I don't know her cash app. You said what? No, for real? Oh, that is her cash app. Oh shit. Okay. Hold on. Let me rebrand that right quick. Dallas. Damn. You hit the gym. Yeah, what you work on? That's all right. Bet. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Say, well, that better be her cash app. You better not just make that cash app. Say, Bo. What you say, bro? What? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess you just equate cats to women, you know, and you equate dogs to men, even though there's female dogs, you know. But yeah, I don't know. That's just like shit calling a woman a stallion, and a stallion is a male horse. Yeah, yeah, that shit crazy to me. Some old school shit got snuck in before niggas was reading books. Before niggas got into public education and shit. They like, fuck it, man. But they used to call dudes cats too. They'd be like, that's a smooth cat. But I mean, I guess because they called a cat a pussy cat. I don't know. Yeah. That's fucked up, man. Let me get back to the stream, man. This nigga wicked crazy, dad. Love, bro. I'm at you, man. All right, for sure, God. Enjoy yourself, man. Like that gear. All right. He out there and snapping out jersey, man. Yeah, shout out to Trip C. Uh Yeah, man. That dude crazy. Shout out to Wiki, man. Christopher Lenoy, man. Peace, peace, peace. Okay, yeah, we like 50 minutes into the FBG Duck breakdown by Tribalism Rose. I appreciate the conversations. Thank y'all coming through, man. Y'all got bro to jump on the panel, man. So yeah, let's get it. Where did we pick off last episode of say niggas getting their nails done, calling that pimping? Man, look at Taz John, man. He had a straight pull.
But before that would happen, another senseless murder, capturing bodies for him. The war was far from over, and we would soon see one of the most shocking and despicable acts of violence that the streets of Chicago had ever witnessed. Ironically, one where no one would even lose their life. But before that would happen, another senseless murder would set the stage. On October 9, 2018, Chicago rapper Dooski the Man, real name Ventrease Chris, will be shot in the head.
Oh, you just gotta if you email Bingo, let me see, hold on. Just email Bingo, get in touch with him to order the clothes if you want to order some snapping off gear. Yeah, email Bingo at Bingo on the track. I'll put it in the Western. It said, what was the final push? Was FBG set up that golden dread head nigga cousin had a 15-year-old invite him over. They made him eat her ass off period and cut his dreads, then killed the girl for snitching. Damn. That's crazy.
Block of South Michigan Avenue, apparently the result of a drive-by shooting from a passing brown vehicle. Dooski was left laying dead on the street with pictures of his dead body circulating online. Members from 600 were celebrating Dooski's murder, while O-Block members would ironically be tweeting shush emojis. Anywho, Dooski was very close to another Chicago rapper by the name of Wooski, and they had dropped songs together like the February 2018 track Shooters. Apparently, Wooski was a big target for the Get Back gang, especially considering the disrespect that he showed his ops on that diss song Computers at the start of the year. So from here, after the murder of Dooski, it appeared that Get Back gang members hatched a plan to shoot up his funeral because they knew Wooski would be there. But even more crazy, E-Dog and King Von would even FaceTime Wooski a few days before the funeral, telling him that they were going to surprise him.
You should be proud of him. You know what the fuck going on. You should be proud of him. You know, I wish I could say one of y'all was my boy. You got all groupies over there. I ain't talking about the groupies that got a seat on the curry. The niggas on the seat on the it's a big surprise. You talking about tonight. Real surprise, y'all. But you talking about tonight.
Meanwhile, E-Dog is openly tweeting that another Get Back is coming and that they're planning to get rid of someone. And sure enough, on the afternoon of October the 22nd, at Dooski's funeral, a car turns up. People jump out of the car and start shooting into the crowd outside of the church indiscriminately. But apparently, they were looking for Wooski.
Police say they heard a barrage of shots just after noon. They were coming from across the street at a funeral for a local musician known as Dooski the Man was letting out. His real name is Ventrease Chris. He was killed by gunfire earlier this month. Witnesses today heard a couple of shots at first, apparently fired into the crowd. Then many more, several dozen more shots. Investigators have placed markers indicating where shell casings are located, but so far they have no one in custody.
Footage was captured in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, which again is probably too shocking to show you on YouTube, but it resembles a war zone. It's truly hard to believe that this kind of thing is going on American soil. 6 people were hit in this incident, and Wooski himself was shot in the head, miraculously surviving. With some initially believing that Wooski had passed, FBG Duck confirmed on IG Live that Wooski had indeed survived the attack. Von would tweet after the funeral shooting that they had won the beef, with Moonwalk retweeting and agreeing. From here, Von would go on to drop numerous lyrics over the course of his career, disrespecting and making fun of Wooski's shooting at their funeral. With Von's lyrics on the track back again, literally saying that he slides at funerals, shoots everyone outside, and Wooski is going to the field. It's honestly insane to me that Von got away with saying stuff like this. But I guess it was that same insanity and boldness that attracted people to Von's music, with fans throwing on these murder anthems wondering, how did this monster still be on the streets and making music? Only days before Dooskie's funeral, King Von had dropped the track War With Us, notable for lyrics that appeared to take credit for killing the female gorilla K.I., a killing that Chicago police would later confirm that Von did. But it would be in December 2018, when King Von dropped his breakout anthem Crazy Story, that this microphone murderer would break into the mainstream. Crazy Story is a storytelling song where King Von skillfully glides over the beat, using his raps to tell an entire Chicago drill story. The story involves him using a woman to lure a rich man in, to rob them, with the story ending with Von shooting somebody. But the most notable part of this song is at the end, where Von introduced the world.
Oh, it's the echo?
Dissing his ox on 63rd. And dissing 63rd or saying he's not from 63rd would become a huge part of King Von's brand going forward. He'd later be seen selling merch with a 63rd Street sign with a giant cross over it. Now, Von's track Crazy Story was distributed by Lil Durk's OTF, Only the Family label. And Crazy Story was a huge success for both Von and Durk. It's got over 67 million views on YouTube today, and the song was such a hit Lil Durk jumped onto a remix or part 2 of the track, and with a winning formula, it seemed like King Von would only get more and more disrespectful and shocking in his songs going forward, dissing the deceased and his living ops in his tracks, ultimately going back and forth with FBG Duck in his music and on social media, with their deadly street beef turning momentarily into more of a rap beef. But sadly, Von and Duck's feud wouldn't stay on wax for very long at all. On January the 9th, 2019, Mimo 600 and King Von dropped their collab track called Exposing Me, a song that's notable for its use of the same sample that ended up on fake New York blood CJ's Whoop-Dee and real UK blood Band OK's Slide. In the song, Von mentions Wooski getting shot in the head. He says that he's already put in so much work in the street that Get Back Gang tell him to sit back, but he's still strapped. He says outright that he was a killer before rap. He says that he's smoking Tuka and a bunch of other names of deceased people more relevant to the 600 beef. Von even shouts out O-Block's DQ as his shooter, suggesting that he will soon be turning somebody else into a pack. Meanwhile, Mimo 600 disses FBG Duck's cousin Ruger and his deceased brother Scrap. He also disses Poppy, and saying that he smokes a number of other deceased ops that we're not really going to go into in this story. In response to this song, just under a month later, on February the 4th, 2019, FBG Duck and Ruger reply with their own Exposing Me remix on that same banging beat. On this track, Ruger hints that SDL and 63rd made O-Block, a reference to the murder of O.D. Perry, and suggesting that O-Block members still don't know who specifically was responsible, with Ruger going on to drop a lot of disses aimed at 600 members affiliated with O-Block. Meanwhile, FBG Duck says that he'll slide through O-Block, and Duck goes,
when you have somebody in your line of profession, if you're a rapper, when you have somebody that's there to advise you not to rap about criminal activity, just thinking.
goes on to diss a whole bunch of other deceased ops that are important to O-Block, like Sharoid, OD, D-Thang, and J Money. But this beef didn't just stop on the songs, and it soon made its way to social media. In the same month of that song's release, FBG Duck would go live, claiming that him and King Von used to hang out as kids, but saying that Duck and his friends beat up King Von when he found out that he was playing both sides of the war, even going as far to suggest that King Von isn't even really from O-Block.
Y'all can play any of that shit y'all want to, from Chief Keef to, nigga, you can play Von, whoever the fuck you want. I don't get no fuck. As long as he ain't talking about smoking none of that, you know, all that goofy shit these niggas be talking about and really be lame as hell. Used to get beat up after school on buses and shit, bro. Too good. Anybody, you want to fight, you want to do it, whatever. Let's do it. I'm Shondell. Especially Von. He know he got his ass beat. Too good. He got his ass beat on the bus. Your ass used to hang with us on Tuga. He flipped because your ass was scared. You're not even from O-Block, bro. Gray, his ass know he got his ass beat. Scary ass was playing both sides on Tuga.
Obviously, these disses were not going to make King Von too happy. But since the success of Crazy Story and coming under the wing of fellow successful Chicago rapper Lil Durk, Von was spending a lot of time away from Chicago and living the high life of a successful rap star. Rather than jumping in stolen cars and doing drills, Von was with Durk jumping off yachts, seemingly surrounded by people who knew his reputation very well.
Okay, Durk, yo, it's on you now. This nigga Durk scared. This nigga scared. Okay, Von. This nigga scared.
Yeah, I'm a bitch.
Look at Von. He too scared.
You loud, B-Roy.
They talking about Von a bitch. He scared to jump. They ain't just talking about you. They out here talking about you. All that savage and you scared to jump in the water.
And at a certain point, you have to wonder, was Lil Durk being a good influence to King Von, taking him away from Chicago and the violence that he probably couldn't escape on his own? Or in reality, is King Von really a bad influence on Durk, bringing problems, violence, and crime to wherever Durk is traveling with his legitimate music industry success? After all, Von was seen riding around with Lil Durk, toting the stick for any ops that pull up, and joking about having more bodies than anybody that's there.
Fuck you talking about bitch ass nigga. Fuck y'all doing.
Go. And I got some advice there, but cut this low shit back up, man. You get excited in this bitch.
It's late.
It's over. So you know I'm coming out.
How wasn't that wild as fuck? That nigga said, and I got more bodies than you. Oh, that nigga said, whoa.
Anybody that's there.
Fuck you talking about bitch ass nigga. Fuck y'all doing.
Go. And I got some advice there, but cut this low shit back up, man. You get excited in this bitch.
It's late.
It's over. So you know I'm coming out. Look.
And while it sounds like they were joking in that video, apparently things were serious. Because allegedly, on February the 5th, 2019, Durk and Von were both involved in an Atlanta armed robbery and shooting. But Durk and Von wouldn't be arrested for this for quite some time. And so in the months that followed, they would continue having a great time, having flexing battles on Instagram, fighting over who's got the most money in designer drip.
Anybody flex earlier?
No, man, I was too busy.
Nickname Papa. Papa, no spinning, bitch ass nigga. Fuck him up. Hold on.
I was too busy, though.
Get your bitch ass. What?
I just know.
What?
It's just bitch. I just mirror myself to death.
Fly shit.
That shit don't matter. You over there with 20 on.
Huh?
You over there with 20 bucks.
I'm talking about things. Don't try to count on pockets on fucking break. Hey, what's wrong with them? You do it too much. Yes, and I'm done.
Let's come up.
Hey, I'm saying.
Fat, your bitch.
You still flexing?
Clearly, he's not moved completely on from the streets to the success, because he's still talking about smoking dead ops from back in the day.
I'm gonna kick him a little more. Dirty. Dang. Martin.
That shit, every so much that yesterday, man.
Martin.
Sleep in the studio.
Fuck, took him in there, y'all. Fuck about this.
Unfortunately, soon good times for Durk and Von would come to an end, with the cops picking both of them up in June 2019, with them appearing together in an explosive court appearance.
Day, Little Durk. Appearing in court where a judge ruled there was enough evidence for him to go to trial. The rapper admitted listed the evidence against him in court. Deputy APD says they used at least 5 cameras from local businesses, including this VP, as well as from the varsity across the street, in order to build their case against Lil Durk and his co-defendant. On Friday, detectives from Atlanta and Chicago testified in the criminal case against rapper Lil Durk in Fulton County Court. They say around 5 in the morning on February 5th, Lil Durk, whose real name is Durk Derek Banks, and his co-defendant, Bennett, were seen on camera involved in shooting Alexander Witherspoon, a person police say they knew.
He said his chain was snatched off his neck, and he had $30,000 stolen from him, and then they stole the vehicle that he was driving.
Police say Banks was seen on tape shooting a gun.
And so, what may end up as the blessing that saved Lil Durk from being exposed to much worse consequences, in the lead up to their supposed trial, Durk and Von are prevented from communicating with each other at all. Something that Durk and Von both famously discussed in separate No Jumper interviews. But at least it seems that Durk was still able to help Von with his career from a distance, with the OTS-supported release of King Von's new project, Grandson, in September 2019. And while Durk and Von were both on Von for that case in Atlanta, FBG Duck would continue to prod his boss, still living in Chicago, mocking them on IG Live in November 2019.
Finally get his rich with it. Fuck to the fine up and play, and I'm not nigga don't play. But none of my ops can't fucking rap. Look dirt, I don't tune that shit. Big sit down. That's how they want it. That's how they want to do it. Put the money on my head. Y'all want to put your money on my head. Try your luck. I got enough of this shit.
Duck wasn't just this on social media. He was continuing to drop music. In December 2019, FBG Duck would drop another classic song, Chicago Legends, a track paying homage to a lot of famous names who had lost their lives in the streets of Chicago. And in a move that surprised a lot of people, Duck even went as far as to pay respect to people on the other side of the beef who had lost their lives too, like Lil Durk's fallen cousin Newski and close friend of Rondo No. 9 and Chief Keef, L.A. Capone. In a way, this could have been seen as something of an olive branch, showing the Ops' fallen members some respect, potentially a first step towards moving on from this never-ending beef. But as Von's career went from strength to strength, he would continue to diss Duck in his songs. In February 2020, Von would release his iconic track Took Her to the O, another storytelling song which this time would reference FBG Duck in a fictional scenario. In the track, he actually tells a story of picking up a woman who had missed calls in her phone from Duck. In the second verse, Von says that he confronted the girl about this, and that Duck came along picking up a brick. Von then says that he merched it on Brick, meaning that he swore on Brick's life, a reference to his deceased brother Brick, before throwing the brick at Von's car. And the song ends with Von saying that he shoots Duck dead, with Von and the woman laughing about it at the end. And this fictional FBG Duck murder was also reenacted with an actor in the music video. Now, FBG Duck would reply to King Von's musical murder fantasy in his own track, I'm From 63rd, the month after, in March 2020, rebuffing Von's lyrics in the song, suggesting that Lil Durk was only putting Von on in the music industry to annoy Duck, and flipping King Von's crazy story lyrics, saying that they're all made up and that the fans will believe anything. Duck goes on to say that he used to smack King Von back in the day, saying that he would shoot Von and that King Von's music is full of lies. And outside of the music, Duck would continue prodding King Von on IG Live, saying once again that he beat up Von back in the day,
beat your ass on the bus on Tuga,
as well as telling Von that he is only famous because of Durk.
You niggas come up under Durk. When y'all get mentioned as Lil Durk homies.
But here's where things get chilling, because as Duck would continue to mock Von in what appears to be a disrespectful but not an entirely death-threatening way, Von would begin to demonically comment on Duck's IG lives with names of people that he personally or Get Back Gang are rumored to have killed, whilst continuing to insult Duck throughout his entire life.
You on my dick the most. Yeah, out of everybody that's from over there, you on my dick the most. Fine. What is that? That's probably a fake page, but that's probably his real page. I think that's his real page.
Maybe at this point Duck thought that he was in a rap beef rather than a street beef with King Von, but clearly Von was not thinking the same. It's widely believed that King Von was using his musical career and income to fund his friends in O Block putting in work on the streets. A May 2020 vlog showed King Von returning to Parkway Gardens, giving his old friends wads of cash. With that in mind, it's almost insane that Duck went ahead with his July the 10th, 2020 release, Dead Bitches, a song that is basically the complete opposite of Chicago Legends, a track where Duck labels a laundry list of deceased ops from the opposing hood as dead bitches. And the lyrics to this song are chilling. Duck says he wasn't originally going to diss the dead, but okay, he did it, proceeding to insult a whole bunch of deceased people from the opposing hood of O Block and beyond, including the names of some members of the affiliated Crew 600. He first insults T-Roy and OD, going on to diss J Money and the way he passed. He disses Lil Boo, a murdered 600 member. He mocks Sharoid, saying he was probably listening to his iPod when he passed. He mocks a number of respected people associated with 600, like Lil Steve, Baldy, and D-Thang. He insults a woman named Ketta, who apparently wasn't even involved in gang business, was just apparently an older woman from O Block that the younger members had a liking of who passed away for unrelated reasons. Duck had truly crossed every line there was with this song, but he was still fearless and assumed that he would be safe moving around his own city. He told DJ Vlad and countless other people that he would never move out of Chicago, and I guess Duck just always thought that he was one step ahead. But sadly in the end, his enemies would indeed catch up with him, ending his life in the most brutal and public fashion for the entire world to witness. On the morning of the
Thank you, Judith. Yeah, we can't get caught up on that. Like if you're somebody, right? You're gonna make a name for yourself at school, anywhere you go. But you can't get caught up in that to the point where, I guess it's kind of hard for us to imagine it could get greater than that, even though you see people get greater than that. But once you take on Chicago, move around. Move around. Get the support of the whole region. Come to Indiana, go to Ohio. Once you get the Midwest behind you, then you could go out to the East Coast, West Coast, down south, overseas, and make a name for yourself. But to just say you'll never leave Chicago, like, come on, bro. Like, you got a mama, you got kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gonna stay here for what? Are you not still representing Tuka if you move and blow up and do good things and shit and be able to? I don't know, bro. What niggas want props and praises for, man, just really confounds me sometimes.
4th of August 2020, the members from O Block are chilling on their block, openly selling weed, or Tuka and Zaza as they call it, and discussing their operation to a camera recording live.
This is my dog on King David. On B, that's my roadie. Hold on, man, I got Zaza. King David, nigga. Big bag of that shit. Stupid, man. Big grocery bag of that shit. You got in your bag, bitch. That man, you know that man. What you got over here, folks, on King David? Everybody got a block, nigga. And I feel the big boy. I come with a big zipper. Nigga, really twink, nigga. No, it is. That's all they do. We smoke. Big twink, nigga. On BDN. Yeah, motherfucker, out. That's my son on King David right there on BDN. That's my son on phone number. Look how much money I made today. Another 100K nigga. I just came outside like 30 minutes ago. No exaggeration, I swear to God. I remember 30 minutes. It's like 1,200. I still got we got that shit on us, bro.
It's clear that the guys from O Block had absolutely no worries about committing crimes on camera for all to see. And later that day, we would see just how far they were willing to take this truly reckless attitude. 4 a.m. that same morning, FBG Duck wakes up in a bad mood, making a Facebook status suggesting that he was angry about the murder of his brother Brick, hoping that he bumps into the killer. Little did he know he would do just that very same day. Because on the afternoon of August the 4th, 2020, less than 1 month after the release of FBG Duck's incredibly disrespectful song, Dead Bitches, Duck goes shopping in the Gold Coast, a place that's been described as the Rodeo Drive of Chicago, a luxury, high-end shopping district and a high-profile tourist area. And it was here that FBG Duck must have been located by his enemies. Because while he's shopping, 2 vehicles end up here 30 minutes away from O Block, arriving directly outside where Duck is shopping. At about 4:37 p.m., Duck is confronted outside of the Dolce & Gabbana store by around 4 masked individuals who hop out of the car, opening fire. Duck pulls a gun and tries to return fire, but it jams, falling to the ground along with Duck himself as bullet after bullet is fired into his body. Duck is shot numerous times with some outlets.
No security. Your homie wasn't on point. Your gun jammed. Squeezing it too fast, which is the usual reason why guns jam, because you pull the trigger again before it actually recoil from the first shot or the prior shot, and the slug get caught. But yeah, that's crazy. You FBG Duck. You signed, you got that bag, you coming about it. Dolce & Gabbana. Shout out to Trip C. Peace to you, peace to you.
What's up? What's up?
Happy birthday to you. How you doing?
Thank you, love. I'm doing all right. Dry broke, so I had to go to the laundromat. Ugh, hated it.
Fact. Once you get a washer in the dry,
The
ain't no
laundromat
going
is
back.
like, yeah, I gotta call the man to come fix it.
It's like you smoking Reggie again. That's what's up, bro. Shout out to you. Shout out to you.
Yo,
Laundry mat on your birthday.
thank you, and we gotta schedule our next debate. Eminem versus Reese's Pieces, my nigga. It's gonna be hot.
Or Reese's Pieces with the M&Ms.
And they go together. They surely do. Throw some peanut butter up in the mix with them peanuts.
Hell no. Reese's peanut butter. A lot of old school candy survived, man. That's crazy.
Well, Reese's survived because of E.T.
Oh.
Because remember, that's what the boy was feeding.
You got the E.T. bump, yeah.
Yeah. That saved Reese's because wasn't nobody buying that.
That's crazy.
But I'm popped down because it's bad weather. I was in the parking lot. I'll be back up in a few.
All right, for sure. For sure. Appreciate you. Happy birthday once again, man. Y'all fuck with Trip C, man. It's her birthday. Shout out to the sister, man. Yeah, I'd have moved. You know, once you get too big for a certain area, you gotta move. When you are targeting Chicago like that, just think about it. You hot. Move around. Niggas is looking to kill you. Move around. You making our block hot. Niggas keep coming to the hood looking for you. We ain't got the money to do what you can do. We ain't got the money. We ain't got the guns. Hey, damn, bro. Move around. He's like, nah. I'm gonna make sure don't none of y'all niggas be the nigga here. Then this make me wish a nigga never got no money. You'd have been better off broke. Your mama would have still had you. You'd have been better off working at goddamn McDonald's. Motherfuckers get money just to not be able to separate the two lives and come up with something, reestablish yourself. Shout out to William Joseph, Black Power. Motherfuckers gonna guilt shame your ass into staying in the situation where you die. And who you gotta prove you tough to? You already King Von. You already FBG Duck.
Even reporting that he could have been shot as many as 38 times, and he's left to die there by the shooters who immediately flee the scene in their cars. A man and a woman that were standing with Duck at the time of the shooting are both injured but luckily survive. At this point, scared and confused members of the public begin to crowd around Duck's body, with some even videotaping the aftermath of this terrible crime. Eventually, a 12-minute video is uploaded in its entirety, depicting the aftermath of that incident, where Duck lays there on the ground for an extended period of time fighting for his life. This video is far too shocking to show you on YouTube, but once again, it really drives home just how much destruction these killers were so willing to inflict on the streets that they live in and upon the fellow citizens who live there alongside them. Duck's mother would later claim that the police actually stopped the ambulances getting through, preventing Duck from receiving medical attention in the adequate time frame.
They even blocked the ambulance off from getting to him. See, that's what they don't want the world to know. But I'm going to tell it, and I'm going to get justice for my son.
After Duck's killing, this brazen, broad daylight shooting made international news, with reporters comparing the killing to the slaying of Chicago mob bosses back in the 30s.
On August 4th, 2020, it looked like an old-time outfit attack here on Chicago's Oak Street. 2 attack cars, 4 shooters, and a hail of bullets. But the target wasn't a 1930s gangster. He was a new millennium rapper, FBG Duck.
Considering how publicly this murder was carried out, there was an insane amount of media attention around Duck's death. And according to his own mother, Duck had been reported dead on the news before she had even had an opportunity to identify her son's body.
The news actually announced he was dead before I can even go to the hospital.
But even more chilling than that is the fact that Duck's mother witnessed people finding out about the news on the street and clapping in joy.
Somebody actually clapped in the crowd when they pronounced my son being deceased. I hit the floor. I couldn't believe it.
Adding even further insult to Duck's family in this horrible time, the mayor of Chicago came out with a statement saying that Duck fancied himself as a rapper, but was really just a gangster. Clearly not aware of the work that Duck was doing to improve his life or the pledge that he'd made his mother after his brother's death to focus on the music rather than the streets. Now, people made a lot of the fact that this happened in such an upscale and upmarket part of Chicago, far from the rundown hoods where this beef supposedly originated from. One article spoke of Duck bringing a street fight between the have-nots into turf controlled by the haves, suggesting that these drill rappers are so-called have-nots that usually just kill each other on the south side of the city where nobody cares. Going on to say that these killings are being done for clout, and comparing all of the white people standing on the street watching Duck die to the movie Hotel Rwanda, and going on to say that because of the socio-economic implications of Duck dying in this way, in this location, meant that there would be no way that his killers would evade justice. This is something that Duck's own mother once again echoed in a Vlad TV interview.
They want justice for my son just as well as anybody else because they feel they're not safe. If this can happen down here,
Duck's mother also vowed to get justice for her son.
I want them prosecuted. If they dead, they're not gonna do nothing.
But for over a year, there was no justice, as Duck's killers evaded all consequences for what they had done. But even more shocking than that, they weren't quiet about it either, running free in the streets and on social media, soaking up every single drip of clout that they could just for being involved in this horrific crime. It's no coincidence that following the murder of FBG Duck, that the cops had several cars watching over O Block. They were apparently there to stop retaliation attacks, with warnings being issued in the local community that young people should stay off the streets because bullets are about to fly. The cops knew where the bullets that had killed Duck had been sent from, and it was a safe bet that some may be sent back in that direction soon after. But the thing is, building the actual case to catch the people that killed Duck would take some time. But fortunately, those who were involved in the crime would begin dropping crumbs and clues from the very moment that they got back from the hit. The very day that FBG Duck is killed, C Murder from O Block posts a picture of himself to Instagram doing the GD killer hand sign with the caption "Anyway GDK," a reference to a King Von lyric. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectrum, soon after Duck's killing, Lil Durk went live on Instagram whilst getting off of a private jet. He didn't really say anything, but the comments are crammed with people mentioning that FBG Duck was just murdered. Of course, Durk was conveniently out of Chicago whilst this happened, something he had made publicly clear on Twitter only hours before the hit took place, with Lil Reese also sliding in on the alibi too. Now, a lot of people speculated that Lil Durk going live so soon after Duck's murder was a calculated move to show the world and the authorities that he was indeed far away from the crime when it happened, the perfect alibi. But on the flip side, Durk would also go on to tweet "Rest in peace Newski," his cousin, only an hour and a half after Duck was killed. So clearly, Duck's passing meant something to him. And the day after Duck's death, King Von would release his song with Lil Durk, "All These N-Words." That track doesn't have any specific lyrics pertaining to Duck's death, but the timing can't be ignored, and of course it's filled with King Von rapping about having bodies from way back. The fact that they went ahead and still released this in spite of what was going on just goes to show you there were really no plans for O Block or their affiliates to keep quiet after this event had played out. And the same day that that song drops, Mimo600 is seen smoking a blunt on IG Live, whilst all the comments ask if it's Duck that he is smoking. And he confirms this by showing off a custom Duck Cali pack. But he wasn't the only one showing disrespect. 600 Breezy dropped a snippet of an FBG Duck diss song, pondering publicly whether he should still release it even though Duck is dead. But it was exactly 10 days after Duck's murder, on August the 14th, 2020, when King Von is seen in Atlanta at the Icebox Jewelers, picking up a number of diamond-encrusted custom O-Block chains for his goons, even posting a handy list of names who would receive these chains next to it. Now, I don't know what was engraved on every single one of these personalized chains, but taking a closer look at the backside of Von's personal extra large O blockchain, we can see what this is really about, because it's engraved with the names
thank
of
you.
9 fallen.
No, I was saying this was crazy, man. Niggas really paid his hitters, like bought them niggas chains and shit. That shit is crazy, dog. And then you rapping about all these other murders. You did a scene in one of your videos where FBG Duck gets killed. Then FBG Duck gets killed and you don't say nothing. You don't rap about it.
And O-Block associates, along with a crosshair, the number 64, the old name for O-Block, Wick City, and the tagline O-Block for life. Von himself had this extra large O-block chain, whilst the smaller ones were distributed to other members. This includes several people who are now in custody for the murder of FBG Duck. People like C Murder and Moo Wop, who was seen flexing his new chain extensively on IG. And we saw the likes of DQ being gifted his chain personally by King Von. Now, for the record, Von had been planning to give his hitters chains for several months before the murder of FBG Duck, even being seen on social media consulting with his crew about the chains all the way back in May 2020.
You hear me, young?
Yeah.
White gold, yellow gold, or rose gold?
I say white.
Yeah,
white gold. You know how that shit by me? White.
And even custom designing them at Icebox before Duck's passing. But it is slightly curious that we didn't start seeing the chains getting shown off until 10 days after Duck's murder, when a full video about them was released on Icebox's YouTube channel, where we see King Von basically explaining that specific chains are to be customized for specific getbacks, with the vengeance of Shoroid apparently corresponding to a Shoroid squad chain.
One just put this 1992 to 2012.
Okay, who's that one for?
Shoroid squad.
I want to know the name.
Yeah, I know. C Murder.
And then you just, how do you spell it?
C-H-E-N-O. Right here.
So right here, Ivan, we're just adding C-H-E-N-O.
Who all got rose gold? I think Smooth will rose gold.
So with his team fully iced out, his biggest rival out the way, and arguably the biggest get back of his career under his belt, it would really make sense for Von to get as far away as possible from the streets and focus on his music career. And the day after taking delivery of those O-block chains, Von would be back on Instagram teasing new music. But funnily enough, the fans seemed more interested in the getbacks than the songs, with the comments going crazy mentioning the death of Duck. And Von would eventually even have to tell people to stop talking about it, as the comments got so clogged with people mentioning Duck.
Man, next motherfucker put anything about some big Clout or FB, anything on this bitch. You striking niggas out like baseball, come on.
But Von wouldn't avoid the topic for long. As the days go by, him and his team would lean into social media, getting more and more used to the fans constantly bringing up the killing of Duck. A couple days later, Von was on IG Live with DQ in a store, unable to help himself but mock the ops just a little bit, telling his IG Lives that there ain't no more FBG.
All that dissing or saying something or even acting like y'all with some shit that y'all know for sure ain't with, I'ma smash that on y'all. I ain't gonna play like that. See, and we know y'all ain't gangster, y'all on the internet. We know y'all ain't gangster, y'all ain't trying to do that. Ain't no more FB. Ain't that right, Big DQ? Ain't that right?
You already know that, Kodak.
Yeah, good up, good for you,
A couple of days after that, Von is on O-Block, with Gleesh telling the ops to pull up.
Tell her what we doing today, Gleesh. We on the block.
Get it on. We on the block. Look, pull up. Y'all know when he come out, it's a fucking move. We pull up in a lot. On BD, just pull up in a lot.
2 days later, August the 22nd, an O-Block Woney goes live saying that he's smoking on Duck and telling his viewers that you can get hit anywhere, any place, and that they're still dangerous.
I smoked the wood to the duck. Smoked the wood to the duck. You know? Shit can happen to you. You could die. Whatever can happen. Like, you know, anywhere. You know, like, it could just happen. Like, you know, we dangerous. Like, we pull up on you and shit. Like, you know, like your taco. I'm on house arrest. But this shit can happen. Like, it can happen. Like, it can happen. Like, whenever, wherever. She thinks somewhere in traffic.
The day after that, Kenny Mac posts up on Instagram a picture with C Murder saying that they're killers, and a few days later on August the 28th, C-Thang would go live to an audience of around 10 people, quickly getting spooked by the fact that the only people that showed up were fans saying that he killed Duck. But one of the most famous incidents of self-snitching in this story would surface on August the 31st, 2020, when an interview is released with Boss Top from...
This was stupendous. This was crazy. This dude finna walk through here and basically point out the killer.
O-Block speaking on camera. This interview is him surrounded by members on the block, speaking about what things were like before the fame and discussing his relationship with King Von and Lil Duck. Thing is, if you're going to take a vlogger into a gang stronghold, you might want to be a bit more careful about what you say and where you say it, because this interview with Boss Top contains a number of very incriminating details. First thing they do is walk onto the block telling the camera that their homies are smoking brick and Duck.
We got Phone rolling up brick over there. Yeah. Phone rolling up brick over there. Phone putting the duck out right there. Oh, we got a lot of people in.
Hell, if you look at the comments on this video, you will see that there is a bunch of people pointing out the fact that there is a car the same model as the one that was used in the murder of FBG Duck parked right next to them. Sure, it could be a coincidence, but it does make you wonder why only less than a month after a
I changed it. Trip C Treehouse. No S. Yeah. Maybe the capitalization matters too. All right, there it is.
Gangland murder.
Yeah, great job, boss top.
That these guys are inviting vloggers to their block to record them. And so it was in this very interview that the boss top from O-Block would post up in front of the camera telling the vlogger that he's willing to answer anything. Anything, you say?
Any question?
Well, naturally, he is eventually asked about FBG Duck, and his answer is really something. Boss top immediately says that Duck shouldn't have dissed their dead homie Leroy before catching himself and then shutting up.
FBG Duck, any thoughts on him? Like, did you know him? Did you know him before? Like everything like that? All I know, don't say that shit about Troy. Or
But if that wasn't enough, a flustered boss top then redirects the camera's attention to the head standing behind them, one of whom does a nose-wiping motion.
okay, so you got anything about FBG Duck? It's, you know what I'm saying? You know, don't say shit about Troy. That's it. Don't say shit about Troy. Get that guy over there. Whatever, you know me. Come on, man. Don't do that. I don't do that. You know I know that.
Play dope.
Stop playing. Do that. Stop playing. Talk to somebody else today.
Boss top would then go on to call his O-Block chain a trophy.
This shit ain't no motherfucking chain. This like, it's like a trophy to this our brother, you know? This shit more than the chain. This shit way more than the chain. This shit our lifestyle.
Now, this most incriminating section of the interview was removed from that video around a year before the arrest took place. But that particular clip was captured and still circulates to this day. And even though that part's edited out, all of the original comments remain, with many long before the arrests, pointing out that Boss Top indeed did point directly at one of Duck's shooters. But it would be unfair for Boss Top to take the blame for all of the self-snitching, because as the days go by, O-Block members continue to appear on camera and on social media, leaking incriminating info that appeared to tie them to the crime. On September the 2nd, Big Woney goes live on Instagram once again, this time arguing with one of FBG Duck's friends, FBG Measle, with Woney bragging that they can't diss O-Block because O-Block kill their ops.
Why diss niggas that's killing y'all? Nah, my homies stood over your homies. It's different.
Folks that get stood over.
Who?
Goofy. Niggas red. You keep mentioning, motherfucker, keep mentioning Duck name, Brick name.
Fuck Duck. What the fuck? I'm finna grab the Duck joints. I don't want to have that come out.
The day after that, C-Thang and Big Woney are seen on IG Live again, this time showing themselves on FaceTime with fellow accused murderer and drill musician from Jacksonville, Queso.
Hey, man. Hey, for who you smoking on, man? I'm on live right now, man. Who you smoking on, man? Who you smoking on from the rack, man? What you say? What you say? They can't hear you, folk.
Duck.
Duck. You smoking that Duck? Quack, quack. Duck, quack, quack. You say you smoking that Duck, my boy Queso smoking that Duck. Baby.
Yes, so that was Queso from Jacksonville saying that he's smoking on Duck too. It's really crazy to see how Woney and C-Thang just could not resist the clout that was on offer in that moment. They were on a phone call with another killer and they just couldn't help but brag about the killings that they had done themselves. They truly wanted the whole world, state to state, to know that they killed Duck. Only a few days after that, King Von is seen on IG Live doing a goddamn impression of FBG Duck.
You finna say, it's a real nigga party, you cannot get in. Busting out the zins, rolling up the meats. I can shake your hand. No, I'm not your friend.
Let me hear that boy like that. Let me go. It was funny.
No. Shit weak.
No. It was a gangster party in the rebellion and just made it out the trenches.
But once King Von whatever he was saying. said what he said.
Did your push-up this morning?
No.
But it wasn't just the O'Blockians going live, because on September the 10th, FBG Measle goes live himself. Of course, the comments are immediately crammed with people dissing Duck, and Measle begins to respond by dissing deceased O-Block members like HK and T-Roy.
Fuck hat, bitch. Troy, suck my dick, Troy.
At a certain point, Measle throws on FBG Duck's mad disrespectful anthem Dead Bitches and continues to diss his ops.
Big Clout went to nowhere, nigga. Fuck the O. Fuck T-Roy. Fuck Baldy. Fuck all Troy, nigga. I'm Measle. We stay smoking Troy little ass. On phone him his little ass. That smoke, that big ass shirt off.
But here's where things get a little strange. Because at a certain point, an account that appears to belong to Zell Munna, an alleged relative of HK and T-Roy, begins commenting on this live asking where Measle is. But here's the thing. It was unclear whether or not this was really Zell Munna from O-Block, because his official Instagram page had an underscore rather than a full stop. In fact, even the real Zell with the underscore under his name chimed in to try and let everybody know that there was a fake account impersonating him commenting on this page. And it does make you wonder, who was the fake Zell with the full stop in their name? Was it really just Zell on a burner account trolling? Could it be one of the ops trying to draw Zell out? Or could it be the feds trying to seed information that they already knew? Well, perhaps we'll never know. But what happened next is crazy, because this fake Zell account with a full stop in the name posts a flurry of comments on Measle's live, seemingly taking full responsibility for the murder of Duck. One comment says, "Fuck Duck, we won." Measle, seemingly unaware that this is a potentially fake account commenting, begins to say that he's going to beat Zell's ass.
Hey, Zell, shorty, I will beat your ass so I dare you a bitch.
But from here, the fake Zell with a full stop in his name releases a barrage of comments, saying, "Ask Duck about us," followed by duck emojis. He says, "Ask Duck about that FN," which is a manufacturer of guns. He says Duck couldn't take that FN. He then says, "Ask your homie about them blue tips," which is referring to a type of bullet that the FN guns take, going on to say that the entire op block is dead. And at a certain point, people begin to comment saying that Zell is losing his mind and that he should know better than comment these things. Other accounts clock onto the fact that this is a fake Zell commenting, but at a certain point, other fake accounts begin to pop up in the comments, impersonating other O-Block members saying incriminating things. Things like C Murder is going to kill Measle. Clearly, Measle doesn't get the message about all the fake ops that are in his comments, and he begins to diss Zell once again.
Fuck T-Roy, you don't do them dead, bitch. Hey, boy, Zell Munna, boy. You a bitch, boy. You a hoe, boy. You steady taking pictures in the O.
From here, a whole bunch of similar fake accounts impersonating O-Block members, not even very well, begin to appear, including this one with the literal name Real O-Block Member 600, an account that no longer exists on Instagram. This account would extensively diss Duck too, and beginning to ask for Measle's location, just like the fake Zell account did at the start. At this point, people begin to speculate in the comments that all these fake accounts had been made by the real Zell, who was just trying to cover his tracks. And from here, more accounts pop up asking very police-like questions, even referring to FBG Duck by his government name. From here, people begin to comment that the feds are active in the chat, and eventually the live ends, leaving me with a whole lot of questions. Now, we're probably never going to know who was really behind some of the comments on this live, but let's just imagine for a minute that none of them were the real Zell. Just imagine how scary that would be if you were involved in a murder that everybody knew you did, and people were literally online pretending to be you, boasting about that murder in a way that's so convincing your ops can't really tell the difference. I mean, that must have been truly terrifying for Zell. A few days after this, BJ, DQ, and Zell go live on O-Block. And one of the top comments on this says that these guys are dropping new clues about this murder on a daily basis. But it was on September the 16th, 2020, that things got really silly, as King Von himself begins to tweet publicly suggesting that him and FBG Duck had a song together, telling his followers on Twitter that they had settled their differences before he passed, which was a little bit hard to believe considering their history. Also, around the same time, Von had been spotted commenting on IG, calling famous Dex a homophobic slur in response to Dex saying that he was emotional about Duck's passing. Frankly, I didn't believe a word of Von's tweets, and I don't think you should either. But it really just seemed like Von was having a good time without a care in the world, assuming that he or his team would never be implicated in the murder of Duck. In fact, during this period, Von and his team were having a great time, with Von flying out several O-Block members to Atlanta to hang out with him and enjoy his success. Whilst in Atlanta, Muwop and C Murder were seen filming a music video with Von, ironically in a fake jailhouse setup.
How you looking, boy? They talking about murder whole ass. The big low on here, he say, yo, whole ass.
What? You want y'all to hoop real quick?
See, Murder got boards. Come on, Muwop, man. Go on here, Muwop.
BJ is also seen hanging out with Von and other members in Atlanta, and in one spectacular display of self-snitching, Von goes live whilst getting off of a plane with Muwop, where he openly tells a fan that Muwop has loads of bodies.
This Muwop, he crazy. He got all type of bodies. No, just play. Come on, Muwop. My mom, come on. My bodyguard. Come on, bodyguard.
Meanwhile, back on O Block, after that Boss Top interview where he quite literally pointed at C-Thang after saying that Duck was murdered for dissing T-Roy, C-Thang would continue to go live on IG. And of course, everybody is in his comments saying that Boss Top spilled the beans about O Block killing Duck and letting him know personally that the feds do know that C-Thang was involved. In fact, at one point when responding to a fan who asked who was on the block, C-Thang slips up and nearly says all of the killers, quickly correcting himself and saying members.
Shit, the whole fucking block. All the members.
He would go on to deny ever knowing Duck.
What you think about Duck? I don't know. I ain't know him.
And later, he would say that he has a song coming that is no cap, meaning that the song contains no lies and everything that he says on it is true.
Ain't no cap in that shit neither, boy.
Now, despite not getting arrested, these guys would be fools to think that the feds weren't at least paying some attention. And so on October the 7th, 2020, the FBI are seen patrolling through O Block with C-Murder himself deciding to film them.
Oh my mama, bro. Oh my mama, they on the block, Scud. They on the motherfucking block, Scud. What the fuck? Is they coming to my car? Don't come to my car. Oh yeah, that's DA FBI on Dave. And here come motherfucking Parkway security telling on everybody.
In fact, C-Murder actually recorded the FBI walking through O Block whilst yelling "fuck Brick."
Fuck Brick. I got you.
Hold that motherfucker up.
What I been saying?
Hold that motherfucker up. Well, let us see that thing, boy.
So it's clear that the feds are at least surveilling O Block, but no arrests have been made at this point. But funnily enough, King Von seems to have his own surveillance crew in O Block, a camera crew following him around and making documentaries about him and his crew as his career continues to rise.
I go back to Parkway. You know, I see all my old, friends, all the guys out there. All the guys' mamas and shit. Go see everybody like.
And away from the cameras in the music, King Von would continue to diss FBG Duck at every single opportunity. His October release, Welcome to O Block, contained numerous disses aimed at Duck, and while on a press run for this new release, Von would even check in with DJ Academics for an on-the-phone interview. And it was in this interview where DJ Academics presses King Von about his earlier tweets, suggesting that Von was lying when he said that him and Duck had squashed their beef, with Von denying that he died, suggesting that somebody had deleted the DMs between them.
You and Duck didn't make up. His mom came out. They said, "You and Duck."
Gang, how you gonna tell? See that this ain't right. Gang, how y'all gonna say that?
His mom said that would never happen.
His mama was not there. I ain't never met his mama. I don't know his mama. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking to him. You see what I'm saying? Then they deleted all our DMs, so I can't show them the.
Now, from here, a flustered Von tries to sidestep his past beef with Duck, saying that they just went to school together.
It ain't. They just make it look real crazy to y'all. These just really people we all went to school with.
Nah, that shit do look crazy to me. I kid you not.
That's how they make it. But then,
like, yo,
you gotta understand, like you said, they right there down the street. We went to school. It ain't that serious, And then, it's just that we ain't cool no more. It was, but it ain't that serious. Like, it's to the point where let's talk about it. It ain't, fuck that shit. Both of us rapping, we can figure some shit out. We need to stop the shit, all the violence, all the shit. That shit. We got a voice, you see what I'm saying? Like, we tell Chicago far back, tell Chicago far back.
And eventually, Academics asks Von how he felt when he found out about Duck's death. And at this point, I kid you not, King Von begins to slowly eat cereal out of the box, telling Academics that he was hurt by Duck's death in an incredibly unconvincing manner.
Were you saddened by the news that he was murdered then?
Man, that shit hurt. I ain't even go to sleep at night. I can't believe that shit.
At this point, King Von couldn't even continue keeping a straight face. So he tells Academics to hold on and points the camera away from his face, when for a moment, we hear what sounds like King Von and his homie BJ just straight up sniggering and laughing. And even when Von gets his composure and comes back on camera, he slips up because for a very brief moment, we see BJ in the back of the car laughing uncontrollably.
Can't believe that shit. Hold on, man. Oh, let's talk about some other shit.
Not a great look, guys. Not a great look. But in the end, none of that would really matter, because no one could have expected what would happen next, as King Von, the chosen one, the head honcho of his crew of fearless hitters, would end up being let down by his crew and himself, losing his life in the streets, but in a whole different state, weirdly, for reasons completely unrelated to this long, bloody war.
APD says the gun battle took place in 3 different spots near Trinity Avenue, where a total of 6 people were shot, 3 have died. One of them, a rapper Davon Bennett, who goes by the stage name King Von. GBI says King Von and a group of men left Opium nightclub and went to Monaco Hookah Lounge early Friday morning. Investigators say after they arrived, 2 men approached the group in the parking lot and an argument ensued. From there, shots were fired.
On November the 6th, 2020, 3 months and 2 days after FBG Duck was murdered, and only 4 days after tweeting that a couple of people want to kill him with a yawning face, King Von is playing a show at Atlanta's Opium nightclub, where he was seen in good spirits, traveling in Atlanta with a number of big-name hitters from O-Block, including Muop, Louis, Slutty, BJ, and Boss Top. You would have thought that this man, with his reputation and those around him, would be completely untouchable. But perhaps it was that kind of thinking that led to this situation to begin with. Because on the way home from that performance, King Von and his crew drive to the Monaco Hookah Lounge, after apparently getting the location of Quando Rondo, an affiliate of the rapper NBA Youngboy, who Von had been having a feud with online. This was nothing to do with the street beef in Chicago. This was a rap beef, and one that I believe Von was probably leaning into because he thought it would help his career if he was seen pressuring another rapper. So after finding out that a music industry rival was nearby, Von's car abruptly changed direction, headed to that hookah lounge, which led to Von accidentally losing the professional security team that had apparently been looking after him earlier that day. Apparently Von wasn't being entirely open with his crew about what he was looking for or trying to do at this point. Him and his team arrived to the hookah lounge lurking around the area for quite some time when somebody informed him that rapper Quando Rondo was in a nearby car. Von immediately approached, and in an insane scene that was captured on CCTV but I won't show you on YouTube, without provocation, Von begins to physically attack Quando Rondo, beating him with his bare hands and swinging enormous haymakers. Thing is though, Von clearly hadn't considered the possibility that his music industry ops might be rolling as deep as he does in the streets. Because while he's punching Quando Rondo, a man named Lil Tim, an apparent shooter from Quando's entourage, saw Von beating up Quando Rondo and immediately opens fire. Von takes a death grip on Quando Rondo, refusing to let go, as Quando desperately tries to shake him off as he begins to bleed out from the gunshot wounds. And at this point, it looks like Muop steps in, swinging an enormous uppercut at Quando Rondo, knocking him out and releasing Von from his grip. At this point, Von's team gets him into a car, rushing him to a nearby hospital where he did not survive. But even more crazy than that, at some point during all of this chaos, 2 of the other O-Block members that are there pull guns and are confronted by nearby police officers who pull their own guns, opening fire, killing Slutty, who is related to Zell, HK, and T-Roy, who we mentioned earlier, and wounding O-Block Louis, who is shot in the head but miraculously survives, with him even being well enough by May 2021 to appear in an IG Live with Muop. I can't imagine how hard this loss must have been for Zell Munna, who had now lost 3 relatives as part of this story. He would mourn the loss of Slutty and Von on Instagram, as well as wishing Louis a get well. Meanwhile, people from the opposing side paid tribute to a number of names of people King Von was rumored to have killed in an apparent celebration of his death. Wooski tweeted "Anyway BDK," flipping Von's earlier lyric where he referenced Wooski needing medicine after being shot at the funeral. Meanwhile, other ops in the city claimed to be smoking Von on social media.
We smoking Von out the P today.
And pretty much anybody who Von had had a problem in the past with in Chicago was jumping in joy at the news of him passing. Unfortunately, it appeared that one of the people closest to Von, his mentor, collaborator, and co-defendant Lil Durk, didn't actually know that this had happened, apparently only finding out about Von's passing via comments on his own Instagram Live, whilst he was ironically singing along to his revenge anthem Back in Blood, literally rapping along lyrics about King Von shooting people as he discovered the news that King Von himself had been shot dead. As viewers pile into the comments to let Lil Durk know, Lil Durk would go on to tribute the 3 O-Block members who were injured in this incident. Muop would mourn the loss of King Von on Instagram, and frankly,
that was blown to me because he found out live, right? And it's a couple of mentalities that could be behind that. It's coming in the comment section saying King Von died. They got Von. They took Von out. And he didn't show no reaction. He didn't show no reaction. Like, what? You know, he kept bouncing to the music for a little while and then just ended the live.
The death of King Von would represent a big shift in the circumstances for O Block members and their affiliates. Von had been the one leading the charge, funding the war, and providing money and clout for up-and-coming O Block members. Von was really the meal ticket out of O Block. He'd been taking these guys to Atlanta, taking them out the hood, showing them a different life. But ironically, his go anywhere, kill anyone attitude is what got him killed and left O Block without leadership or money. As a result, the remaining orphans of O Block would continue to go live and try and show strength after Von's passing, with the tone of these lives being very much, we're still here and fuck ops. On November 24th, 2020, C-Murder from O Block goes live, letting the world know that he's still a GD killer and that the Get Back gang have something crazy coming, reminding the world that O Block run the city.
We still GD, we something with the shit. Wait till y'all see what the Get Back gang got in store. Folks looking crazy. Ask them who want to say they're going to tell you O Block. Get that gang, long ahead. O Block can never die.
That shit around our neck. That shit have never done.
At one point, C-Murder's son even wants to take over his daddy's life, with C-Murder stopping him from looking, informing him that there are gangbangers in the chat.
I will see it.
What's up?
Let me see the phone.
Watch out, go.
It's my life. It's my life, dude. I'm taking over. You ain't nobody.
Nah, they out here gangbanging, dude. Watch out.
Huh?
They out here gangbanging.
I kind of just thought that was an important moment to put in there, because it's ironic that someone like C-Murder that probably didn't have the benefit of somebody older keeping him away from the gang lifestyle would at least have the good foresight to try and do the same for his son whilst he was still free. Really, there's not much other positivity to be found in this life, as C-Murder goes on to say free little Tim and that he hopes he dies.
Free little Tim. They didn't really jail on nobody. I wish everybody get out of jail. But after they get out, I'd be fucked. I wish they died. I wish everything else happened to their ass. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Muwop was also going live around this time, showing people that he's still outside, but he's clearly not that safe in the streets, as he's seen on live quite literally running to the store from O Block and back, all the while puffing up his chest, saying that if anybody plays him, he's shooting them, and telling the ops to come and get a free kill while he's live.
That motherfucker play with me, he on O is busting. I ain't gonna lie. On O, motherfucker play with me is busting. I ain't no bitch, none of that. Old motherfucker play with me as busting. And y'all see I'm on live too. I ain't gonna lie, young motherfucker know my low. Right now, motherfucker know my low. And I ain't no bitch. And I ain't running none of that shit. Y'all see me coming out right now. Motherfuckers play. Motherfuckers show. That's how y'all know my ops ain't no shit.
That nigga said, I ain't running while running. He was literally running.
In my city. My ops ain't no shit in my city. All my ops dead. I just went to the store and no op pull up on me and shit. Free motherfucking kill.
Of course, the comments are flooded with people saying that he's a killer, but anywho, with the O Block meal ticket dearly departed, it would come time for the other shooters on O Block to try and convert their street stories into money and clout through music. On December the 18th, 2020, Muwop would drop his song Vet, a track that's all about Muwop having been in the streets for so long, he is literally like a war veteran, as well as lyrics where he says that he shoots people in the chest, saying he's a savage like King Von, saying he ain't ducking from the beef, followed by a lyric about leaving people dead in the street. And remember earlier on when C-Thang said on his live that he was soon to be releasing a song where everything that he says in it is all facts and no cap.
Ain't no cap in that shit neither, boy.
Well, on December the 23rd, 2020, C-Thang and Zell would release that song, a track called Jump Out. And this is a wall-to-wall self-snitching anthem. It's got references to another body dropping, there being no ambulance to save them before they die, and the ops' mum crying. They say that they're ducking a bunch of times and hopping out of cars shooting ops. It's plain as day that they're talking about the murder of FBG Duck in great detail. Pretty brazen behavior from two people that can't even go live on Instagram without dozens of random people pointing out that they were the people that took Duck's life. And so as we go into the new year of 2021, O Block members would continue to go live telling fans that they would soon get back for the death of King Von and that fans need to be patient.
Be patient. Don't be all on my live with all this war shit talking about people getting smoked and this get back and please BJ hurry up with something. Don't do that. Just be patient. Everything play out how it's supposed to play out. Don't talk to me about no war. Just let it play out. Be patient. Hey, what? Yeah. Let me get it now.
Now, we'd already seen people using fake accounts to impersonate people like Zelmuna, saying incriminating things and trying to provoke ops online. But the deep fake confessions would reach the very top of the food chain in 2021, when in January a clip begins to circulate online that appears to show somebody prank calling Lil Durk, with this supposed Lil Durk on the other end of the phone telling the prank caller that he swears on Durk's life that he will kill them.
Bitch, nigga, fuck you talking about.
What you mean I'm a bitch, nigga? Yo, Durk, I'll slap the shit out of you on phone them, nigga. All right, let me stop playing with you, Lil Durk. Yo, Lil Durk, let me stop playing with you. What up, nigga?
Duck, I'll kill you, boy.
What?
Duck, I'll kill you, boy.
You scaring me. What you mean on Duck, you'll kill me? I'm sorry, man.
Now, this recording has been widely called out for being fake, but I think it's important to mention this because so much misinformation has circulated as part of this case that it makes it really hard to know what's true and what isn't. I don't know whether this is just intense speculation and fan fiction or some kind of information warfare, either from the feds or the people involved trying to put people off of the reality of what happened. But regardless of the comments of a fake Lil Durk, the real Lil Durk would soon make his feelings about FBG Duck known to the entire world. And unfortunately, it wouldn't take long for the whole of America to start singing along with him. On December the 24th, 2020, Lil Durk releases an album called The Voice, entirely dedicated to the memory of King Von. And on that album, he had a song called Still Trappin' with a posthumous verse from King Von himself. And in that song, Von says, "I call up Moo Wop, he grab his Glock and he gon' shoot to kill." Meanwhile, Durk says, "Last op, he overgassed. Goddamn, he got backdoored. Goose goose, he overgassed. Dope. Loose screws, I buy their ass poles." What do you think Goose Goose is a reference to, right? Duck Duck Goose? And Durk's saying he bought the poles. Anyway, around a month after this, he releases the deluxe version of The Voice. And this features a new song titled Should've Ducked. This is a diss song aimed directly at the deceased FBG Duck. A track filled with disses and disrespect, with the title line of the song being Durk saying, "I told my PO through the gate that I get high as fuck. She asked me how high do I get, I told her high as duck." He's saying he's smoking duck. And in hindsight, some of these lyrics look even more incriminating. Durk said on the track that he travels with his killers, even though his probation and open cases forbid him from being around gang members. Now, Ruger would come out responding to this track, saying that Durk was too scared to mention Duck when he was still alive, and questioning why they're not dissing the guys who killed Von.
I'm talking about Durk. I don't know, I just seen the live of his, man. He on there talking about I'm high as duck and this and that. My folk, you just dead. Folk wasn't even, when folks was here, you scared to mention him. Because you was scared he was gonna get bigger. But now folks dead, my folk want to mention folk name. Get your scary ass on, man. Worry about dude them, man. Diss them. Them niggas even dissing y'all goofy ass. They making songs about you goofy ass niggas. Diss them. Stop dissing folks, man. Damn.
But regardless, the song Should've Ducked was a great success for Lil Durk. It featured Memphis's richest shooter, Pooh Shiesty, with this song serving as a spiritual sequel to their earlier collab, Back in Blood, with Should've Ducked being very successful in the mainstream music industry, landing at number 53 on the Billboard charts and attaining a gold sales certification. Lil Durk had half of America singing that they were smoking on duck. And I can't deny that it was a good and kind of a catchy song. Hell, his ability to turn pain, death, and murder into catchy and high-energy anthems that everybody can enjoy is literally why they call Lil Durk The Voice. But you can't help but wonder just how you would feel if that was your friend, or your son, or your brother, whose name was being mocked and smoked in a song that's being played and loved by people all around the world. Which brings us to a very important part of this story, and one that I think has been massively overlooked by nearly everybody that has covered the murder of FBG Duck. And that is what his mother went through, as the men that killed her son spent an entire year bragging about it online and to her face. The first snippet of Lil Durk's Should've Ducked leaked on Christmas Day 2020. Well, finding out that a famous rapper is mocking and disrespecting your dead son in a song that's being played all around the world while you're at home missing 2 children who were murdered by that rapper's friends has got to be as heartbreaking as it gets. So FBG Duck's mother, Lashina Weekly, aka Mama Duck, took to Instagram Live to respond, saying that Lil Durk wasn't dissing FBG Duck when he was still alive.
Now he want to get high as fuck. He about to get high like Duck. Durk,
He never did it while he was alive.
A month later, following the full-blown release of that song, Mama Duck took to live once again, going on a full-length rant addressing Lil Durk, or Goldilocks as she called him, tearing Durk apart and leaving nothing off the table.
Yeah, Goldilocks at it again. Goldilocks at it again. Durk steady
By one we
on
will
his
take
production.
you.
This
Die! Die!
hoe ass nigga, y'all. Let me tell y'all about Durk. Durk super goofy, big, gay ass, this bitch ass nigga. This whole ass bitch ass nigga ain't never did shit. Lil Reese choked his ass up in the club. He loved my son dick on his lips. He loved it. He loved the way Duck dick tastes. He gotta love the way Duck dick tastes. He a whole ass nigga that caught a blessing that came up and now he using all his good for evil. That don't never last long.
Ironically, Duck's mother says that Lil Durk clearly hasn't learnt his lesson from Bobby Shmurda, suggesting that Lil Durk is self-snitching in that song, saying that he's going to get locked up and that Von would be getting locked up too if he wasn't dead.
This song he should have done. Motherfuckers don't get enough of Bobby Shmurda, huh? So, they did the same thing got Bobby Shmurda, because Von gone. Von ain't finna get no time. He gave him that money to pay them little boys over there for killing my son. Yeah, and now they all, his ass going too now. That just did it. I'm so glad he dropped that song. Can you say Bobby Shmurda on his way home while he about to go?
She would go on to say that it was Lil Durk that got Von to have Duck killed, saying that a RICO case is coming Durk's way and that he should be worried about his friend snitching.
You said Von out to do it. You think your ass super overprotected, but I'm so glad the feds is watching your bitch ass. Can you say RICO? This song, I'ma get paid off of it. I'ma get paid off of it. And your dumb ass just got yourself booked because Von gone. He paid the shooters. He gone. He gone. Because the feds finna get his ass. Good luck. Hope y'all ready to write y'all favorite rapper. You gonna need y'all to write them. Be supportive. Because your money ain't that long. God damn it, I know y'all some snitches. They own people telling on. They gonna have to kill everybody over there because that's how motherfuckers getting bumped. Why do 10 when you could tell on a friend? Y'all think motherfuckers solid, but watch how this shit go down when that motherfucking fair time hit their ass.
From here, Duck's mum went even further, revealing that since Von was killed, she's actually been writing letters to Lil Tim.
That's why I've been writing Lil Tim. I've been writing Lil Tim.
Mama Duck also had stern words for Von too, saying that Durk had turned a killer into a rapper and that if Von wasn't dead, he would have ended up...
That's fucked up. She said she was writing Lil Tim, the dude that killed Von. Damn.
Being even bigger than Durk.
Motherfucker turned a killer into a rapper that was about to be bigger than the fake killer. That's a rapper, auto-tune singing ass.
Apparently in response to the backlash about the song, Durk tweeted simply that it's the Lamron in him. But perhaps Lil Durk wasn't wise for dismissing Mama Duck. You see, the whole time these O-Block guys were running around dissing Duck, saying they're smoking him, proudly rocking the badge of Duck Slayers as if they were never going to get caught, but they perhaps underestimated the fact that the mother of the person they killed would be watching and waiting, lurking and looking for a little get back of her own. But she wouldn't be getting back in the street like the heartless killers from O-Block. She would be looking for real justice. Now, I personally think Duck's mother's role in this story has been largely overlooked, because behind this story of hardened gangsters ready to kill for fun is the strong mother that lost 2 of her sons to the streets, who is left dealing with the grim consequences of this deadly war. Losing one son, Brick, must have been heartbreaking, but for the same people to come back later on and take another son from her, that's personal. And I've got to give her credit. I can't imagine many people would want to go on after losing 2 children in this way. But Lashina Weekly stepped up and said enough is enough, vowing to get justice for her sons. But this wouldn't be easy. and she would be subjected to heartache that no mother should have to endure in the pursuit of justice. She had posted that as part of the investigation, she was forced to review the autopsy photos for both of her sons who had been murdered, saying in a caption, "The way they did my sons let me know that they were some powerful motherfuckers and they had to make sure my babies were dead and out the way. But after reading these reports, Jesus, please help us. No mother, I mean none, not even my worst enemy." But even more brave than that, she would publicly speak about the case and call for justice for her sons regardless of the consequences. And she was no stranger to speaking out publicly. Even before Duck was taken away from her, Lashina Weekly was active online, uploading and going live on her own YouTube channel, which is called, I kid you not, Mama Duck Clout Chaser Slayer. Her channel was started on March the 8th, 2018, and she was already active online well before the tragedy of Duck's passing.
The Clout Chaser Slayer, because I'm slaying all clout chasers. They be doing too much.
It's funny, on social media, she's just as feisty as her son was, going at people in the comments, with a lot of people later commenting that they could see where Duck got his attitude from. And while he was still alive, Mama Duck promised that her channel would be the first destination for any news about what Duck had going on in his career.
Subscribe to my channel, y'all, so I can let y'all know what's coming up for Duck next. Y'all hear it first from me.
And you could tell that as Duck's career progressed, his mother was proud and wanted to play a part in his success. From here, she'd continue uploading clips of her rapping along to Duck and Ruger's songs. Honestly, Mama Duck's streams are kind of lit. I watched a lot of these. She seems like the kind of fun Chicago mum we all wish we had. Hell, I mean, you could catch Mama Duck on a normal day, vibing on live, bumping Chicago drill, smoking big gas, like any one of your favorite rappers would be doing. And you can see Duck's mum is involved in Duck's life too. She would go live at his birthday parties on her channel, showcasing his custom lean birthday cake. As well as showcasing the cardboard cutout of Brick, who had already passed away at this point. But unfortunately, following Duck's murder, things would change. Lashina Weekly wouldn't post in the immediate aftermath of her son's murder, and around 3 weeks after his passing, she would simply post a clip of her dancing with Duck at one of her earlier birthday parties. This was heartbreaking to see, and the comments are filled with condolences. But at the end of September, Mama Duck would return, going live with the title, Stop the Clout Chasing Please, where she addressed the murder of her son and the rumors swirling about who was responsible, with her saying outright that she would let the police do their job.
The first rumor is I will not address it because I'm gonna let the police do their job. If anybody did this to Duck or that to Duck, they're gonna find out.
She would go on to warn people that are speculating about Duck's death online, saying that the police are still looking into things.
This internet is crazy. Like, you people are getting on this internet and just coming up with you guys' own conclusions. Don't think the police not investigating my son's shit. They know what they doing. They got everything. They know what they doing.
In fact, Mama Duck would even call on the city's gangs not to retaliate when they do find out who is responsible in an upcoming RICO.
Don't use my son's name as reasons to get back at these people, because God is going to answer to them. They have to answer to God. And these feds ain't playing. That's all I'm going to say. Because the RICO Act is in effect, y'all ass better know it.
Now, it would take over a year from this upload for the feds to have their suspects in custody. And I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for Lashina Weekly to keep it together over that period. Knowing exactly who was responsible was still out there and bragging about it for the whole world to see. But Mama Duck stayed strong and continued to be a shining light in her community, doing what she could to bring about change and healing. Most notably, in November 2020, arranging a meetup and roundtable with the mothers of other famous slain Chicago drill figures like Lil Mister and Tuka to encourage healing in their community.
Nah, that's Tuka Mama right there. We on the movement, y'all.
But also, Duck's mother was well positioned to call BS on all the misinformation that Duck's enemies had been spreading online. In January of 2021, she would call bluff on King Von's earlier claims that he had squashed the beef with Duck, going as far as to claim that she actually has all of FBG Duck's private Instagram DMs on a USB stick, including the ones from Von.
Text messages, social media, inboxes, DMs for everybody. So them Von DMs gonna be coming soon.
But King Von lying about his relationship with FBG Duck was really just the tip of the iceberg of the bullshit that this woman was forced to deal with online. Mama Duck would use her YouTube channel to rebuff ridiculous online theories about Duck's death, like one that suggested her ex-boyfriend had something to do with it.
People's on Instagram is sending me this, and it said FBG Duck killed by mama's ex-boyfriend
Because this is ridiculous. What these people are doing and saying.
But if you think that's bad, you don't know the half of what this woman has had to deal with. She says that she regularly gets sent photographs of her son's dead body lying in the street by people online just looking to hurt her feelings.
He sent me this. He sent this to my phone. Now, I watched this video, y'all, and I just thank God so much. Because even in death, even in fucking death, they couldn't fuck with my son.
I've got to say, this detail really haunted me. Once again, it's all well and good for the fans to enjoy Chicago drill music, but when you're picking a side, directly harassing the mother of somebody who really lost their life in these streets, then you have to be a truly evil and hateful person. But considering just how deep the hatred in the streets of Chicago truly goes, then I suppose it's no surprise too that the hatred for Mama Duck never ends either. In fact, she would go live for hours on end, relaying the constant abuse that she gets on the internet. Unsurprisingly, with a lot of it being King Von related.
His message was, fuck that fat ass nigga Duck. If Von was still here, nigga Duck would have been this.
Then they sent me pictures of this. Send me this. Handsome young man. Never did say the handsome. Just handsome as hell. And then they say, like we said, Von way finer than your son. Your son look like a fat kid. His hair look like a basketball. Who kid is this? Which y'all get y'all kid. He say smoking on that, and he got a duck emoji. Fuck Duck. We smoking on him. Yo, grandma and mom. And Tuka, yes sir. He won't say he from 63rd no more. His ass got let up on Gert and was lying on the ground.
And this is like really, this is really like laughing to not cry. You know what I'm saying? This is really laughing not to cry. Like I said, real shit happen, and I'll laugh, I'll chuckle, it'll be some real shit. But I guess, you know, in a way your mind just be like, I know what motherfucker did. You know? Yeah, this was the not so highlighted part of all of this. Going through all the mothers. You know, because FBG Duck was a reputable person, but a lot of these guys, people didn't care about. Therefore, now they caring about the mother losing. And some of these women are losing 4 boys, you know, the 4 kids, you know. That shit is crazy.
It's on my cousin like best out in the wood. B-boy popped out that car, that new Glock. I wish he would ring.
She's clearly going through a lot. She would come online to reply to rappers that were saying that they smoke on Duck.
My motherfucking son name and still getting y'all goofy ass on the internet talking about who the fuck y'all smoking. You dumb bitches ain't smoking no motherfucking body. I'm sick of y'all motherfucking ass. Then study using my motherfucking son name. Study using my son name like he ain't here to fucking see this shit. Talking about we smoking Nick like that shit. After everything I'm trying to fucking do in my motherfucking son name, I ain't getting no tints on my car. Because if a motherfucker want to kill me, they gonna know who the fuck they killing, who they shooting. And if so fucking be it, oh well, that was God's plan.
But all of her talking doesn't come without a price. She says that people threaten to kill her regularly, and considering what happened to 2 of her sons, there is no way that you can't take those threats seriously.
I got all these people inboxing me, threatening me, telling me they gonna kill me. Look, I got one person, FBG Duck should duck when they will shoot at his ass. Yo ugly ain't smoking on nobody. We smoking your dead grandma and son. Then he say, LOL, fuck your fat ass. Be ready for your son to put some flowers on your grave, little hoe, and damn pussy butt fine, bitch. Like we said, we smoking on Duck fat ass head, pussy ass lady. It's always a fight night, hoe. As a human, as a parent, that shit hurts. I'm not finna act like it don't. I ain't finna. But that also let me know how important my son really was. So I try to find the positive in anything negative. My son was the shit to him. But he dick riding their favorite rapper so much that.
If you ask me, Mama Duck's reflections on the loss of her son is one of the most important parts of this story. Because the disses, songs, and news clippings only really give one side of the story. Because the loss that Duck's mother has had to suffer as a real-life consequence to the lyrics that these guys are rapping about is hard to appreciate without seeing it firsthand. I know a lot of people, the mayor of Chicago included, want to write FBG Duck off as just another gang member, drill rapper that deserved to be murdered and was asking for it. But when we're confronted with these clips, it's impossible to say that anybody deserves to lose a son or go through what the Sheena Weekly went through. Regardless of the fact that Duck dissed a lot of dead people and was disrespectful in his music, it's wrong to make any suggestion that he deserved to die for this. And Duck's mum would even go as far as to say that she was actually proud that he had never killed anybody in these streets.
And I'm proud to say, my son ain't never killed nobody. I'm proud to say that. I don't give a fuck what he rapped about or talked about. I'm proud to say that my son was not known for being no shooter.
The most important part of the Mama Duck story to me is her strength. She didn't give up where a lot of people would have crumbled under the pressure, pain, and heartbreak, vowing that anybody that had something to do with Duck's murder would face justice and she would make sure of it. And you know what? She really did.
Anybody that got something to do with my son's demise, trust and believe me, they will get caught. I will get justice. They will get caught. I won't miss a court date. I don't want nothing bad to happen to these people. Because dead, you dead. If you die, you fucking dead. You ain't suffering. You ain't being repenting for what you did. You dead, and you might go to heaven. I don't want that for them. Justice will come for my son. I'm being patient. I'm letting them investigate. Because ain't nobody slipping through these cracks. Period.
At a certain point, you've got FBG Duck diss songs going gold and hitting the charts. Everyone in O Block is self-snitching and using their clout in the streets to get ahead in music and on social media. It really doesn't take long for people to start putting two and two together. Reddit's Chiracology sub knew what was up from day one. Highly speculative body count scoreboards for O Block's Get Back gang members had circulated there for some time, and a YouTube channel called Chicago Scene 88 would make a video about the murder of FBG Duck only 3.5 months after it had taken place, identifying a number of people as the shooters with alarming accuracy.
When Duck and Day Day came out from the store, 2 cars pulled up next to them. One dark Ford Fusion and a gray Chrysler 300. See thing, Zal, DQ. Muwop from a block jumped out of the car, started shooting Duck, his girlfriend and Day Day.
Meanwhile, other smaller channels are putting together incredible theories, piecing together evidence, linking members to the crime. One video was able to connect a Ford used in the crime to Lost using Chicago police scanner audio and IG lives recorded on O Block.
So they said a black 2016 Ford that was involved.
And this what I'm saying. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. You never know. Cause Duck was one of them dudes, like, of course you can imagine he killed people. But a lot of the time it's stronger to not kill people. It's easier to kill people than it is to stand on what you stand on and move how you move and how people respect it, rather than fear it. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I believe he moved real careful, given the environment he was on. That's why they caught him outside, because you wasn't gonna really, you know. But yeah, man, just having to kill and killing. I don't know. I think he popped. Didn't he pop T. Roy in the hand or some shit like that? So yeah, but at this point, this is where I don't want to hear nothing about the no snitching rule. FBG Duck got killed just like when Young Dolph got killed. Niggas went to investigative class, school, university. Instantly. Instantly, the black internet turned into detectives. Look at this car. Look at this license plate. Ooh, this video. Ooh, this picture. Ooh, this rap song. Ooh, this. Ooh, that. Niggas went right in turning in niggas' name, highlighting niggas' Instagrams and Facebook. These the niggas that killed. The nigga Zeke killed. Then they jump right on their Instagram, getting their what's the name, and start being hot. You killed this dude, you killed this dude. Yeah, so I don't want to hear about that no snitching shit. I just gave you a bad yesterday.
In Duck shooting came back to Carlos' offer. Now I found that dude's mugshot.
And it was later revealed by the feds that Los had actually purchased that car a week before the shooting and returned it shortly after. In another since deleted Reddit post, internet sleuths were able to link the other car used in the crime, a Chrysler 300, to Kenny Mann, with him apparently liking the dealership where the car was sold on his personal Facebook, being seen driving it on IG Lives that was still active on his page, and even using the VIN number of that car to determine that it had been towed away from Olaf in the past. And these posts had people in the comments saying,
yeah, it's snitching. All of the
detective work. Others on YouTube.
What I'm saying, all of that compilement of information, all of that tagging it, yeah, that's you doing the work. You doing the work. You're compiling this shit. Man, that's you know, especially when you're saying, because what I'm saying snitching is if you involved in a crime and you tell to get, you know, the lessen the consequences. That's snitching. You know? If you're not involved in the crime, sure. I guess if people like if you in the same lane as them, you know, if I do something and you do it too, I gotta respect you do it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, niggas just went to town trying to send niggas to jail. So yeah, to me, that by their definition, that's snitching.
YouTube were collating the most incriminating footage that members had put out themselves.
Another episode of FBG Duck Killers, and today we've got Speed Grade. This little piece of footage here I'm going to show you is after they did the hit, celebrating and shit, knowing that they're going to get paid. Another body drop.
Meanwhile, people on Reddit are openly posting pictures of Duck's killers. People like C-Fang, along with captions, labeling him Duck Killer as early as March 2021. Another crazy theory spreads that the guy who filmed Duck dying in the street in the immediate aftermath of the shooting must have somehow been involved in the crime. And I've got to say, it was always a little bit suspicious that he was on the scene, immediately started filming from a distance, yet somehow already knew with complete accuracy that it was rapper FBG Duck laying there dying on the ground.
They shot FBG Duck, man. I don't know who shot, man. I just fucking ran into this, y'all. That man.
Meanwhile, even with the internet openly identifying everybody involved, those that were on the hit still haven't been arrested, and they continue to snitch on themselves like they're invincible. And one of the most insane examples came from Moonwalk, who posted this picture of a set of dudes to his own Instagram, along with a rather incriminating caption. Yes, that is Donald Duck caught off guard in the flash of a camera shooting him. For the record, these are actually Gucci shoes. So no, he didn't have these custom made, but goddamn, he picked them, chose to buy them, and chose to post them on his IG with a goddamn winky face emoji. Look, make of that what you will. It doesn't necessarily mean that he did it. I've got to say that's probably one of the most creative ways of self-snitching I have ever seen. But even with the reality of the internet, Duck's mum, and I assume some kind of police investigation, the self-snitching does not stop. And throughout 2021, Duck's presumed killers would continue their self-snitching campaign right until the moment when it was too late. By the time Lil Durk dropped Should Have Duck, there was really no point pretending anymore. The members on Roblox didn't care who knew what and would reference the killing of Duck for jokes. On January the 27th, 2021, Zell and C-Fang go live dissing dead offs and rapping about hopping out of cars and shooting, and another about chasing cops like Duck, Duck, Goose.
Bitch, I'm not a rapper, I'm a shooter, I shoot you in your shit. We got big, 4 deep, and I'm hot out on those hits. See the op, jump out, hit them all up in this shit. Boss man, can't come around, cause that's bad, yeah.
At a certain point, it seems like these guys have some kind of sick sadistic satisfaction out of seeing people in the IG comments say that they knew that they killed Duck. In this live, they asked the viewers to name all of their dead ops like it was a game, saying specifically that they're ducking no bodies.
Fuck with them, man. They fuck all up, man. Name all the up, man. Name the Name all the others dead.
On January 30th, 2021, C-Tang goes live where he's forced to address numerous comments regarding the rumours that he and his O'Block homies killed Duck.
Never did nothing to nobody. I don't know why I keep saying I never did nothing to nobody. Never did nothing to nobody. I'm a good boy. Man, look, man, y'all know some real police shit, man. Some of my boys like
Like, come on, man. I'm sorry. Damn, I keep forgetting to mute the echo. Niggas, look, putting lean in the camera. You actually got a baby bottle. You got a baby bottle. You a grown-ass man drinking cough syrup, codeine out of a baby bottle. Who the fuck did you get your culture from? Who passed this shit down to you? Where did you get these practices from? That shit is crazy.
Never did nothing to nobody. I'm a good boy. Man, look, man, y'all know some real police shit, man. Some of my boys.
Like, if I could make sense out of it, I could just say because baby bottles are easier to get than, you know, cups with lids and shit. And you're going to walk around for a whole day. So it's like really buying like a small, you know, thermos or whatever the fuck. But it's still a baby. You know, and I can imagine you walk in the corner store and say, hey, let me get something to put my drink in. We ain't got nothing. Well, you look around, oh, give me that baby bottle. We got a cop. You say 36 Mafia. I think I do remember that. I think I do remember that with 36 Mafia. Yeah, niggas weird, dog.
Look, I'm really not around. I'm doing this shit for the money. I want the money out of this shit. Easy. You gotta be gangster. That's it. Talk gangster. No cap.
Now, for the record, during this live, C-Tang looks completely strung out off lean, whilst parading a bottle of wok on the screen. I mean, this live just goes to show you the mind state that these alleged killers were in at this point. Knowing their pain with drugs, and struggling to live with the reality that they had ended up in, knowing that their days are numbered. And he wasn't the only one. In April, Zelmana goes live in O-Block with Lil Reese, and during this live, he shows off a bunch of pills and drink, again seemingly numbing the pain of what he's been through.
Oh, okay. Damn, and I keep forgetting to mute. Okay, they use the baby bottle to measure the ounces. Okay. Yeah. See how smart we are in the wrong goddamn direction?
Weed and don't get yerks on that. If you want yerks, call me. That's clean.
In fact, there's even a moment in this live where Zell sings along to a King Von lyric about having bodies, catching himself, and then looking off camera suddenly.
Let's talk bodies. I got.
But don't get it mistaken, he's still all over this live dissing dead ops.
Fuck Terry Berry, Poppy, and Brick.
Now, with King Von gone and many of the remaining O-Block members hoping to make a go of it in the rap game, it seems they'd all decide to just try and diss dead people to kickstart their careers and get clout for being real gangsters. Each of them trying to be as dangerous or savage as King Von was known to be. By March 24th, 2021, Muwop is posting music snippets to his story saying that he's smoking on Duck, and as Muwop starts to develop his skills as a rapper, he sets out to drop a whole bunch of incriminating songs. Muwop and DQ dropped their track Spin It on June the 2nd, 2021, with the whole track basically being dedicated to dissing TB or Terry Barry by his government name, which we know now was supposed get back for T-Roy, with Muwop jumping on the chorus of the song saying they're smoking Terry Barry, that they left him Bloody Mary, and that the scene of the crime was very scary. Later that month, on the 20th of June, C-Thang and Big Woney would talk on IG Live about how many people got stepped on after they released diss songs.
How many people got stepped on?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
A couple of days after that, Duke drops a vlog on O-Block where several of Duck's alleged killers are seen hanging out together. Duke himself puts on every single O-Block chain, along with a couple of OTF chains for good measure and to make sure Lil Durk is implicated. Meanwhile, Moowop is yelling about how he shoots people in the head and body and telling everybody that a Goofy died with his doggy or homie. Moowop is out there posing for pictures and asking where's C Murder so that he can get on camera too. And once they're all together, what do? Well, they record them all rapping along to an incriminating song about smoking on Duck.
I don't give a fuck, niggas play crazy with that like Duck.
Actually, they sung that twice to make sure the feds heard it.
Bitch got hit, I don't give a fuck, niggas play crazy with that like Duck.
Well, they did it a third time as well.
Niggas play crazy with that like Duck.
Okay, so what they were actually doing was filming a music video for this song they were rapping, so they obviously had to perform this song countless times that day. But I've got to say, it was a bit of an interesting decision for whoever edited this vlog to just repeatedly show these opening lyrics in numerous locations, indicating to me that they really wanted to know whoever was watching this vlog that they were specifically trying to disrespect Duck.
Niggas play crazy with that like Big Black Bro play crazy with that like Late night we ain't even play crazy with that like Niggas play crazy with that like.
Now, that particular song would release on YouTube on June the 25th. It was Duke's song 12 AM, and that song itself had a whole bunch of other incriminating lines. Notably, self-identifying as Get Back Gang and saying that they do what they do in the memory of HK. Moowop would go on to drop a snippet of his own upcoming song the following month, this time with a lyric stating a dude from 63rd couldn't get back up, and saying that they had to mask up.
More from the R with them get back up. Dude from 63rd couldn't get back up. Yeah, we had to mask up another body that's a plus. Tuck a nigga like I'm rock.
Honestly, it's not even worth wearing the mask if you're going to run around telling everybody you did the crime for a year. But anyway, at a certain point, the famous King Von mural is unveiled across the street from O-Block, ironically being revealed only a year and a day after Duck's murder. BJ from O-Block ends up going live on Instagram and walking from O-Block to the mural. But to me, this video really highlighted something important about the life that these guys were living. Because at this point, the fear of being shot to death just stepping across the road from their own block is so serious that they have to roll like a full-blown military operation just across the street and look at a mural. And the whole time, the members are looking over their shoulders, clutching at pistols, and dripping in paranoia.
I'm letting y'all know. I'm letting y'all know. I know it's a lot of ops on this bitch. I'm letting y'all see where I'm at. Y'all know a nigga ain't been out here surviving for shit. So y'all know it come with a motherfucker. Why is this black truck still right here? What the fuck? I'm finna go over there and give me something to drink. I'm finna get y'all a close up on this bitch real quick. Watch that truck right there. Watch fish bowls too on OD. Oh, that's obvious. I'm finna walk up on folks shit real quick. Folks shit over there. Let y'all see where I'm at. I'm not scared of shit. Gage that way. Damn. I know. Gage that way. Phone number G-Son, stop playing with him.
Well, clearly the danger of being at that mural isn't so bad, because a couple of days later, Lil Durk would head on over to the King Von mural for a photo opportunity, being pictured with a whole bunch of O-Block members, including Moowop, who's standing right next to him and doing the GD killer hand sign over Lil Durk's head. Not a great look, but things only got worse, because that same month, Moowop's track For Real drops on the 20th of August. And the track For Real really does live up to its title, because the whole thing is a true self-incrimination fest. The song is wall-to-wall lyrics about shooting people in public and doing drills with nothing more than a driver, with Moowop frequently reminding viewers that his lyrics are for real. Moowop was following the King Von template, speaking openly in music about his crimes, and people were rocking with it. People were in the comments of Moowop's video saying that King Von would be proud of him, and I'm sure he would have been. But the thing is, not everybody would be feeling as confident as Moowop. You see, in April, Zelmona would post lyrics on his Instagram saying that he's traumatized by homicides. Other images would circulate of Facebook statuses he'd apparently made around this time, suggesting that he had been struggling mentally. And then he was seen on IG Live apparently moving out of O-Block after the apparent birth of a new child in May.
I'm moving out the trenches. I was gonna follow that shit, boy. At least you know.
Of course, there were comments calling him the Duck Slayer and suggesting that the ops will just follow him to wherever he moves. But then, on August the 24th, after posting cryptic, emotional stories to his Instagram, it's reported that Zelmona took his own life, committing suicide. Moowop went on to post a tribute to his Instagram, but you have to wonder what must have hurt more, the loss of their friend Zell or the unanswered questions about why he might have done this. He was long rumored to have been involved in Duck's murder, constantly receiving comments from people who seemed to know. His car was identified in the shooting, and a lot of speculation has gone around as to why he might have taken his own life. Did he know the cops were closing in? Had they already got to him? Some rumors have swirled that they had, and that he might have even snitched and taken himself out before the other members could have done it to him. But then again, when you consider the fact that he was apparently related to Slutty, T-Roy, and HK, perhaps the trauma of losing so many people so close to him just became too much. There was other speculation that his suicide was completely unrelated and had something to do with a woman, but regardless, Zell was gone and there were a lot of unanswered questions. In September, there's a massive party on O Block, apparently a tribute for Zell, where all of O Block are seen turning up and chanting along to the lyrics of King Von's Back Again, mobbing pretty deep in the middle of Parkway Gardens. Of course, Moowop is there, and of course he's going live, but who do you think joins his live to check in and see what's going on? None other than Lil Durk.
What y'all on? Getting that members? Hey, what?
Yeah.
That bitch busting, you hear me?
Yeah, we had to do a day for love, bro, friend. Get back gang, OTL shit, man. We out here for Bobby.
In hindsight, maybe Lil Durk shouldn't have been so close to Moowop or the other members. He'd already let being too close to King Von land him in hot water, but Durk clearly hadn't learned his lesson, because in the lead up to the sweep by the FBI, he'd apparently taken Moowop on tour with him, where they had both been seen together rolling around on private jets and flexing together with big stacks of money.
Hold on. What that is? I gotta get on live. What that is? Who got the most views? Let's see that. Who got the most views?
Yes, Moowop was all on Durk's plane, very comfortable indeed, even posing for pictures with fans, while throwing up gang signs and calling himself Gangster Killer.
Gangster Killer. Check him out. Gangster Killer.
You gotta control. Gotta be controlled.
Perhaps all of this is why Lil Durk rapped on Meek Mill's song Sharing Locations that he still hangs with all the murderers. And I guess those lyrics weren't capped. But when in the next lyric, he says that he's paying the lawyers for all of the murderers.
In the building, what's good with you, big bro?
Shit, man, what's good with you, guys?
Man, can't complain, man. Don't pay much.
God, buddy. How you feeling, man? That was some fire shit yesterday, man.
Oh
God
yeah,
damn.
yeah, man. I pretty hype. It was dope. It was nice. You know what I'm saying? I loved it. I really
Yeah,
did.
man. You did your thing right there, bro. I can't lie, bro. That was up. I
I
said,
appreciate
oh, he ain't finna let him off for that shit. Was that I felt like that wasn't your plan. It was like it was there and it was like, nah, something he don't like this question. I'm gonna stay
Yeah,
on
no,
this.
it was. I didn't mean to be as as piercing, but it got
But
to
it
point
was
it had to be.
there.
But yeah, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It was obvious. 'Cause that was my position. That the LGBTQ community fighting for that rights, like that's a conflict of straight men. And
Right.
if we're black men and we're supposed to be joining an organization that's fighting for black people, once we get there and we find out that we're fighting for gays also, it's like damn. So yeah,
It
that
was
was
a
my
good
plan.
look, man.
Yeah, that was my
That shit
plan.
was
It came off
like
bad. That's what's up.
that shit was dope, man. I was like, oh man, bro, y'all went at it, bro. Like, I said, damn. It felt like season one, season two, without the like it never went there though. You know what I'm saying? Like it was
Yeah,
never over the top. It was still in the confines, but y'all
yeah.
was loose, bro. Y'all was just
That's
up there
what's up.
comfortable as fuck.
That's
I
what's the
said,
fuck's up.
damn,
That
that
was up. That's
nigga.
what's up. Yeah, shout out to Domo, man. That like I say, I one thing I can tell is that we both give a fuck about debate. We both give a fuck
Hell yeah.
about, you know what I'm saying, what's finna happen right now. So yeah, that was hard. That was hard. I'm glad y'all expressed that, man. Because it is when you're you know, you can doubt. You know what I'm saying? It does take the
Yeah.
reassurance of other people be like, nah. You know what I'm saying? You fucked
No,
that
bro,
shit up,
that shit
bro.
was it.
Yeah. It was
That shit
hard to
was the
say somebody
classic.
lost, bro. I don't feel like I lost,
Yeah,
bro. You know what I'm saying? I see
man,
the
everybody
score.
won. Shit,
There it is.
everybody won, man. That shit right there was just. I mean, cause y'all did what y'all was supposed to do. To me, you did even more. I didn't know you was going like you just made sure that you know what I'm saying that that pressure was applied. Then once y'all just got each other to lose y'all minds, that shit was just became all the way. Y'all was just it was just authentic, man. That shit was crazy. It was like everybody threw the script out the window.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
hold
yeah,
on. I
yeah.
said,
I was
bro, I
fire.
just see the best debate. Shit. Nigga, I was at work like, God damn.
And you was at the gig too?
Hell yeah. Nigga, that shit was over. I was like, it was over so fast. I'm like, man, I'm trying to get into the post debate show.
Yeah.
Cause usually it ends as soon as I'm off, it's usually the post debate show and shit. But y'all had
Yeah.
cranked it up a little bit earlier. That shit was definitely
Yeah,
man.
that format was kind of wild.
Yeah, man. That's the
Wow.
bar.
Yeah.
Like that shit's the bar, bro.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Domo because he showed him me like, did you see the rubric for the debate? I'm like, I can't show no sweat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He like, yeah, bro, we got like 5 minute premise. I said, what?
Wait,
All
what?
right, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. Man, I went to that email, man. I came look at my presentation, man. I'm sitting up here, 45 minutes worth of information. I said, damn,
That's
because I
how
got
he
a point
found
to
out.
prove. I got to prove. He found out the night before, and then he
It was
called me.
like late though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like I got a point to prove. Like, okay, if you cut it down to 5 minutes, it's gonna inconvenience both of us. But then what he has to do is say Black Lives Matter stand for fight for Black lives. How is that anti? And then just cast doubt, right? I
Right.
have to structure, set up, let you see. The principles make up the group. Woo, woo, woo. Despite the name, if I name it, I love black people, and then I just go around killing black people. You ain't gonna say I love black people, even though I'm part of an organization that say I love black people. But yeah, I had a lot to construct and set up and get people to wrap their mind around and understand where I'm coming from. And so
Yeah,
yeah, it
yeah.
was it was fired up. It was fired up. I can't complain, man. It was fired up. It was fired up. I
Especially as
really
of late. Cause they done cleaned up a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the shit you might go look for ain't there no more. You know what I'm saying? They
yeah.
did a good job of that shit too. I said, oh shit.
Shout out to
Okay,
Campground.
damn.
Yeah, I wish I could have got a higher score than Domo. For real.
Right,
That's what
right.
I'm shittiest about. You know, I really wish I could have. Because it's like the mark. You know what I'm saying? Like that nigga
Yeah,
got
he
my
had to
number.
go there
So
though. He had
yeah,
to go there. Like it wasn't no it wasn't no just like brushing that shit off. He had to go there in order to get because the your ethos at that time now it was really building up. Like, hold on, man, this don't sound right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like now you gotta fight back against that shit. So that shit took him to a whole nother level. But he's like, oh, wait. The nigga had to try to gain control over the rapid fire round. Like, wait, hold up. Hold the fuck up. That shit was just funny, man. I said, damn, man. Bro, if y'all ain't brought I'm talking about the way you was asking the question. It was almost like y'all flipped places for a second. Because the way you was asking the question, it was getting more and more strategic. And the more you got strategic, the more he was just like, fuck that. Like, hold
Yeah,
up, man.
yeah, dog. You know,
I
I
said,
don't get that
damn.
tactic, but I definitely, you know, with him playing dumb, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not just gonna say, you know, hey, yeah, you know, it's not discriminating.
He was
Like, well, would you date one? No. Well, what is that?
no.
That's not discriminating. I'm just straight. I'm like, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, man.
That and that is really like the question. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's
okay,
what's
okay,
up
okay, baby.
right now.
Thank you.
Man, say it again and
Okay.
watch what happens. Say it again and watch what happens.
It's
Uh-oh.
weird, man.
All right. Where am I at?
Hey,
Am I? Hold on.
where's your phone?
Oh, here we go.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's on full screen. Okay. Okay, hold on. My bad.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Ava.
It really does make you wonder what Lil Durk is going to do next. Because finally, after over a year of investigation with no arrests, the FBI was
Shout out to
finally
Boom
raiding
Fly.
the block, taking 5 people into custody for the murder of FBG Duck.
Dummies.
Alan, tonight federal law enforcement officials say they are charging 5 Chicago street gang operatives with racketeering in the 2020 Oak Street hit on Carlton Weekly. The rapper known as FBG Duck, investigators say he was a gang member whose videos had hurt members of a rival gang. 5 of whom tonight stand charged with his killing under the RICO statute, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, that in 1970 was created to help dismantle traditional organized crime, aka the mob.
Yes, eventually the FBI closed in on Oak like the Chicago outfit back in the 1930s, rolling into the area in armored personnel vehicles, leaving with 5 alleged killers in custody. The FBI would hold a press conference announcing that 5 individuals had been indicted and arrested for the murder of Duck.
We are here today to announce charges which charge 5 individuals with federal crimes relating to the August 4th, 2020 murder of Chicago rapper Carlton Weekly, who's also known as FBG Duck. That indictment alleges that these 5 individuals were members or associates of the O Block Street Gang.
Those 5 people charged, names you're probably very familiar with at this point, were Charles Liggins, aka C Murder, Kenneth Robertson, aka Kenny Mack, to Carlos Offord, aka Los, Christopher Thomas, aka C Thang, and Marcus Smart, aka Moowop. 4 were arrested that morning, 1 of them was in jail already on other charges, and the indictment labeled the O Block Street Gang as a racketeering organization, stating that the murder of FBG Duck was done to further the O Block criminal enterprise, and going as far as to say that O Block members would brag about their crimes publicly and taunt rivals on the internet.
Publicly claiming responsibility for acts of violence committed by the enterprise, taunting rival gang members, and also alleges that the O Block enterprise sought to increase its status through the use of social media platforms and music.
These guys really did want the entire world to know what they had done, and it really was only a matter of time until the feds took a closer look at it. And unsurprisingly, the social media posts that these guys had been making along the way were named specifically by the FBI as being part of the racket, with the feds even going as far to tell the public in their press conference that you can go online and look up O Block members bragging publicly about the crimes that they were doing in the streets.
There's publicly available material where I think you can learn more about the activities of certain individuals. But generally speaking, what's happening on social media and what's happening in music videos that are on YouTube, particularly in the drill rap genre, it shows you what's happening in the city. It shows you exactly what's happening in the city, which is that people are threatening to commit acts of violence and then either bragging about acts of violence or talking about how they're going to retaliate for other acts of violence. But for instance, you can go on the internet right now, you can see people in music videos, guns all over the place, talking about who they've shot or who they're going to shoot.
The FBI actually elaborated on the fact that O Block's crimes were apparently so far-reaching that the case ended up going federal.
This was one of those cases we were able to bring federal resources to bear to work with the Chicago Police Department to ultimately help us make the case. We were able to establish evidence to indicate that there was a racketeering enterprise here that was involved, and this murder was done in furtherance of that. And so federal charges were appropriate.
This isn't a great look for anybody that spent a lot of time with O-Block members, especially in other states. Mama Duck would come out to make an emotional announcement that her son's killers had been finally captured.
They got them. They got these son of a bitches. They got them, they got them, they got them, they got them, they got them. And all that shit you motherfuckers was talking, the Fed just called me and told me they arrested Muwap, they arrested C-Thing, they arrested 5 people that they have in custody. The little boy who killed himself August the 24th was one of the shooters that shot my son. They just told me that too. No, they're not still investigating nothing. It's over with. Now they got to prove they self-innocent. And my son was killed by some kids. Like these kids. Their mamas can still see their kids. I can't see mine.
She would later go live on Instagram with a slightly more pointed attitude.
People be so motherfucking cocky. The motherfuckers that did that shit, they ain't got away with shit. You might think you did, but you didn't. They got the motherfuckers future. They caught them some of bitches, they got them. Justice for brick necks. That little baby that killed himself in Parkway, he was one of them. And they got the other 5. They from Old Block, baby. That's why the mayor said what she said about my son, because she was already on their dick.
Duck's mom even went as far as to call out Boss Top for self-snitching in that earlier interview.
Thanks, Boss Top, for opening your big ass mouth. Yeah, keep on being cocky.
She would go on to say that it's going to cost $2 million for 5 people to defend themselves against a federal case, pondering whether whoever was paying the lawyers for all the murderers would still be bankrolling them after this news.
They need 5 federal motherfucking defense attorneys. That's goddamn.
I know a nigga ain't told on himself again.
$2 million worth of attorney fees. We finna see how much.
You said what, bro?
Said I know a nigga ain't told on himself again, bro.
Man, told on they self and other niggas.
Shit. Happy birthday, Trip C.
Happy birthday, Trip C. Shout out to Tasha. Yeah, I don't think Dirk's completely out of the way, man. I don't. I think this shit gonna end up with him being arrested.
Is this everybody that's around him?
These people he's affiliated with, yeah, like I think more so King Von, but you know, Dirk was affiliated with that. Like, so these are the O Block members, you know what I'm saying? And these the people that they putting on. You know what I'm saying? They putting the niggas on. Like after King Von got killed, you still see Dirk fucking with Muwap, and you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So yeah, man. It's looking pretty ugly. It's looking pretty ugly. We'll see.
Motherfuckers love them for real. And for you motherfuckers that was happy that they took my son, they gonna need y'all to be by their motherfucking side. Cause everybody else involved ain't here no more. I deal with it and suffer. And the motherfuckers that ain't here, they finna dislocate themselves from y'all ass. We're about to see all them motherfuckers that was harboring them and keeping them with them and all that. They ass finna be so disclosed from they ass. Watch what I motherfucking tell you.
No, that's G Herbo on the investigation for the credit card scams. I don't think that's Lil Durk. Lil Durk going to court, I think, for a murder or attempted murder. The case he was going up against with Vaughn. The case that him and Vaughn caught together. I think that's still ongoing.
After the news,
But that's dangerous, bro.
Still on
the nigga that you know what I'm saying? But on GP, like I know that shit sound bad, but everything got going blind, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? If it get close, it's like they can't get a nigga no time. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. That's a fact right there.
It's like shit. Damn. So I'm gonna have to shade. But can't let it get too close, bro. You know what I'm saying? But you sitting there left holding the bag right now, my nigga. Like
Damn.
Especially after that. Just think, like, he had just signed Von.
Yeah.
So he get all of that. You know what I'm saying? That
Yep.
shit crazy. Plus the rep.
The outside took to social media to say free the members, with others openly speculating on Zell's potential involvement as an informant before his suicide. Now, some of the remaining O-Block members continued to go live as a show of face, while so-called O-Block youngers begun going live too, apparently ready to fill the void left by the older hitters from their block being locked up. Soon after the news was announced, Lil Durk unfollowed Muwop on Instagram and tweeted that he wants to go back to high school. For a moment, some people thought, hey, maybe this is Lil Durk truly going on the straight and narrow in life. Other people could see that tweet for what it really was, damage control. But clearly Lil Durk wasn't too worried about his image, because the day after the indictment and tweeting that he was planning to go back to high school, he still went ahead with the release of his track Pissed Me Off, which is yet another Get Back anthem apparently dedicated to his recently murdered brother. And at a certain point, it really does just make you wonder, when's it all going to end?
And my son was killed by some kids like these. It's kids. Their mamas can still see their kids. I can't see mine.
They shot FBG Duck, man. I don't know who shot him, man. I just fucking ran into this, y'all. Man.
2 attack cars, 4 shooters, and a hail of bullets. He was a new millennium rapper, FBG Duck.
Over the course of researching this video, I came across a powerful Reddit comment, which said the streets are connected to the internet through phones. Simple as that. And it's facts. This is a deadly war that's been playing out on the streets of Chicago for decades. Some naive people want to blame the music and say that it's drill rappers making the youth more violent, overlooking the fact that young men were killing each other for no reason in the same streets of Chicago all the way back in the 70s. Sure, you only heard about the modern day street violence going on in Chicago from the likes of Chief Keef, who became popular not for dissing dead ops, but for the great music he made. What changed in the last few years wasn't about music, it was about clout, social media, and smartphones. Because today's gangs are still waging the same tit-for-tat revenge wars that they were back in the day. The only difference is they're now being recorded and documented on social media for the world to see. King Von was talking about his love for killing on Twitter all the way back in 2012 before he'd even picked up a microphone. The only difference is, back then, nobody cared. Von was boasting about murders for clout and attention to an audience of 20 people. It was only when he started making hit music and popping up on the Breakfast Club talking about beating bodies that his exploits became of interest to the public. And it was only after King Von started rapping that he realized he could swap his notoriety in the streets for clout on the internet. Sure, Von is a good rapper, but the reason most people were interested in him was because he'd apparently killed a bunch of people and got away with it. And most importantly, Von's dirt in the street was backed up and verifiable on social media. There was years of evidence people could go back and look through to confirm that King Von was really what he rapped about. Get Back Gang left a 10-year trail of breadcrumbs on the internet, so everybody knew that they were real killers and real gangsters and that their music was real. But to me, it really makes no sense that if you were truly a killer in the street who had got away with a bunch of crimes, why on earth would you want to make yourself famous? There never really seemed to be a true endgame for King Von and his crew. In fact, Von once said in an interview that he was just going hard in his career until the feds came, as if he knew that his days were numbered and that he would eventually have to pay for all of the dirt that he had done in the streets.
You pushing it real hard too. I think.
Yeah, I'm working. I'm working. We ain't letting up. We don't go. I'm trying to go crazy real quick, but the feds come.
It's highly possible that had King Von not been killed that night in Atlanta, that he might be facing justice as part of this conspiracy, along with the 5 other people accused of killing Duck. But it doesn't really surprise me that King Von continued to push violence even after his music became successful. Because where a lot of people use music as an opportunity to make money and get out of the dangerous streets they came up in, by the time Von had legitimate money and clout in the music industry, he just straight up seemed far more happy to see an op murdered than to see his album on the charts. To me, Von really seemed addicted to the wrong kind of clout. And I'd wager that Von personally didn't see his success in music as anywhere near as respectable as his success in the streets. Let's not forget that FBG Duck's nickname was Big Clout, and he really did live up to that name. While he was alive, he was the top op in Chicago. He had the highest level bounty in the city, he was the most wanted GD, he was a trophy to his enemies. And having already surpassed him in his music career, Von didn't seem content with just being bigger and more successful than Duck. Him and his crew wanted nothing more than to see Duck dead. But unfortunately for those who killed Duck, they seemed to think that they were committing the perfect crime. A killing after a string of killings that had never been solved, that the police didn't seem to have any interest in. I suppose Get Back Gang just thought FBG Duck was just another one of those 60% of murders that the police in Chicago never solved. So by the time they killed Duck, claiming the biggest trophy in the city's gang war, they simply couldn't keep it to themselves. They were desperate for the clout in the streets. So they disrespected, smoked, and insulted Duck at every opportunity they could. They didn't care who knew it, and ultimately that was a big part of their downfall. But at the end of the day, no one can really expect to assassinate somebody so publicly and think they're just going to get away with it, self-snitching or not. But really, what are we left with at the end? Duck, his brother, and dozens of other people from the neighborhood are dead. His mother mourns the loss of 2 sons, a pain that nobody should ever have to go through. Dozens of innocent citizens in Chicago are left hurt, traumatized, and scarred for life as a result of the violence that they have been forced to witness in the streets. But at the same time, it's hardly justice to see 5 more young black men likely headed to jail for the rest of their lives. Because in a way, they too were victims, being born into a cycle of violence that they or their families would never have chosen and really can never truly understand. This story is really a tragedy on all fronts, and my only real hope is that the next generation of young men can learn something from these stories and do better. Doing better for themselves so that they can have a better, safer, and more successful life, and better for their communities, so that their brothers, mothers, friends, no matter what block they're from, can try and help each other, elevate each other, and push themselves forward rather than dragging each other back and ending the lives of their brothers and sisters meaninglessly. The gang life is truly to be avoided. It's nothing more than an endless cycle of revenge and get back, when that time, energy, and emotion could be spent doing something positive to better the world or your own community. There's a million different positive things that the young men who lost their lives in this story could have been doing today. Making music, building businesses, starting a charity. All of that lost potential is a true tragedy. Literally anything is better than killing your brothers and sisters for reasons that were never even properly explained to you. I hope you learned a lot from this story. I learned a lot from writing it, and I want to thank you for watching. Rest in
Yeah, rest in peace, man. You know, LBG, all them dudes, man. Tucker, OD, J.I., all them mugs, man, you know. Yeah, that was a crazy one. I don't know if they is there a debate tonight. I need that December schedule.
Yeah, I think we got Sister Nandi and
Minister Howard? Oh,
yeah.
shit. Okay.
Yeah, man. What a weekend, ain't it?
That's hard.
What a weekend. Oh, I'm like, damn, bro. It's been a drought, man, but I guess it was all worth it. We getting spoiled now. So let's go.
It's back up now.
Yeah.
That's what it is, man.
I gotta figure. Me and Brother Moses gotta definitely figure something out. So that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's a few people need to get them in.
Hell yeah. You got my premise, right?
Oh no, I didn't even fucking send my shit in, man.
Oh shit, you good. Yeah, my
Yeah, I
shit
got it
good.
real close with this motherfucker, but let me see.
Yeah, something. Yeah, my premise is really more important. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Did you send it to Solar?
Oh yeah. Yeah, let me go ahead
Okay,
and
well he
do it.
probably waiting on me to send one in before he send it to me. I got it though. I'll definitely do it, man. Oh, yeah, now that's what it is. I'm gonna go and wrap this one up, man. Probably, but I don't know if you want to start when you can. And I'm finna take your little biz, and then if y'all not live by time 6, something like that come around, I'll do a pre-debate show for Nandy and yeah.
Oh yeah. I'll probably go ahead and crank that up.
Okay, bet. That's hard. That's hard, man. Shout out to the fam, man. Y'all already know what's up, man. It's the boy Swap House. It's been another episode of the Argument League, man. We'll see y'all next time, even if that means in a couple of minutes.
I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated.